guy cipher.
Oh my god, dude. I'm butchering your forehead right now. You gotta wash that off.
Let's go, chat.
You gotta wash that off.
Chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Auzim? Bă, ne auzim. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Ne auzim. Tăi de microfon. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Ne auzim? Unul pe cealaltă, că mă aud. Test de microfon 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mă aud bine acum, da, stați. Da, întrerup, da, gata, mă aud bine. 100% mă aud bine. Acum chat. Bă, mă aud bine. Bă, chat, bă, suntem la FNCS Invitational. Mă băieți, avem BUGHA, CLIX, ZANDY, AQUA, TAYSON, CHAPIX, VENO, IZI, toți pro playerii de Fortnite se joacă la turneul ăsta și ZANDY al nostru. Avem un reprezentant al României la turneul ăsta. Momentan încă n-au dat drumul ăștia de la Fortnite la live oficial. Deci începe pe la 9. La 9 trebuie să înceapă meciurile oficial. Și până atunci se face un pre-show. Văd că e Arab ăsta live. Deci acolo, aici unde îl vedeți pe ăsta, pe băiatul ăsta că se plimbă, aici e eventul ăsta, e un event organizat de Fortnite, e ca un World Cup, numai că se dau mai puțin bani. Și aici o să se joace, da, aici începe în 20 și ceva de minute, aici o să înceapă, deci e ca un World Cup, e literalmente doar ca un World Cup, doar că se cheamă Fortnite Invitational, FNCS Invitational, și de data asta avem pe cineva să ne reprezinte, avem români pe care să-i susținem. O să fie prea mișto, deci o să fie, nu e ca la FNCS-urile obișnuite, știi, unde nu vezi cine joacă, unde aici efectiv cred că o să avem și player cam-uri, deci să vedem playerii cum arată, o să fie prea mișto și am văzut ăștia zic că ZANDY o să ia minim top 10. Când o să dea drumul la Fortnite, cred că o să facă ceva, o prezentare. Cred că se zice că Veno și cu Quizy teoretic ar fi ca la Saudi, da. Se zice că Veno și Quizy ar fi favoriți, că sunt cam cei mai buni din lume. E MrSAVAGE de asemenea aici, dar vă dați seama, deci e un lobby de duos, deci sunt 100 de playeri, dar 100, 50 dintre cele mai bune duouri din toată lumea. Am văzut și sunt și ceva chinezi, sunt de peste tot, deci rupere, o să fie rupere, așezați-vă confortabil, da, Mongral nu era, a văzut că s-a reapucat de Fortnite, așezați-vă confortabil, luați-vă o băutură, o să fie ceva memorable, o să fie genial, o să fie memorabil, o să fie senzațional. SVG are cont, e și King, da, e și King ăsta, o să fie prea nebunie, o să fie prea nebunie turneul ăsta, deci fai de capul meu, deci celelalte party-uri au fost pâine, cum se cheamă, pistol cu apă, nu pâine. Celelalte view party-uri au fost pistol cu apă pe lângă ce o să fie în seara asta. BUGHA nu joacă, ba da, deci e BUGHA, e CLIX, e ZANDY, TAYSON, CHAPIX, AQUA, VENO, Quizy, Pink, ce pro player, Bad Sniper, Randilex, ce pro player din Fortnite mai știți voi, că dacă e bun 100% e și el aici. Mai ziceți voi pro player care joacă Fortnite bine și rup tot. Din toate, deci e și, uite, te pup Paul2M, uite ce zice asta. E și ăla, Epic Whale, e Epic Whale ăla. Hellfire, GeoFN, corect. Vadil, da, Zandy joacă cu GeoFN. În ce țară e? E în America. Malibuca, Mersac, de asemenea și ăștia. Ninja e la el acasă. Chiar e și Bugha, da bro, să vedeți, deci dați și voi în butonul de like, hai să facem niște like-uri, Noah Riley, Vadil, nu e Dietrich ăla, Rezon ai non, da. Deci e Rezon joacă cu Aqua. Deci aici e eventul, aici, bă, o să rupem. Dați voi un like, subscribe PAUL2M pe shop. Bă, Peter Bond, bă, nu știu care e treaba cu asta, dar e CLIX și ZANDY am văzut că are contest, dar ăștia tot zic că o să ia top 10. Asta mi se pare interesant. Deci ZANDY are contest, dar ăștia tot zic că e în top 10. Deci ăștia chiar îl consideră bun și știu că e foarte, foarte, foarte bun copilul dacă l-au pus în top 10 la predicții. Am like-ul de la 6. Ai văzut ce a făcut Joe? N-am văzut ce a făcut. Mamă, de când joacă, bro, Bugha tot timpul a jucat la turnee. Și aici e eventul ăla. Deci aici e stadionul sau nu știu unde se face. Dar da, o să fie țâță de mâță. Hai să facem, deci nu respir până nu faci, stați așa câte like avem. Deci nu respir până nu facem 350 de like-uri. Bă, nu respir până nu facem 350 de like-uri. Ajutor! Deci nu respir până nu facem 350 de like-uri. Mai e și rit, da, deci, bă, chat o să fie cel mai tare din istorie. Să fie cel mai tare view parte din istorie. În cât timp începem? Bă, deci cred că în 20 de... Ar trebui să dea drumul ăștia de la Fortnite, mă, la live, ca să vedem pre-show, să vedem prezentarea echipelor, să vedem tot. Vedeți că încă nu respir. Leci, nu e Leci, mă, Leci nu mai joacă, e nu știu, se joacă Call of Duty, cred că, sau nu știu, Apex. Duul Zandy să zgâria pe mâini, bă, îl cară, mă, Zandy, mă, bă, îl cară, îl ia în spate. Îl ia, îi dă PAM! Hai mă, nu fac ăștia de la Fortnite live oficial. Vreau să văd un live de la oficial să fie. Uite, Mongral, bă, a revenit Mongral. Du-te că e și el în America sau? Mamă, Mongral, bă, l-am văzut că... Da, l-am văzut că se juca ieri la un turneu de ăsta de no build. Bă, chat, hai să ne calmăm un pic. Vreau să facem un spam ca pe vremuri cu România. Ok? Ca pe vremuri, cum știm noi. Deci, 3, 2, 1, un spam de la așa să ne amintim. Mamă, ce urât face. Ce urât face asta. Deci, 3, 2, 1. Hai un pic. Let's go, cea, let's go, let's go. Toată lumea, absolut toată lumea spam cu România pe cea să ne încălzim. Deși e Mongral, n-are treaba cu noi. Hai, un pic așa, un pic. Bun. Hai că ne-am încălzit așa un pic. Trebuie să dăm drumul la brațe. Trebuie să dăm drumul la brațe să jucăm bine de tort. Hai mă, nu dau ăștia. Wow, ce zice ăsta, mă? Mai știe, mă? Stați, hai să-i dăm, să vedem dacă mai știe mongrala mea să joace.
7 ads, stop lying, you did not just get 7 ads, you got 2 ads, maximum 3 ads.
Să vedem, mai știe asta să joace, mă? Câte are 9 chibă? Vezi că încă joacă băiețelul meu, mongrel. Ce joacă ăsta?
Can I be a boomer? Can you teach me how to search on this? Because when I type in, it just
Și asta, mă, e predicție?
So delete it.
delete the whole name.
Yeah. And then just start typing.
Mamă, ăștia analizează fiecare duos.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
have to click it though, so,
Sorry,
yeah.
dad joke. 50 gifted. Holy shit, bro. I love you, man. 1291. Thank you, dad joke.
Ăștia analizează fiecare duo. Zic eu câștigă Zandy, nu mai e.
What do you mean? Is it higher or lower?
Vedem dacă știe mongrel să joace. Da, uite, ăla, spamul cu România, dar cu inimioare vreau. Dați copy-paste la ce a dat Alin. Vreau spamul cu România cu inimioare tot timpul. Ok, ăla să fie.
Literally 3.5 years.
Oare e cel mai mic earning?
I don't know.
Nu e live de la Fortnite? Ba da, dar începe imediat, trebuie să înceapă. În 15 minute ar trebui să înceapă. Ar da cu live-ul lor oficial, cu tot. Ia. Asta nu e la... Bă, dar stai, ce joacă, bă? Nu joacă la arena asta? A, ba da, joacă la arena aia, dar e mic tare. Deci are 3000 de puncte la arena, dar se joacă cu... Se joacă cu ăsta, cu hood scale-ul ăla super mic. Ce fac, mă, porcu? Da, ăla e spamul pe care îl vreau. Așa, cu inimioare, cu colorat, tot. Dați voi like să facem...
I can't edit because there's a zipline.
300 de like-uri.
That is really not good.
Ar fi drăguț să facem 300 de like, ar fi cel mai frumos cadou, e ziua mea. Stați să vă arăt. Am pus un sunet nou. Deci am pus un sunet nou pe GoXLR de acum când îmi zice cineva Paul e ziua mea, fiți atenți. Hai să-mi zică cineva pe chat Paul e ziua mea. Să vă arăt o chestie. De toate, e ziua mea. Salut, frate, la mulți ani, te pop. Te pop, frate, la mulți ani, Doamne ajută. De acum așa fac când îmi zice cineva că e ziua mea. Sănătate, Doamne ajută, toate cele bune, numai bine. Paul, e ziua mea? Te pop, frate, Doamne ajută. O mai știi? Păi normal. Paul, e ziua mea! Mamă! Te pop, frate, la mulți ani. Paul, e ziua mea! Gata, mă. Gata. La mulți ani tuturor! Și gata. Hai, mai știe, mă, în greu să joace? Stați așa, că tot nu m-am uitat dacă știe să joace după jumătate de an. Paul, e ziua mea, serios? Dacă a zis serios. Te pup, frate, la mulți ani, Doamne ajută. Să fii sănătos. Bum! Așa vreau să dați cu ton de like, numai bum, să facem și noi 300 de like-uri. Bă, nici 300 de like-uri? Bună, Paul, astăzi este chiar ziua mea, acum serios. Te cred, frate, na. La mulți ani! Mâine chiar e ziua mea, fac 3 ani cu PAUL2M pe shop, n-ai cum. La mulți ani! Bun. Bă, uite Leci, mă, ăsta se joacă The Great Leci. Ce e asta, mă, Minecraft? Roblox. Marele Leci, marele fost pro player pe Fortnite care juca el cu Benji Fishy și MrSAVAGE. A ajuns să joace Roblox. Mamă. Da, e destul de fain, arată destul de fain în Roblox. Interesant joculețul ăsta. Eu nu l-am văzut. S-a apucat mongrel definitiv sau nu știu mai.
Băi nebunilor, ce draci aveți, mă, voi? Vă place, a?
Sanchi, persist? Hai mă, Mongral, dacă faci win, Mongral, îți dau respect. PAUL2M pe shop. Hai să ne uităm la Mongral. Eu zic că dacă face win, nu mai respir până nu face win, Mongral. Serios, e ziua mea, sunt la restaurant, fac 15 ani. Mamă, vezi că am văzut-o pe asta. Mihăiță, te pup, Mihăiță, membru 1 an și o lună, Doamne ajută. Te pup, mă, Mihăiță, mă, membru 13 luni. Forță, băiată mea. Forță nucleară, mama, ai badge-ul ăla șmecher de Dark Trooper. Dark Sea Trooper. Faci concursul setup-urilor foarte curând. Mamă, 366 de like-uri, respect, mă, chat. Mi-erau blocate like-urile, eu nu le mai vedeam. SUCEAVA, da na 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 na. A venit și ăsta micu, te pup, Mongral ce nu joacă. Mongral s-a lăsat de Fortnite și acum văd că s-a apucat din nou așa un pic, dar s-a jucat la turneu de ăsta no build. Vreau și eu să facem... Te apuci de FIFA 23? Nu mă joc, bro, nu prea mă mai joc la computadore. Vreau să văd dacă facem Mongral win. Paul, e ziua mea pe 26 în ok. Păi să vii atunci pe 26 pe live și o să-ți dau un... Ok? Să vii atunci pe live. Hai, let's go, let's go. Mă, are 0 ping, 1 ping. Deci e o plăcere să te joci, bro, cu 1 ping. Cred, nu știu, n-am jucat niciodată. Ce ne-am îngrat? Nu știu, bro, cred că 18. Hai mă, a început. Trebuie să dai ăștia de la Fortnite drumul la live. Dați-mă o dată Fortnite drumul la live să vedem ăsta live oficial, știi, cu prezentare, jucători, cu să ia pe fiecare în parte. Uite, ăsta are așa, e din România, să-i facă de aia prezentare ca la World Cup, știți? Povești din autobaz, cum era, mă? Știți voi la ce mă refer, nu? The copyright?
Alaska, thank you for cheering a good time, you know? Dude, we better get commission. Bro, we actually, yesterday when we got back...
Aici e eventul, cred că e un player lounge sau ceva. Hai mă, nu... Cine are aniversare astăzi de 2 ani de PAUL2M pe shop? Povești din folclorul maghiar. 4 august e ziua mea la mulți ani, frate. La mulți ani! Mongral. Hai mă, Fortnite, da. Păi au zis că la 9 începe. O să dea drumul fix la 9 la live. Dacă la 9 începe turneul, nu dau și ei drumul mai devreme cu 10 minute acolo să se vadă prezentatori, să arate. A, dar cred că o să avem... O, mă, Mr. Irimia, mă, cel mai șmecher mimer. Te pup, mă, Vasilica. Vladimir. Valentin, scuze. Paul, dă și mie la mulți ani, fac 15 ani, te rog. La mulți ani! Dă și mie un promo. Nu-ți faci content calitativ. Eu pe 18 fac 18 ani. Nu, trebuie să vii cu dovezi. Opa, stai că s-a încălzit Mongrel. Stai că s-a încălzit Mongrel, băieți.
Yo, this guy is insane, bruv.
Stai că s-a încălzit Mongrel. Mamă, ce-și dă viața ăla? Nu, să vă fie rușine care n-ați dat like. Dar cred că o să scos sunetele când începe turneul. Da, deci când începe turneul o să scos sunetele ca să ne putem concentra, să fim acolo, să rupem tot. Mamă, îl chema Vasilica. Vasilica, unul pe chat care era în meci aici cu Mongral. Și la bătaie de la el. 1 pe chat, Vasilica. 2 pe chat dacă ești șmecher, 3 pe chat dacă ești deștept. 4 pe chat dacă e PAUL2M pe shop, 5 pe chat dacă ai învățat bine la școală, dacă înveți bine la școală.
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
Opa. Da, nu mi se pare smart, adică scoți sniperele de la turnee, dar le lași pe arena, bă, că scoate-le de tot, că e... Da bine, că nu e one shot, cap shot, nu?
IZI Shampon Copile mai învață, easy.
Salut vecinul, ce faci, frate meu? Aplauze, vă rog, pe chat, aplauze pe chat. Aplauze. 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 A început Fortnite Live pe Twitch. Mama, dacă mă trolează. Pare mă trolează? Hai să vedem dacă mă trolează. Mă trolează copilul? M-a trolat? Cred că m-a trolat copilul. No, mi-a dat troll. Mamă, mi-a dat troll. Băga mea și PAUL2M pe shop. GG.
Actually, we have 9 minutes to the broadcast. That was gonna be an
GG, bro, GG.
clip as well.
Ai ochelari anti-troll? Da, i-am.
We've got a new overlay coming in.
GG. Ai trollat?
I ain't even uploading that game anyway.
Bă, m-a trollat. GG. Nu mai. M-a trollat. Ce zice, mă?
Chat, who does this overlay remind you of?
7 minute.
Oh fuck, nearly just fucking closed the stream. Alright, who does this
Zăpadă, da, în la SUCEAVA, da, na. Hai mă, începe odată.
Although they haven't said, I'm
Ba da, mă,
streaming
început, mă. Bă, înseamnă că nu m-a trolat. O să opresc sunetele când începe turneul. Până atunci puteți să vă jucați cu ele. Ba și plâng, am pierdut porcu, n-ajung. Porcu, unde porcu? Unde porcu? Mă pun în pat și plâng, am pierdut porcu, n-ajung. Porcu.
The plan is we have every single stream.
Not bad. Hai băieți. Și fete, stați așa. Da, mă, uite că nu mi-apărea mie. Ok. Începe, băieți, pre-show? Cum mă, nu dă drumul? Poți să-mi citești mesajul. În ce top l-ai băgat? Băi, am zis că top Zandy e printre cei mai buni din lume. În ce top l-ai băgat pe Zandy? Am citit. E ziua mea, am 3 ani de PAUL2M pe shop. Nu asta.
În viață.
Mă, ne dăm cap în cap cu sunetele. Țin cont și de delay Fortnite-ul. Paul, ziua mea este pe 8 iulie. E 1 milion prize polo. Hai mă că mai avem 5 minute. În 5 minute se pot întâmpla multe. Coach Bub. La SUCEAVA, da. Uite-l mă pe Bugha, cum arată, îl vedeți? De ce aici e Bugha sub mine? Ăsta e Bugha? Mă, ce s-a îngrășat. Îi stă bine milionar la băiatul meu. S-a îngrășat cu video. Câte chilecesc are Bugha? Eu zic 70. Aveți timp să vă duceți rapid să vă luați un snacks, un chipsuleț, un pufuleț, un suculeț, un nu știu ce
IZI Șampon
O sărmăluță.
Copile mai învață. IZI.
Luați-vă o sărmăluță, o nu știu ce mâncați.
Paul2M pe Shop este
Bătaie.
demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Ziua mea e pe 7 februarie, nu? Dar vreau serios. Cine își sărbătorește ziua astăzi? 12 noiembrie. Vreau cineva serios, deci fără troll, 100% no troll. O persoană care sărbătorește cu adevărat astăzi ziua de naștere. 1 pe chat. Și să apeți butonul de like, ca să-l cred. Deci dovada e că dacă apeși butonul de like și cu adevărat e ziua ta astăzi, e ca o verificare, știi? Când apeși butonul de like e ca o verificare aia că da, într-adevăr e știi ca poza de la când te duci să-ți faci buletinul. Bine, mulți de aici încă nu ați fost să vă faceți mulți de aici încă nu ați fost să vă faceți buletinul, dar așa e, când te duci, îți faci buletinul, îți face și o poză acolo, știi? Asta e ca o verificare, așa. Deci 20 de persoane au apăsat butonul de like, 20 de persoane își sărbătoresc astăzi ziua de naștere cu adevărat. Eu, chiar e ziua mea, poți să-mi spui numele Ianis. Eu sunt... Ziua mea e pe 19 noiembrie. Salut, Paulică 2M. Paul2M, dar nu Paulică. Paulică n-are voie să-mi zică nimeni. Salut. Ziua mea pe 19 noiembrie. Nu caut, bro, nimic pe Twitch. E ziua mea. Te cred, frate. Respect.
La mulți ani.
Mamă, ce m-a speriat, am crezut că... Bă, ce faci, mă, ce arăți acolo? Mama, am crezut că a arătat ceva, trebuia să închid live-ul. Bă, Doamne ferește, ce m-a speriat. Doamne, credeam că-s pe TikTok, care ați fost pe live-ul ăla de pe TikTok de atunci, știți ce mi-a apărut. O NA cu 5 ron prin super sticker.
Științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Azi e ziua mamei mele, poți să îi zici la mulți ani, să străiască.
La mulți ani.
Salut, furia crănaților. Caută Twitch, Rechi, nu mă interesează IRL, bro, vreau să mă uit la live oficial, vreau să văd prezentare, vreau să văd de toate. Are un prieten ziua de naștere fără mișto. Păi și-a apăsat butonul de like. Salut, te pup, salut, copilul. Ok, scuze de spam, n-ai treabă, bro. Paulică, nu mai zi Paulică, nu ai voie, este interzis. Pardon. Furia, știu, bro, eu m-am uitat aseară, eu mă uit la CSGO. M-am uitat aseară la Furia Navi până la 1:30 dimineața când am fost. Deci eram rupt de somn, stăteam așa, o repriză, dormeam, o repriză mă trezeam, gen o rundă. O rundă mă trezeam, o rundă mă uitam. După aia iar adormeam, iar mă trezeam când țipa castorul și tot așa. Și m-am trezit pe final, am văzut ultimele 3 runde, că a fost 16-10, ceva de genul pe ultima hartă. Și am văzut că a început aia să țipau publicul ăla în ultimul hal, după aia ați văzut ce a făcut cu ăla, mamă, nebunie. Nebunie, ziua ta când este? Pe, nu știu. Voi ar trebui să știți când e ziua mea, nu? Mamă, 490 de like-uri. Nu respir până nu facem 500 de like-uri. Cine este? Mamă, mersi, ce asta nu mai puteam. Paul, dă-i un la mulți ani la prietenul ăla. Ia, frate, pentru prietenul tău să-ți trăiască, Doamne ajută, numai bine, sănătate.
La mulți ani.
Începe 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. Spam cu România pe chat, spam cu România cu inimioarele. Hai. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hai. Let's go.
Ladies
Uite-l.
and gentlemen, boys and girls,
Cred că l-am văzut pe Zandy acolo.
from around the world, wherever you are watching from, welcome to the FNCS Invitational 2022, coming at you live from Raleigh, North Carolina. The Raleigh Convention Center is being packed right now. We got fans up in the building. We got the players on
Uite-l pe
site.
CLIX,
And not
ok.
too long from now, we'll
Nu știu cine era celălalt. CLIX, mă, v-am zis că joacă și CLIX. Deci 6 meciuri astăzi, 6 meciuri mâine. Deci avem și mâine live din ăsta, așa că dați subscribe. Dacă era 1 minut să fim cei 100 la turneu, eram și invitat. Am înțeles nimic.
Like, albostriții.
Vivid? What? Bă, voi știți cine e ăsta, mă? Bă, știți cine e ăsta, mă? Era pro player în 2018, 2019,
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albostriții.
a fost la World Cup. Da, mă, deci era... What? What? Ce s-a schimbat? Mamă, Bugha are 6 metri. Ăsta e Vadil cu Giannis, cred că. CLIX și Dukes. Nu știu cine sunt ăștia. Mamă, ce barbă are băiatul meu. Asta e freza aia de Johnny Depp. Așa să punem pauză când e Zandy. Ma. Nu știu cine sunt ăștia, poate știți voi. Brazilieni. Veno și cu IZI, cred. Dar ăștia sunt cei mai buni din lume. Bugha, uite-l mă pe Bugha meu. Mamă, dar s-a... E puffy așa la față. Eu nu știu, mă, ce cu freza sa Johnny Depp în 2022. CLIX. CLIX-ulică, fără frică. Îți dă Zandy cu jocul în cap. Hai mă, arată pe Zandy. Johnny Depp iară. MrSAVAGE. Oh, MrSAVAGE. În fine, hai că nu mai stau cu click-ul acolo că mă trigărește. Cine-i bărbosul ăla?
Anybody who's ever contested us, they're just playing for bottom 40. If you're thinking about contesting us, go for it. See what happens. Guys, come contest us. You're gonna win.
Mamă, ce tupeu au toți. Ăsta e Vadil. Brazilian. Neam să mă glumesc. Vreau să văd dacă sunteți atenți. Dar nu arătam pe Zandy deloc.
It doesn't get more hype than that. I'm doing my best to contain my excitement right now, and I'm having a real difficult time. Now, that's just a
Paul, azi ziua mea, poți să-mi zici la mulți ani.
La mulți ani.
La mulți ani, frate, sănătate.
It's Adam Savage. Thank you very much, Sieg. We're feeling good here on the show floor. Audience, North Carolina, let the world hear you scream.
Mă pun aici sus momentan și vedem după unde mă pun. Deci aici e eventul. Aici e eventul. Și toți jucătorii fizic acolo, da? Toți jucătorii fizic acolo. Bugha se tropează lângă Zandy. Ok, salut, Paul, dai și mie moderator. Fii activ, măi, down. Dacă văd că ești pe live-uri, îți dau. E ziua mamei, îi spui la mulți ani. Doamne, ajută, sănătate.
La mulți ani.
Ai văzut Canada și Face King? N-am văzut. Nu-l arăt acum că să-l arate mâine cu trofeul în mână. Frumos, 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 asta mi-a plăcut.
PAUL2M PE SHOP este demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Mamă, dar e ceva public, mă. Mai mult ca la majorul de CSGO. Cu Joe, napolitanele alea, Joe joacă. E ziua dinozaurului meu. Îi zici la mulți ani, Doamne ajută sănătate la dinozaurul tău.
La mulți ani.
Ok.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see here, we're going to be playing for placement as
Ok.
well as
Placement-uri și o eliminare 2 puncte. Oh, mi se pare super ok. Chiar nu respir până nu facem 600 de like-uri.
That threshold there, because outside of that 36 through 50 will not be getting any points in the placement category, but every single elimination, Taco, oh so important. We see it make the difference in a lot of these FNCSs. 2 points for each of those.
You're going to need those points to rack up because each of these players is fighting for their portion of the lion's
Gata, respect. Dacă ai apăsat butonul de like, la mulți ani. Oh, bun, bun. Bun, asta e prize pool-ul. Deci, numai dacă ai fost invitat, ai $1000 asigurat. Trofeu. Cam ăsta e trofeul, chat. Mama din Zvarovski. Zvarovski, băieți. Zvarovski. Zvarovski, Zvarovski, Zvarovski. Zvarovski, băieți. W trofeu, da, nu, e pe viața lui trofeu, n-ai ce. Zvarovski. Bă, dar ce s-a schimbat Vivid ăsta, mă, deci nu vine să cred. Ce s-a schimbat omul ăsta, mă? Aici? Nu știu, cred că e în total. Cred că e în total, sincer, acolo. Da, cred că e în total. Ai șmecherat de la World Cup. Las că e bun că să mai facă niște turnee, că o să facă și World Cup la anul 100%, o să facă să mai învie un pic jocul ăsta. Trebuie să fii și tu acolo. Trebuia să... Ia, când ne mai prezintă jucători. Pe chat. Bugha. CLIX.
I think we're due for a win.
In total, we have 3 FNCS.
Quizy și Veno. Deci ăștia sunt favoriții.
I've won 2 FNCSs, both in trios. I've won 6 FNCSs.
Epic Whale, da? Care e World Cup. Mamă. Rit și Epic Whale. Ăsta e controllerul ăla super incredibil, care zicea toată lumea că trișează. Ăsta e Veno, ăla e Veno, așa slăbuț. Despre el s-ar zice că câștigă. El e favorit, el și Quizy, duo-ul ăla. Acorn, nu știu cine este. Aqua și Rezon. Trebuie să-l văd pe Aqua, sunt curios cum arată Aqua. Bă, sunt curios cum arată Aqua. Că ăla era Rezon, ai non, puștilică la german. Johnny Bravo, ăștia doi. Johnny Depp, nu Johnny Bravo. Ăștia sunt brazilieni.
Como que tá o nível do Brasil comparado com os outros servidores?
În Brazilie, CLIX, Să vezi ce-i de Zandy.
In past FNCSs we played too aggressive and we will try to
Merstac
be more
și Malibuca. Let's go.
There's a lot of good players makes it a better lobby. It makes it much easier than
La mulți ani.
Can't be nervous.
Mamă, ăsta are tatuaj, uite de la copilul ăsta, are 13 ani și are tatuaj. Nu, hai că are 18, probabil. Nu știu de ce nu l-au dat pe Zandy, probabil nu l-au filmat, că au filmat cu 10 duo-uri și ăștia mai cunoscuți publicului larg. Edgy. Se pare că m-au auzit de asta. Asta e Malibuca. Sau... A, uite-l pe Aqua, mă! Ăsta e Aqua. Ăla era Aqua. Muz. 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 Let's go, Muz.
The confidence is unreal right now. You can just tell from those little tidbits that these players have never been more focused in their competitive.
Cred că duo-ul care va lua turneul se va tăta pe el. Bă, oricum nu contează trofeul, contează banii aia. Cașcavalul contează. E și mâine, da.
heralds of EU, right? They're basically, Taco, they've been winning everything.
Europa, unde-i?
and Vino are entering this FNCS Invitational as an established threat, despite the fact that they both already achieved FNCS Championship.
Cam ăștia se zice că ar câștiga chat. Ăștia se zice că sunt numărul 1, favoriții turneului, tot. Mâine tot așa, seara. These guys are absolute grinders, and not only that, but they had a first place finish. Mamă, se duc acolo sus, nici nu știu. Week 6, and remind you, that was the NA East and European weekly finals that they managed to bring home for themselves. So the results speak for themselves here. When you are able to have such dominating performances, ăștia. Predicții? Ce zici? Eu zic că e top 3 minim Venom cu IZI. Dar nu știu că de fapt e turneul LAN, o să fie emoții, o să fie Zandy are experiență, dar de fapt și ăștia au experiență din Dubai. Ăsta e Vivid, mă, care vă jucați competitiv în 2018-2019, uitați-vă la ce s-a schimbat șobolanul. Bă, nu mai spama, mă, de vedere. Mâine ne umplem dulapurile cu Fletch Teddy. Mamă, 661 de like-uri.
And it's Miro
representing the home region,
dați seama.
NA East, representing Sentinels, representing Dignitas, in my opinion.
Dignitas, îmi sună cunoscută echipa asta, Dignitas, cred că e de pe CSGO sau ceva.
Let's talk about it. Bugha, solo World Cup champion, it's what he is known for. But because that is such a huge accomplishment, it almost always
Dar ce s-a îngrășat Bugha al meu. Fisen? Păi nu mai e în Sen? Ba da, tot Sen e. I-am văzut tricoul. Pe Bugha. Ce fuiul ăla, mă, din față? A joacă imediat, bro, începe. Trebuie să înceapă. Deci azi se joacă 6 meciuri, mâine 6 meciuri. Fără Benji nu e FNCS. E tot și fără Benjamin David Fish. Și s-a schimbat și Bugha. Păi da, mă. Yeah. Bugha și Mero. Ia, interviu.
Bugha, it's been 3 long years since your iconic World Cup win. What is it like to finally be back on stage in front of all of these people playing?
S-a îngrășat un pic. A
I'm super excited. I mean, it's super cool to be back in-person event.
Dar tot nu e foarte înalt.
Yeah, just hoping for the best, honestly.
Sentinels, da. Uitați-vă la copilul ăsta ce tatuaj are. E controller ăsta chat sau nu?
I mean, as of right now we're uncontested. We'll see what happens. We're gonna try not to leak too many strats, but I think we'll be okay.
I love it. The confidence coming in from these two guys right here. Make some noise for Bugha and Miro, and let's head on back to the desk.
E pitic, e Bugha înalt.
You guys can make some noise. That's okay. You want to be cheering on this duo, right?
Păi da, publicul de acolo ar trebui să-și susțină jucătorii, gen pe Bugha. Trebuie să susțină ăștia de acasă, da. Dă seama că era turneul în România. De Lucy Haijo. A, unde-i, mă? Mă gândeam că... Ia auzi eu, mă? Bailey și Alex. Ăștia favoriți? Favoriți ăștia? Mort. Bună, Paul, te iubesc, te pot, frate, și te iubesc. Mâine e ziua mea, Paul.
La mulți ani!
Stop there either because they have been absolutely dominating in Cash Cup performances as well. Alex even, I believe, tweeting
Eu sunt Alex, frate, o să joc în seara asta. Bă, nu prea are rost să dau mai tare, că oricum eu o să comentez meciul și eu... Deci nu știu cum să dau mai tare, că sunt cu două calculatoare.
Actually able to go into the practice room, kind of stand behind some of these players, and last night I did just that with Alex and Bailey, and they won the scrim game that I was watching, and they just look so good. Alex's aim, holy moly.
We have to talk about another threat here in the competition. A 6-time FNCS champion coming from NA West.
Oh, Epic Whale și Rit.
if you've watched FNCS broadcasts, you know these guys are literal sharks.
Yeah, the 6X, the only one in the world, the individual player who has the most FNCS wins right there. It is none other than Epic Whale. But it doesn't just stop there. Third place at World Cup, and then of course winning the most recent international event as well. He is on an absolute tear right now, and he always looks so good. But the thing that I love about Epic Whale is that he is able to adapt to almost any situation. So much so that one season he even transitioned to controller. Of course, now he is back on that keyboard and mouse, but showing that he is so versatile.
My favorite part about this duo as well is that collectively they have 8 FNCS championship titles to their name, which actually ties them for first place with Bugha and Miro of all duos. So this could be an excellent opportunity here for Epic Whale and Reed to establish once and for all who really has the most championship titles to their name.
You love to see it. Now listen, fans in the audience, I need you guys to make some noise because Kelly is standing by right now with Epic Whale and Reed.
Thank you once again, Zeke.
Ia mă, Epic Whale, ce zice Epic Whale-a meu? Eu zic că-s top 10 băieții ăștia doi.
6X in your name stands for how many FNCS titles you currently hold. What has the
Top 10
preparation been
predicție
like so
pentru
that you
Epic
turn
Whale
that
și Reed.
into 7X?
Yeah, just a lot of VOD reviewing with our coach and like
Deci
watching
ăsta
our
e
own
ăla de a
games
fost la
back,
World Cup, dacă mai țineți
watching
minte.
other players from other regions and just always improving
Și de
like, from
subscribe
the Elite
Penguin.
Cups and stuff.
Right, I love it. And Reed, you're known to be aggressive from time to time. Are we going to be seeing that classic Reed aggression today?
Yeah, we're going for 20 bombs every game.
Love it. That's what I want to see. I'm going to hold you to that 20 bomb, everyone. Let's head on back to the desk.
20 de kill fiecare
You
meci.
can't just be saying that, man. I'm looking for a 20 bomb. We'll see how that all unfolds. Well, that's just a sneak peek at some of the
Robert Gamerul, azi e
competitors. Let's see
ziua
how
mea.
others feel
La
about
mulți ani, frate.
A lot of people think they're one of NA's best teams.
Favoriții.
Pretty down here, actually.
We're gonna get outlet and go in and
Bă, ce nu-mi place, cum se cheamă? Cum se cheamă stilul ăsta așa? Cum se cheamă stilul ăla?
So at Cloudy Condos, we got AQUA, Reason, we have MrSAVAGE, BUGHA, and then we have TAYSON.
Subscribe, Victor.
So obviously those 3 teams are like one of the favorites to win it.
It's not the way.
Pretty highly contested. I mean, it's edge map, you know, easy dead side rotates. It looks pretty strong. Definitely AQUA or Reason are going to take at least one game.
It really depends on like who is gonna like land on the.
Da, mă, e Giannis ăsta micu. Mă gândeam că e Rezo în prima dată.
We've heard some rumors that MrSAVAGE and BUGHA are contesting us.
Cami și ce? Ăștia, ăsta e...
If it is, we're ready. Just
Deci ăsta din stânga e Cami, la care joacă cu sensibilitatea mare, de zic eu tot timpul.
And it's mainly TAYSON and CHAPX fighting.
BUGHA and MrSAVAGE are insane fighters. It's gonna be a very fun contest.
At Jonas, we have Pink and Anas versus CLIX and Dukes. I think there's not enough loot for 2 teams.
AQUA, ăsta e AQUA, what? Dar nu mai poartă ochelari, mă? Eu știam că AQUA are ochelari.
If it comes down to like a just straight up 2v2 fight where they both have loot, then I think CLIX and like, because obviously CLIX and Dukes, they're definitely better fighters. They're way better fighters than Pink.
I don't know about way better.
They're way better fighters than Pink.
Maybe a little better. Although I think Pink is gonna come out on
Pink.
top. We're gonna see if CLIX
Vezi că e mișto, îl cheamă Pink și a vopsit roz în cap.
With Joneses, if you want to have good loot, you really have to win it, so you have to be prepared to beat your opponent.
Mersi, te mult respect. L-am văzut pe Joe și pe Zandy în tabelă, da, bro.
Not gonna do good in Jonases.
Ia să vedem câte like-uri avem. Nu mă uit câte like-uri, dar câte avem.
Jonases, not good.
Avem... Nu, ziceți-mi voi că nu pot.
Then over at Groom Gables, we have Muzz and Looter conning Smite and Larson. And this fight is interesting. I think obviously since
respect. Care a apăsat butonul de like.
I don't think there's any
Sănătate, Doamne ajută, mulțumesc.
It's like in the last game, is both of them trying to.
Hai, 10 minute și începem. Aveți timp să vă duceți, să vă luați o gustărică, o sărmăluță, un șoric, o ciorbiță, un pufulete, un chips, un sticks, o răcitură, o mămăliguță cu brânză și smântână.
I honestly think it could be a 50-50. The POI is kind of just like one house.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
750, mamă, altfel. Vreau să-l văd pe Zandy. Și eu vreau să-l văd, sunt curios. Sunt curios dacă le face o prezentare din aia, știi? 10 minute, băieți. Și fete. Și semințe? Azi e ziua furnicii mele. Sănătate la furnica ta.
early game, and here's where you can find most of them. Of course, Grim Gable's going to be tested. Tilted Towers, I don't know what's going on over there. A whole party. Looks like 5 duos are wanting to fight for that, but then Cloudy Condos, here we go. 3 duos landing there.
Exact cum a intrat Fergus, se vede că a crescut un like.
You're looking at TAYSON and CHAPEX, AQUA and Reason, as well as
ZANDY, da mă, e aici.
3 European duos that could arguably walk away here, either champions of this FNCS Invitational or in the top 5 at the very least. But the fact that they're all contesting each other is the most incredible aspect here, Vivid.
Thomas HD e și el aici? Dar nu știu, nu l-am văzut pe Thomas HD.
Playing the high ground, going up against the original high ground king of EU with AQUA.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's pretty much 2 ways that this kind of POA can work out, right? They can kind of split their loot and be happy with it, but that's not really advantageous, right? There's so much loot there that you want for
ZANDY nu-i face prezentare pentru că nu a fost la Media Day. Ok. Oricum, cred că o să aibă webcam-uri, bro. 100% o să aibă webcam-uri playerii ca la CSGO, nu? Nu poți da mai tare că deja nu mă aud gândurile. La mine se aude foarte tare. La voi nu se aude așa tare, dar la mine, crede-mă că se aude, mă rupe pe urechi.
And walked away again with that second place.
Dacă vă dau mai tare.
And you know what's coming now, right? That's right. It's an interview. But this time we've got our in-game analyst Mini Miner standing by.
Mini Minter.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now I couldn't be more excited to be alongside
Ăsta e TAYSON. Ăsta din stânga e TAYSON, ăsta de a câștiga FNCS-ul.
BUGHA alongside me here. This is exciting. TAYSON, to kick things off, you are one of the online goats. You are considered as one of the best players online. How can you transfer that into this
Ia uite, unul dintre cei mai buni player online.
I think it's really important to get used to it for the next LAN events. Online is not as, LAN is not as comfortable as home, of course, but need to get used to it to prepare for next and do our best.
Of course. Now, BUGHA, you guys are known as one of the best fighters in the European region. Are you guys confident in fighting off spawn against the likes of TAYSON and CHAPEX?
Yes, I think we have a very aggressive playstyle, and that's why it's very easy for us to eliminate other players. And I don't think off-spawn will be hard for us.
Of course, and it works as well. You guys have a 78% success rate off spawn. Does that fill you with more confidence going into it, or do you think like this is going to be a tough fight?
I'm sure we will have 12 games. We will go out from our off-spawn, and we won't die even once.
That's good to hear. Now, Zeke, I want to hear more about the next head-to-head.
Man, these players are stone cold eliminators, baby. I am ready for all of this action. Let's talk about another duo, another head-to-head matchup we have to break down. I think for me, the key kind of takeaway and thing to consider is this is a there's 7 regions being represented here on this invitational stage, right? So not only am I thinking, what's my meta at home? Wait, what's their meta at home?
Nu respir, bă, nu facem 800 de like-uri.
Good luck me.
Yeah, Grim Gables, a little bit of a different situation than Cloudy Condos or Tilted Towers, given that it's just a head-to-head standoff between Smite, Larson, and Muzz with Looter. But I really am curious to see how this actually pans out, because we are getting a little bit of that international region spice, battle of the regions there with Oshi. But to be fair to Muzz, he has actually been in NA East along with Looter, competing in all of these Elite Cup weekly finals, trying to get as much experience as possible. I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup for them. And when you factor in that Muzz most recently, with the Chapter 3 Season 2 top 10 finish, came in 8th place, I believe, although at the time he was doing with Avery, not to mention his partner Looter while he was competing in Oceania, he still nearly closed out a match point trigger with 518-point finish there in Season 2 as well for Chapter 3.
And then, of course, Muzz being the only player actually to win an FNCS on
ziua papagalului meu. Oho, la mulți ani, să trăiască.
Come up with such unique strategies. Season 1 of Chapter 3.
Ce durată de viață are vreo un papagal?
We're having trouble against them because of the strategies they were coming up with. So that's what I'm excited to look forward here today. What did they prepare for Muzz and Looter?
Caliber of player is just absolutely insane. For just a moment, I do want to touch on that Tilted Tower situation. Why do we have 5 duos all landing at Tilted Towers?
5 duo în Tilted Towers și eu dacă aterizam acolo băteam pe toți.
One of my favorite parts about this is that throughout the entirety of Chapter 3, there were 36 finals games played, right? Okay. Favs and Snacky only went 2 out of those 36 games without receiving any actual E-links.
Turnurile tiltate, nu că dacă aterizam eu acolo băteam pe toți.
There to contest at Tilted Towers, it's not just a prime opportunity for them to keep boosting that stat metric, but it also kind of indicates the fact that whether or not they're the ones walking away from Tilted Towers by the end of it all, they're taking somebody else with them.
minute.
So absolutely insane. Now, guess what? Another
Paul,
interview coming your way.
ziua AVC-ul meu din furnul curții. Oh.
I've got two incredible players right next to me. We've got Luta, we've got Smite, and oh boy, am I excited yet again, as always. Now, Luta, I'll pick things off with you. You've played on both OCE and NA East, right? How do the regions differ, and how are you going to use that experience today?
Cine să știa că n-am văzut?
There is a big difference, that's for sure. I definitely think OCE is obviously easier.
E din Australia asta, asta. Australian. Chat, întrebare, care e capitala Australiei?
That's great to hear, man. Now, of course, Smite, you had your best FNCS performance in Chapter 3 Season 1. You had a third, and in that season you were uncontested. How are you going to approach the challenge of being contested today?
Well, when you're Oncon, you obviously have the advantage of leaving with fully stacked loot, and you could fully focus on Surge. But when you're fighting a team off spawn, you have that advantage of also leaving with Storm Surge right off the bat. Yeah. So it's also an advantage at the same time.
Oh, godog. Câte luni de membru ai, bro?
Just quickly, we'll ask you guys, what do you think the score is going to be off spawn? The all-important question.
Okay, realistically, I want a 12-0 nice and clean, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's unrealistic. I think it's going to be more like 8-4, 9-3, something like that.
Okay, Smite, just quickly.
I'm thinking a full 12-0 right here.
12-0. They both think they're going to win off spawn. Unbelievable. Best of luck to you both, though.
Thank you so much, Mini Miter. My goodness. We've had a chance to hear from some of the players, talk about the game. I want to just take a quick moment here to introduce you to our casters for the event. It is Monster, D-Face, and Jacob PR.
That's right. Thank you so much, Zeke. We do have the pleasure, the honor of calling all the action this weekend. And my gosh, the energy is already starting to...
You really feel it. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And for myself, man, watching you cast the World Cup, now being here with you, this is a dream come true. And then getting to cast this global competition.
Right. And that is what we have in store for us, of course, is an amazing competition. A special moment, not only for the competitors, but all of you who get to tune in here and watch this return to an in-person event. It couldn't be
pregătiți-vă, deci la 900 de like-uri o să facem cel mai mare spam din istoria modernă a lumii cu România pe chat. Dar pregătiți-vă, dați un copy-paste la România și cu inimioare, da? Fiți atenți, să vreau să facem ceva special când începe. În 2 minute facem și 900 de like-uri și facem și cel mai mare spam din istoria modernă a României. O să facem cel mai mare spam existent vreodată când începe, ok? Pregătiți-vă cu copy-paste, cu copy-pasta. Azi e ziua ta. Da, m-am uitat, la mulți ani mie.
Thank you so much. My goodness, we are not that far from kicking off the competition.
Let's go.
What are expectations coming into just the first 6 games of the FNCS Invitational?
I should have expected the crowd to be loud. We already heard when some of those interviewee names are called, the crowd was going crazy. When the action really starts to kick off, I want these players to fuel themselves with the energy from the crowd and really just take home a real
ceva prize pool? Da, doar vreo $1 milion. Nu e așa,
but then also, you know, if it's not a good game number 1, use that in game number 2 as experience.
Exactly, and I think that this in-person event is a really important experience for a lot of the duos competing here today, but I'm super excited to see what happens with some of our international regions because we do have so many duos that are actually going uncontested, and one that really comes to mind, Buna and Peppa, for example. They've got all of Lustrous Lagoon to themselves, and with that much available loot and resources, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to kind of kick it up higher in the leaderboards than what some people might be expecting.
That's right. And some of these duos, man, this is their first time in a setting like this, right? To have an amazing crowd like all of you here in person. So make sure you guys are just screaming your heads off. It is almost that time to start the show. So for now, let's go on over to Adam and Kelly.
Cine sunt ăștia?
Yes, Zeke,
uitați-vă cum arată publicul ăsta.
Very close now. This is it. Audience, North Carolina. Are you ready for this?
Întrebare pentru chat. Din ce țară face parte North Carolina?
To the beginning of the FNCS Invitational.
And I cannot wait for what we are about to show everyone. But guys, we know what you're here for. You're here for the games. You're here for the players. So in just 5 seconds, I'm going to need your help for the countdown, everyone. All right? Join me. 10, 9, 10.
Ia că începe. Sau ce, îi prezintă acum pe chat? Îi prezintă. Să mor tu că îi prezintă pe live. Sau acum începe? Sau acum îi prezintă? Aici n-a fost și World Cup-ul. Dar nu, cred că acum începe. Că dacă îi bagă pe fiecare... Dacă îi bagă pe fiecare așa pe rând, durează, știi, până se așează la calculator, până tot. Dar hai să vedem, mi se pare că îi prezintă, de fapt, pe fiecare în parte. Nu, uite, sunt la calculatoare deja copiii. Bă, nu-s! Le face prezentare individuală. Du-te că le face prezentare. O să-l vedem pe al nostru urs. Pregătiți-vă, deci când intră ursul nostru, rupem în două spamul când intră ursul. Stați așa că le face prezentare individuală la fiecare, mă. Le face prezentare individuală. Ia uite, îl las eu. Mamă, nebunie. Eu sunt pe rândul 4. Uite, îl las eu. Ăsta și eu. Îl las eu. Salut, salut, te pop, te pop.
Invitational 2022 live here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Te pop, da, salut, salut. Hai de drumul la meciul ăsta.
My name is Adam Savage.
And I am Kelly Link. We will be your hosts over the next 2 days. And in those 2 days, you guys will witness 12 incredible games of Fortnite. 50 of the best duos around the world, representing 7 regions, will not just be duking it out for the $1 million prize pool. They won't just be fighting for pride and prestige. They're going to be fighting for that trophy right there.
Trofeu din Swarovski, da?
I'm getting goosebumps here, Kelly. We've set the scene here for you guys. We've had a chance to talk to the broadcast team. We've seen you guys in the audience looking amazing. But now, are you ready to be the stars of this show?
Ha! Arată șobolanii.
It's time to meet the players!
Ia uite, mă, că le face, cum am zis, mă, prezentare individuală la fiecare duo. Ia, fie rich. Aplauze, frumos, bun player. Bun player, bun. Snacky. Mamă, ce mișto e, du-te, bă, ce mișto e. Prea mișto. Prea mișto.
Welcome to PSN and Keepstars coming in all the way from the Brazilian region with a total of 5 share of FNCS titles. They are now ready to prove to themselves and the world.
Wave deal și Janet. Bun. Frumoasă intrare, n-ai ce zice. Cu tupeu așa. Vadil, da? Îți bun. Știu să joace nemții. Contra Veno și Quizio. Favoriții.
With the FNCS champion of Chapter 3 Season 1 and Season 2. These guys are not to be messed around with. Watch out.
Let's go. Hai cu România. Ia uita, no. Andilex, uite mă pe Andilex. Bun player, aplauze. Bun. Bazil.
Let's put your hands together for Basil and Jace, the champions of FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1 OCE. This is their moment to prove what they can do. Stand up and get loud for big add-ons from top-tier performances in several tournaments,
Sunt favoriți numai că au contest ăștia. Din păcate au contest. Seti și Kami, mamă, polonezii. Bun.
They are ready to compete for the FNCS Invitational title and become legends.
Hai mă cu România odată. Rezon și Aqua. Cu topeu. Uite, are mă ochelari. A făcut. Hai și noi pe chat. Respect. Hai cu Zandy.
I cannot believe
with just 10 players coming out, the Raleigh Convention Center are absolutely losing their minds. I hope you guys have enough in the tank until we got another 40 duos, so please don't pass out. That was just the first 10.
Ăștia-s primii 10 abia, ok.
What are thoughts? We're stacked. We are stacked. I haven't even seen the rest of the part. We're stacked. We're stacked, right? Snacky and Fabs being one of those dominant duos being showcased right there in one of our first 10 to present. Listen, they're on a hot streak right now. Coming out of the NA West region, back-to-back FNCS wins in Season 1 and Season 2 of this chapter, followed by a third place as well.
But you can't forget about Pink and Anas either. This European powerhouse, I think, is going to be absolutely one to keep an eye out for.
Hai, bă, dar nu știu de ce a oprit așa prezentarea. O să oprească prezentarea din 10 în 10 jucători?
And of course, he's got the pink hair too, so he's easy to recognize.
Easy to recognize. Now that was just the 10. Let's welcome the next 10.
Următorii 10. Hai. Pregătiți-vă. Mamă, MrSAVAGE. Respect. Bun jucători. Bun jucători. Mamă, ce super apare airdrop ăsta. Oh, CLIX. Bun. Respect. Aplaudați, nu fiți. Respect, jucători buni. Cold și centered.
This is cold and scented. These guys are like bread and butter, best together when placing in end games, finishing both second and fifth in the most recent 2 FNCSs.
Make some noise for Runa and Peppo. The Japanese powerhouse are here to rock our world. With several FNCS titles in the bag, they might just make it happen again.
Noah Riley, bun, și Bad Sniper. Bun. Bun jucători. Aplauze.
And FNCS experience under the belt. I mean, this can become dangerous.
Give it up for Threats and Alice. The combination of Asia and NA East is going to be super exciting to see.
Aplauze. Trebuie să fie fair play. Aplauze pentru toți. Aplauze. Malibuca, mersi de subscribe, Marius. Oh, mamă, ce toxic e copilul ăsta de mersaș. Bun. Din mama Rusie, amândoi. Trulex și Chico. Bun jucători, bun. Bun. No. Alex și Bailey. Ăștia ce ar fi buni. Rămâne de văzut. Ăsta cu biletul lor. Fit fair play, aplaudați. Nu știu cine sunt ăștia. Pablo Wingu! De ce îmi sună cunoscut ăsta? Cred că îi dădea context ceva. Lua nostru. Doamne, cât de șmeche, e mișto, mă, e mișto. Iară se ia pauză. CLIX, mă. Ăștia ar trebui să fie favoriți, știi, la ei acasă, practic. Ar trebui să-i susțină publicul, să fie nebunie, să tot... Pablo e prieten cu Parex. Parex se juca cu el. Vorbește frumos, vorbiți frumos, un interviu corect. Ia să dăm că băiatul ăsta pare speriat un pic.
I'm feeling great. It's like the experience is insane. I'm loving it.
Decent. Un interviu decent. CLIX ia locul 4.
CLIX and Duke, thank you so much, guys. And let's over to Kelly and see who she's with.
Let's go.
From one Savage to another, I am joined
MrSAVAGE.
by MrSAVAGE and iDrop here. Now, iDrop, I know that you guys are going to be contested on drop. Are you planning on flat fighting or splitting?
100% fighting. I've had it Uncon for 12 months on the best region, so we're definitely fighting.
I love it. MrSAVAGE, I heard that it's your birthday today.
E ziua lui! Oh, la mulți ani pe cea, toată lumea la mulți ani.
On 3, can we give MrSAVAGE a big happy birthday? 1, 2, 3.
La mulți ani, MrSAVAGE. Chiar e ziua lui, mă, nu m-a trollat ăla de pe chat. La mulți ani pe chat. Dați-i voi și voi la mulți ani ăsta. Ți-am zis eu 10.000 de ori. Da, bro, am crezut că glumești.
Please welcome Cloud and Refsguard with the powerhouse performance in Chapter 3 Season 1. This consistent teammate he has picked up these last couple of chapters, they can take it all the way.
Let me give you Mixin and Hydro, a fairly new performing duo coming out strong together with a 7th place finish in the most recent EU FNCS. They could take it all the way.
And a big welcome to Mars and Rays. With a great start to Chapter 3, these guys have taken home both 2nd and 6th and 2 FNCS in this chapter. Now it is time to see them here at the Invitational.
Put your hands together for Lucy and Hydro. A lot of FNCS experience coming out of these guys, and that will be needed this weekend in order to take home the prize.
Vico și Marian. Bun. Respect. Frumos.
More experienced players side by side. This can only go well for this European duo.
On one hand, BUGHA, everyone. A duo showcasing their skills last season of the NA West region with a 2nd place finish in FNCS. They're here to take home the glory.
Robot Kebab. Mamă, ce mare e băiatul meu Kebab. Am zis că e bodyguardul ăsta micu.
Pros and Rifty, one of the newer yet well-performing duos in this lobby. With his 6th place finish and his first FNCS, these guys came to take on a challenge.
Smite și Larson.
And a big welcome to NA East, Larson and Smite, a well-performing Chapter 3 duo. They are here and ready to compete on the big stage amongst the best of the best.
N-a intrat mă încă ursul. Falconer. Hellfire. Meister City. Era fain să-i dea sin acolo, era comic. Hai mă, dacă intră ursul României. Ursul Carpatin. Încă nu l-au băgat, mă, îl bagă în ultimii 20.
30 duos.
You can already tell
this is gonna be some of the craziest Fortnite we have possibly ever seen. 7 regions being represented on this stage right now. Clown and Refsguard, the first duo to walk out, though. I mean, some of the more notable players in EU.
They're definitely a fun duo to follow along with, although it's only their 3rd FNCS actually competing together. I think that it's interesting to note that they both, as individuals, respectively, had top 10 finishes in past FNCS finals, so they definitely have what it takes to place high up in the leaderboards. But what I want to see them do as a duo, more specifically, is kind of take that to the next level. You've made top 10 before, but let's see you actually win it all.
Cineva s-a împiedicat când a intrat?
All task, especially seeing these 30 duos that have walked out already.
That's right, man. Well, Vivid, guess what? We got another 10 for you. So, Raleigh, make some noise!
Bugha CLIX. Nu, CLIX a fost. Cred că pe Bugha îl bagă ultimul, că n-ai e favorit, printre favoriți.
Put your hands together for Peter Bot and Jumper. The individual skill is so
am tot auzit de asta, mă. De Peter Bot am auzit. Marius, bine ai venit ca membru, te pot! Mersi de susținere.
Make some noise for Pamstu and Fabs, the French-Canadian duo with a tight bond. Back from Grand Royale.
Hai, aplauze.
FNCS as 3rd, they are here to take it all.
Căbără și xit. Brazilieni, respect.
Of Brazil Chapter 3 Season 2, and now they are here and ready to compete on the international stage.
Let's go.
Let's give a warm welcome to Bevy and Vortexer. They duo fresh out of the lobby with only one FNCS together as teammates. They're now ready to give it their all here in Raleigh.
Wow. De unde din brazilieni și ăștia? Aplauze, no. Respect. Hai cu ursul Carpatin. Acum Carpatinu, acum e Zandy. Scrum. Mamă, încă asta mai joacă, mă?
Combining the powers of EU and NAE. These guys have great potential in front of them. They could go all the way.
Ai, mă, Asia. Băieții de pe Asia. De Face King. Nu știu, mă, nici Bugha, nici King, dar bine, mă, trebuie să vină, nu? Wave Ju.
A huge welcome to Ju and U3. Great potential in this duo here, and fairly recently teaming up together. Their journey begins now, and what a journey it's gonna be.
Let's go, boys. România! Let's go! Hai cu spamul pe chat! Hai cu spamul pe chat! Uite România acolo! Spam! Spam! Haide! Bine, mă, frumos! Spamul pe chat! Toată lumea pe chat! Spamul acolo! Nu mai contează! Luați și spamați acolo! Zici că e leu, ați văzut cum a intrat? A dat ursul meu să muște din ei, să-i rupă acolo, să-i mănânce. Îi mănâncă, mă, ursul. Îi mănâncă.
I have a special interview with Swearin, and Swearin just being here in front of all these people with this big, beautiful stage. What are you feeling?
I feel really great. Like, this is so cool. I mean, Raleigh showed up,
Ce
Fortnite
fost
community
pro
showed up,
Fortnite,
players
cine-i?
showed up, like, everyone's excited. I
Băi,
don't know,
mănâncă
I'm
ursul
hyped for this.
Carpatin.
Like, it's so awesome.
I'm super hyped as
Îi
well, and
mănâncă
I know that
ursul
you
Carpatin, voi
recently ran a
înțelegeți că îi
tournament where it was just
mănâncă.
all goo guns. Obviously, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any goo guns today, but what do you
Cine
hope
asta?
to
Știi
see?
cineva?
Real quick, I didn't run that. That was Beach Cobbler. I played in it, did really bad. I'm really excited to see people just like push for high ground and like just do like really exciting plays and stuff. I'm excited to see people like 1v2 and clutch up and just like all those classic like, Fortnite moments. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so awesome.
I cannot wait as well, and I believe everyone that we have 10 more players to introduce. So let's head on over to Jacob and
ultimii 10.
MDF.
Trebuie să-l bage și pe Bugha. Lasă-bro manelele, dă-i să vedem și ultimii 10. Face King! Mamă, ce-a crescut și copilul ăsta. Face King, mă, ăla de la World Cup. A crescut și copilul ăsta. Cu mărgele din alea de 15.000 la gât.
With progression throughout each and every FNCS with a third place finish in the most recent Middle Eastern FNCS. These guys are ready to compete.
Thomas HD e și el, mamă. Bun jucători. Bun, foarte buni și ăștia. Buni jucători, buni. Canada și Macwood, mamă. Bun, Macwood și Canada, bă, rup și ăștia, rup.
Consistently great performances throughout their careers. They are here to continue that trend. NAE show them some
ușor,
love.
McGregor, ușor. Oh, bun și ei. Știu să joace. Cred. Let's go. Hen! Mamă, e și ăsta. Au șanse și ei. Dar nu prea mai auzit de Hen ăsta prea multe. Pe Bugha l-au lăsat la urmă pe Bugha, mă. L-au lăsat ultimul pe Bugha. Cred că, na. Tayson și Chapix. Aplauze, nu mai comentați. Au șanse și ei. Vedeți, băi, dacă mai e cel mai stack turneu de Fortnite din istorie. Oceania. Hai cu Bugha, cred că Bugha mai rămas, nu? Și Bugha la urmă, da. Bun. Cam ăștia au fost băieții.
Let's
Ăștia au fost băieții. Ăștia au fost.
Look at this insane roster of duos that will be competing on the FNCS Invitational stage. I'm gonna pass out. Vivian, I'm gonna pass out.
No,
please do not pass out, Zeke. Listen, 50 of the duos now set on stage, and one of them is standing out to me. And I know it's standing out to another part of the crowd right up there. King and Ed making a big name for himself at World Cup, of course, being the most aggressive player there. He stole the hearts of all the fans, and I'm hoping that he kind of redoes that performance here at the Invitational.
And his flexibility as a player, I think, is only going to pair so nicely with Ed. Despite the fact this is their first time competing together for this FNCS Invitational, I think that it's awesome that he came in 5th at the solos for World Cup, but he also had a duos placement there as well, so it's a quick indicator that Brazil can definitely represent.
Ceva de el pe Twitter, parcă, dar nu cred că e chiar așa bun.
You guys at home, if maybe this hasn't quite set in, you don't understand how insane this is. 15 FNCSs, 105 FNCS events across 7 regions, 88 FNCS championship titles on that stage, 47 FNCS champions on that stage, 27 countries all represented on that stage. And guess what? We're ready to kick off the competition.
Hai că începem, mă. Hai, mă, primul match, mă, voi vă dați seama.
Indeed, we get a huge round of applause for Thomas HD and Tripan! Thomas, it's 10 top 10 FNCS finals for you. You must be feeling very confident coming into this competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play. It's going to be a long time since
ce m-a speriat.
event. And I can't wait to compete.
Fiți atent, băieți, opresc sunetul doar pentru cei care n-au butonul de like apăsat. Să opriți sunetul doar pentru cei care n-au apăsat butonul de like. Ce-am păcălit 100 de like-uri.
But we also, whilst up here as well, must chat to the reigning NAE champions as well. Give it up for Kamara and Avery!
Avery?
This is an incredible opportunity and experience. Obviously, playing in front of a live audience as well. How hyped are you guys as a duo right now?
Well, this is my first LAN. It's an honor, honestly, to be here. Like,
1300 de like-uri.
You guys are unbelievable! We've also got as well, to talk about obviously last season's win. 1 point separated you guys from first and second place, which is BUGHA and Miro. How are you going to try and retain that title this weekend? What do you have to do right?
We're just going to try to play our game, be consistent, and hopefully we can take it home.
Top 3 Zandy primul meci.
Do you think they can take it home, folks?
Mamă, ce întrebare, bă. Cum adică cu cine țin?
Thank you very much. Come on, Avery, back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much. We are drawing ever closer to starting this competition, kicking off and jumping out of that battle bus. We have to highlight a few more duels for you. But one to start pretty easy here, right? Janice in the deal. I mean, EU fans, you guys already know what these guys are capable of. And here's just a handful of stats. You know, the stats don't look that crazy big.
Evident cu cine țin acum sau?
Same stats if you don't think those look crazy. This is from the Elite Finals EU Week 6. Total point 310, 25 eliminated. That's just over the course of those 6 games.
Cred că ar trebui să dea... Nu vreau să pun like-ul pe ecran, vreau să fie așa super simplu, super professional. Care vrea să dea like bine, care nu vrea să dea like bine, bro, nu e obligatoriu, dar e frumos, care știe, mă ajută. Toți dureze live-ul. Bro, păi avem 6 ore de live, avem, nu 6 ore, 6 meciuri. Fiecare meci jumătate de oră, 3 ore din momentul ăsta.
What was the first thing that Vidil said? You want to contest us? That's fine. 3 points for us.
12, bro.
The confidence. Listen, I love the confidence out of everybody. Also, you know, shout out to Trippin, right? Because like his interview went, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas. We're going to do great. Like it literally can't go bad. That is a lot of trust in your duo right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vidil and Janice, they're currently uncontested. Grove. What does this mean for this duo? Having a POI uncontested that literally 6 other regions and even your own said, no, you can have that.
Mamă, dar ce mișto era să fie și Mongral, mă, la turneul ăsta. Și Benji Fish. Poate aleatoră, da, aici se dă drumul, le scot.
So you have to go forcefully find some of these fights and it can be very, very hard when
the pressure's on,
the nerves are kicking in, the audience is cheering on the stage. You know, you're thinking about it.
Mi-a picat dintele la mulți ani, frate.
The audience aspect that I'm really curious to see how it impacts a lot of these duos, not just Giannis and Miguel, because it's one thing to play from the comfort of your home. It's another entirely to be in front of a live audience where when you got the cheers going behind you, you never know where that momentum might actually influence you to go next. I wouldn't be surprised for some of these players to really have to hone in on a lot of that mental discipline to not let themselves get distracted by any of the flashing lights or the noise. Just stick to what they know.
That's right. Let's talk about another duo, CLIX and Duke. We actually got to hear from them via Adam. I mean, look, yeah, their crowd's already going absolutely ham. CLIX fans, rise up. What can we expect from this duo?
Listen, I'm excited, right? Because CLIX has been improving from season to season, day to day as an IGL, teaming up with Duke, of course, who is very, very good mechanically. I saw him in the practice room, always grinding the creative, always willing to take on pretty much anybody in that room, wanted to give a shot and see if they could take him down.
And it's impressive how well CLIX has managed to simultaneously totter between this pro player aspect as well as the heavy side of content creation. I think that it is not very easy to maintain both of those lifestyles. And not only that, but when you have somebody as experienced as Duke right next to you, I can understand where the trust comes from this duo. And knowing that they're against Pinkett and Nas potentially at Fort Jonesy, I do believe we heard them mentioning, though, a possibility of just splitting at the start.
Well, listen, I love the fact that you mentioned content, right? Because, listen, you know, he's used to that, right? He wants the reactions, he posts that content to get reactions. And here, what other better place to get reactions than from a live crowd? So maybe he'll just straight up embrace it, it'll fuel him.
That's right. I have to highlight this duo, man. Your FNCS Asia champions who are competing on this stage. There they are, Zagu and Meram. Remember, these are FNCS champions. They literally just won the FNCS that passed, and now we will see them compete. When we look at the stats, man, I'm pretty worried for everybody else.
Listen, we were just talking about Badil and Giannis, who coming into this event are a lot of people's favorites, right? But right there, they had 310 points in one of those elite cups. Right there, I saw them have 344.
Vedeți, uite ce au pe foi acolo, o strategia lor.
Camera shot, I love it, the preparation. They literally have printed out sheets of spots on the map, things that can help them out in this competition.
Vedeți, și-au pus acolo strategia, stânga lungă și pe a doua, chestii din astea nebunii. Eziolita taie la mulți ani. Drop nebunii, mă, nu știm noi de asta. În fine, hai. Bă, Gufan, ai apăsat butonul de like? Că eu pot să văd, s-a făcut un update la YouTube și pot să văd cine a apăsat butonul de like și cine n-a apăsat butonul de like când scrie pe chat, știi? Și la tine apare că n-ai apăsat butonul de like când scrie pe chat. De ce n-ai apăsat butonul de like? Așa, un pic, obrăjăr, obrigado.
Zygu is landing on the outskirts of that, so I don't even know if they're going to take any of those early fights. Again, as the games develop, if they start to struggle on the later parts of the game, they might want to start taking that.
Se vede că n-ai, dacă se vede când scrii pe chat, dacă n-ai apăsat butonul de like, se vede.
For duos, so not necessarily have to look for those early engagements they don't want to, and you also have to keep in mind that they're not the only ones that are going to be landing. There's also going to be Tripper. That is a notorious favorite spot for them to go, is that south side of the raid cave. So curious to see where exactly these zones wind up actually taking these players and how their encounters might actually shape up.
That's right. There is a duo here that is quite terrifying.
Chat, cine ghicește cea în mâna dreaptă primește
the fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King and Ed. I mean, if you the crazy thing is King is one of the most winningest players. I mean, the crowd's already going crazy. There it is. One of the most winningest, the single-handedly craziest mechanical players you will ever see in your life. But when you pair it up with just stopping power, which he also has by himself, he is a one-man army.
Listen, of course, King representing FaZe, and shout out and congratulations to Ed. Recently, just days before the event, signing the Team Liquid. Amazing opportunity there. You see him dripped out in the jersey, showing it off here at the Invitational. And what I love most about this is that, again, we're here in person, right? So we can go into the practice room, we can kind of see what's going on. King and Ed. 2v2 matches,
câți herți au monitoarele lor? Eu zic că au monitoare de 360 de herți.
Listen, they were dominating players from every single region.
Deci dacă n-au monitoare de 360 de herți, e grav. E grav. De 360 de herți alea știe cineva?
That alone speaks volumes for the kind of impact that he has had on the Fortnite scene.
These guys are uncontested. We already know what this means for everybody else. It means they're going to get a free pass into the mid game. If they are allowed this opportunity, what the heck is everybody else going to look to do to try and stop them?
Nothing.
Pregătiți-vă. Știți de ce să vă pregătiți, da? Pregătiți-vă.
Aggression from King, and that's what it means. Just
Uite ăla cu joacă cu tastatura băiatul meu.
Also, just a really quick note there about Ed. He has been steadily improving with each of his performances throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. So, if the momentum kind of keeps going in that direction, again, I don't think that international gameplay is going to disappoint by any means. These guys are amped up. They are ready to showcase their representation for their regions.
That's right. We want to come on over back to NA. We got to talk about Babs and Snacky, an iconic duo, to say the least.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Right. That's pretty right.
Two FNCS wins just chapter, followed by a third. Please, all that, the aggression from Tilted Towers. I can tell you right now, watch some of the Elite Cup games. They do not like to leave Tilted Towers without at least trying to find a fight. And I think that's going to play into the part, right? Some of the other players might not be expecting, maybe they came into this like,
nu știu, să-l întrebăm pe Zandy după dacă sunt monitoare de 360 sau de 240.
Earlier today, but they are in fact certified point getters because on top of that stat that I gave you guys earlier, we're out of 36 FNCS finals games for Chapter 3. They only went 2 without elims. Well, guess what else? They didn't go a single game in Chapter 3 FNCS finals without scoring points of any capacity throughout every single round. That is insane.
Acum începe asta.
Just a stat line, right? I mean, this stage is going to, it's legitimately some of the best players from all representing 7 regions from all around the world. It's
da, bro, m-am uitat aseară la meci la Navi. Ia uite, ursul Carpatiu!
You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this, to be in front of a crowd like this. What are some of these players feeling?
Listen, some of them, they're looking locked in, right? They're looking like focused. They're not even thinking about
Let's go.
right now, which is really good for some of them. I'm telling you, some of them are probably really good at
Mișcă din ei ursul Carpatiu. Mișcă!
Different atmosphere. We talk about it time and time again. It is not the same as playing in the room at all. You will have all these lights.
Hai mă că sunt loading screen-uri acolo. Uite că au webcam, deci o să avem. Deci ăsta ce vedeți camera aia acolo, ăsta așa e webcam, deci o să avem player cam. Deci la fiecare jucător o să vedem fățău. Dar numai că nu știu de ce nu dau drumul ăștia, nu știu ce fac.
It's just not your home setup, and that's going to be naturally difficult for any player to overcome, no matter how much in person or line experience they might actually have underneath their belt. But one thing that I always find a little bit fun talking with some of the players, even yesterday in the player lounge, it's asking them what are their kind of like little tips and tricks. I want to know how many of them like taking their shoes off, for example, because it's just that it adds that extra little safety net of just, hey, I feel more like I'm at my in-home environment.
Yeah, 100%. And this is all like, I know it sounds like, take your shoes off. That's like a joke right now. This is legitimately, man. Like, when a player is comfortable, they will perform better. It's proven. Why don't we go hang out with, we got with Tokata, Mini Minor. Are you guys in the player area?
We are indeed, Zeke. Now, some of these players might have their shoes off, but we've got our thinking hats on about this day today at Takata. I mean, we've got 2 days of Fortnite action. I'm excited. We're going to be breaking everything down tomorrow and today, of course, but how excited are you? Look, I'm incredibly excited, right? There's so many storylines that have yet to be built, right? We have Mali, Bugha, MrSAVAGE going against European GOATs, Titans, right? TAYSON and Chapmix down in the cloudy condos. And even with the third duo there, AQUA, Reason, with a possible third party, I'm excited to see that engagement. We even have MrSAVAGE being contested up north, closer to Logjam. Then down at the Synapse Station, Joe and Zandy, which are no longer contested because now BUGHA and On1 have moved up north to MrSAVAGE and his duo's drop spot. I mean, there's a lot of action to unfold. Mini, I'm excited. I'm super excited as well. But things can change, of course. We know how these drops are maybe going to form. We see some people moving around and changing up their idea of how they're going to play this. Be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players to use you know what, let's switch things up. Let's go for plan B, plan C, plan D, plan Z, maybe. Who knows? That's what I love about Fortnite, right? You never know what's actually going to happen, right? We might be able to see the drop map, see what these duos have planned ahead of time. Who knows? Maybe they have a not so great game 1 and then they have to change things up. Maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We're going to change something out. But I'm excited to see who's going to be able to show that they've been practicing. They have been in the player lounge going against each other, even in creative, you know, doing 1v1s, 2v2s. I mean, there's so much to see. I really just can't wait. So much to see, so much to do. And I can feel
cine a vorbit o dată în viață și 11 pe cea cine a respirat măcar o dată în viață.
Bro, I'm right there with you, man. I just cannot wait to see all of the action unfold before our very eyes. We're almost there. Just a couple little things before we start the battle bus on its journey. I wanted to highlight another duo, Cammy and SETI, right? For you longtime EU fans as well, you know these guys recently just won a DreamHack. They've literally came in first and second place in a solos competition. They were the best 2 players at the tournament.
You know, and the thing that I love about Cammy and SETI is that individually they kind of remind me of myself, like that really slow, methodical gameplay style. Not gonna go for anything too flashy, anything too risky. They're gonna play their game out and play that top 10, top 5 consistent every single game because they already have that mid-map spot uncontested.
Yeah, the infamous Cammy split as everybody in the world basically come to know. Exactly, but I am curious to see how their surge management actually unfolds throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. I don't think they really had too many issues with it, but it is important to note that for this duo specifically, they don't really like fighting early, and well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop spot can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from or where their surge management is going to come from, and I think that that is something that they're largely just going to have to control throughout their mid game.
Yeah, they also have to be very, very careful when they're
Poți să zici la mulți ani, normal, frate, te pup la mulți ani, doamne ăștia. La mulți ani, doamne, trăiește mie de ani. La mulți ani să trăiește mie de ani, de subscribe Nitro. Bă, mă rad în cap până încep ăștia, nu mai rezist, de ce nu dau drumul? Avem 1499 de like-uri, nu cred.
And I think what you're getting at is adaptability, right? These duos being able to moment to moment say, we had a game plan, we did not find the chest, we did not find the thing, we got tagged, someone has pushed on our like location, we need to change up something. What does that look like, man, right? Like, if this was EU FNCS, I'd be like, oh yeah, no problem, I got all the notes for you, but it's NA East, it's NA West, it's Asia, BR, OCE, you know, there's so many other regions that you have to kind of be accounting for. And not only their own meta, it's the own that duo, right? Like, oh, I know they're from BR and they do this, oh great.
I mean, listen, you're bringing up a great point there, right? Like, how? You don't have a lot of these teams, the entire world, right? And that's why international events are held at such a high praise, because they're just straight up hard. The competition all around the world, it's harder to play against people that you don't normally
Dacă se aude muzică ceva, cred că începe.
Metas that you'll often see break out throughout the course of each of these 12 games in this weekend. I think that that is going to be a really crucial aspect for some of these teams.
A fost ok cu meciul de la Major. Cât e premiu? Le dau eu moderator pe chat la cine câștigă la Major ăsta.
After these 6 games are even played tonight, but as far as Cammy and SETI are concerned, just touching back on them, I like the fact you brought up the early game engagements because honestly, their all-time record, by the way, first 3 zones, they have a less than 5% of elim scoring throughout those first 3 zones, so they don't like the early game engagements.
That is absolutely crazy indeed. You know, a duo I feel like could be a dark horse in the competition that I really want to see kind of win it all. It's Acorn and Edgy. Edgy over in NA has come 2nd place, so close, so many times. Paired up with Acorn, look, we know this duo is absolutely incredible. They are some of the toppest caliber duo that NA has to offer.
Yeah.
But Edgy just hasn't been able to grasp that #1 spot. And what I feel like for me to come out of this event and say, I'll walk away with the Swarovski trophy, baby, that'd be pretty sweet.
Look at Edgy waving. What's up, Edgy? Listen. Edgy loves it, man. You know, we're laughing at him getting, you know, 2nd place 4 times.
Ăsta și arată drop map-ul.
I wonder where he's landed. He has the picture himself there. We've seen it a couple times.
Mamă, și a văzut drop. A văzut se duce acolo și pe aia stânga și pe a doua.
Unfortunately, they are contested by a plethora of other teams over at the Towers. I really think
să vedem,
they could probably run away with this event. We'll have to see what happens. I still think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely. But I was watching Acorn, you know, yesterday, last night, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still VOD reviewing all the way up
să știu când începe, nu vezi că aștept și eu ca tine, mă rad aici în cap să înceapă odată.
At Tilted Towers, and literally none of them are willing to budge from this spawn.
Apă de gaming. N-a răspuns nimeni corect, din păcate. Asta este apă de gaming. Cum de n-a știut nimeni, mă? Sincer, cum de n-a știut nimeni că asta e apă de gaming? Hai, mă, chat.
Cannot forget, here they are, Queasy Vino. We talked about them at the beginning of the show. And like a circle, we find ourselves back at the beginning. I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo?
Hai, România, te pup, ce fac cu ultimii bani de pe carte? Te pup, frate, mersi fain de susținere. Ești fratele meu pe viață, respect, Doamne ajută. Ia uite, favoriții la turneu.
Now I'm an analyst, right? Both.
Norul nu băieți ăștia.
I pretty much have just done it.
Mi-a crescut păr alb în cap, băieți.
Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched.
Ce m-am să recomand bugetul 100 de lei dacă mă urmăreai. Cum să nu știi răspunsul la întrebarea asta? Cel mai bun mouse de 100 de lei. Cum să... Hai de capul meu, există un singur mouse.
Much I appreciate that. Vino, I've auto-reviewed him for this event. This is an international event. I'm typically on the NAE side of things, but you know, let me dabble in EU so that way I'm prepared for this event. I'm watching Vino.
Am o presimțire, câștigă Bugha? Nu, hai că începe chat-ul, să începe acum. Vreau să scrieți pe chat cine credeți că o să câștige eventul ăsta. Sincer, cel mai sincer, scrieți acum pe chat. Cine simțiți voi că o să câștige?
Genuinely, I've never seen that out of an individual player ever.
There's a reason why he's often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now. And not only that, but he's got a perfect IGL to match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGLing. And I think something that I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves, because you don't go the past 7 seasons getting a victory royale dating all the way back to chapter 2 or chapter 2 season 6 without being a consistent IGLer. He just knows how to stay cool, calm, and collected in every single competitive environment.
And I love the fact that you're bringing up the IGLing aspect, right? You know, a lot of these dudes are going to be making a lot of calls. Queasy, what he is known for is his very clean, high ground takes. It just always seems so methodical and flawless whenever he does it. So Apex Pro, combinația perfectă. But then that's not even like one of the most exciting parts is they always seem to find those mid-game dead side rotations that work out so well that keep them alive into the end game very consistently.
And it's kind of like having a silver bullet, right? You have Vino there ready to go. And if you're Queasy, you're just thinking, okay, I need to go accomplish this goal. I'm going to point my silver bullet in a direction. There's an enemy over there. I don't.
Cam asta e combinația pe care o folosesc în momentul de față. Huntsman-ul ăsta și ăsta. Că asta e combinația momentan.
Especially on the international stage, but no, like literally Vino, he just does it so often and I cannot wait to get to the game.
That's right. Guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fans, we're ready.
The
battle bus is all ready. The players are on board. Let's do this. It's game number 1.
Game number 1. 3, 2,
Here we go.
1.
It is time. It's one just
Let's go. Let's proceed.
All that preparation, we're going to have to put it into it. The battle bus is ready. Let's go, Jacob.
It's time. Game number 1 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now. 27 different countries are represented. 88 different champions. Overall, this is just amazing.
And just look at the concentration on the players' faces as they start to populate onto this world. Put yourself into their shoes. Imagine the pressure as you are jumping off the battle bus here. We already know what's in store for us. It's going to be an incredible amount of action, as we know there are so many contested draw spots.
Yeah, and already looking at the drop path, one of the biggest ones is going to be over towards Rave Cave, where you have Commandment and Avery, the most recent NAEs FNCS champions. They're a little contested. Not going to be a hot fight right out of the gates against Thomas, HD, and Trippin, because right now they're just getting that early game done and ready.
That's right, and it is going to be
Avem
so
webcam la fiecare player, ok?
Respect. And walk in the path of caution. You cannot allow yourself to make any risk. Up at Chrome Jam Junction, we already know there's several players on top of each other. Tilted Towers, remember, 5 duos contesting this area, some of which are the most notable. Bad Sniper, Noah Right, Acorn, Edgy. That's
ăsta e best sniper și l-arată.
That's such a stack stage. You might as well call that the
deci,
Legends lane.
stai mă, că mă uitam acolo în stânga. Da, am înțeles, am înțeles.
You're talking about bad sniper as well, but one of our hottest drops with EU's biggest names, Cloudy, Kondo, Feet haven't even touched the ground yet, but it does look like it's going to be
AQUA,
and MrSAVAGE on the ground first.
Malabuka, of
E
course,
prostesc cum să te bați în halul ăsta așa, Iurea.
We got AQUA here and Rizon, our high ground kings. One of the
Da, n-aș știi că după aia dacă te știu ăștia că ești fricos, gagi carca așa vreau te pop, frate, te pop.
You're gonna see AQUA playing for that big high ground play.
A donat €1, gagi carcea să vreau eu ta.
Foundation right before they really decide to make a fight.
Yeah, look at Malabuka's loot already. A green prime, a blue Evo chrome burst. He's ready to pack a punch at a moment's notice. He's probably waiting for MrSAVAGE to probably give him the go-ahead, but another interregional battle over towards Grim Gables.
Now what's crazy about this, I got to sit down with Muzz and Looter. They are feeling exceptionally confident in beating Larson and Smite, but you have to put yourself into this kind of position right now. There's pressure all around you. To me, it's looking like Larson and Smite have the advantage right now.
Hai să facem 1600 de like-uri chat.
This little bit of high ground, they have them almost trapped down below.
Cum să întrebi, bro, dacă Zandy, când toată lumea spamează pe chat Zandy și România, cum să întrebi? E și el.
1 second of separation to kind of do one of these teams in as Marine and Vico over here towards Reality Tree. Another contested drop, but you can see this is only game number 1. Nobody wants to put on the line just yet, but
Mulți, ăsta zicea că o să câștigi. Aplauze? Zicea că e bun, zicea că e bun asta. Zicea că e bun, zicea că e bun, zicea că e bun. Zicea că e bun, n-ai ce zicea. A rămas solo Smite. Ca să se descurce, ia să dăm Looter, se bagă peste el. Opa! Îți 2v1, ar trebui să fie lejer. Ar trebui să fie lejer, că e 2v1. Dar... O să vedem imediat și third party la asta. Hai să părnem și a rămas solo așa de vreme.
Now in the past, Smite has been known to walk away with at least one elim in every single major game. This time might actually break his streak that he's been on.
Da, îl campează, normal că îl campează.
To play cautious, take their time and not overcommit even in the
Mai buca TAYSON, Chapik, mama, ce nebunie e aici. The big boys, the big bad boys. Touch. Ca să vedem jucătorii din mama Rusie cum se descurcă. AQUA, Rezon, mai bine așa, sincer. Eu aș pleca dacă aș fi Rezon și AQUA.
Yeah, Freeze on A and AQUA, they have that high ground, just put damage onto 2 different players. They're like eating at a buffet right now when it comes to Storm Surge.
Păi vă dați seama ce nebunie o să fie. MrSAVAGE eliminat, ma. De ziua lui moare la contest. N-aș pic. Stai zi-mă la pufulețul ăsta.
Crazy how they fight back. They are not just allowing this team to third party them. Reason gets super hurt there, and it looks like the battles in the distance get to conclude. But here and now this fight rages on here.
Joacă, nu, 6 meciuri azi, 6 meciuri mâine.
Such an advantageous position, right? It lands all those shots. The entire team is
ok. Malibuca. Webcam-ul ăla trebuia pus deasupra mai în dreapta un pic cumva. Jace 21, let's go. Mamă, miele ce mustață. Nu știu ce să zic, Jace. Mid. MrSAVAGE. Da, bro.
As they start to fight back the teams that are out on the outer edges here. What a great spot to be, especially with the zone housed right on top of them. They have so much going for them now that they don't have to worry about that.
Replay. Frumos. Hai drop. Shit, ia uite-l mă pe Bugadorf. Respect pentru Buga în chat. Da, World Cup winner.
It's not like they've
Solo
been
World Cup
practicing
winner,
there
okay?
all season long. They're
The
just
big bad boy.
adapting on the fly. As you see Bugha, Mero, we already talked about that uncontested drop spot of Chonker's Speedway.
Pare controller ăsta, bă, după cum se joacă.
And they're one of those teams that
Că nu
just
joacă cu
wastes
brațele
no
pe...
time
Pare
trying to
controller.
figure out what that game plan
E
is.
controller,
They're going to try to
Mero
get to zone and then worry about surge when all those other teams that are south and east of them have to go past them.
And the
Azi
Middle
joacă cu mâna
Eastern,
sub
one of the
birou,
few
cumva. Așa.
representatives of the Middle East community
Cred că e
here.
controller,
And
mă.
Anderlecht, what a monumental task to step up here and for
Că
the
ziceați că
first
nu e.
time ever compete with a duo.
Pare
So we
controller,
love
chat,
to see
1500 de
what we
like-uri.
have going on here. So much representation of all of our spaces.
Best IGL in the game, apparent. Așa, asta se zice despre el. Best IGL in the game. Asta e Veno.
Vino and Queasy, some of the best at Shiny Sound.
E chestia aia pe care poți să faci când stai aici. Poți să te dea jos foarte ușor. Poți să te dea jos extrem de ușor.
A donat €1. Salut, veric tata tata punct anodacie 1.4 și 2 valve, dintre care una mâncând-o pe cealaltă, dar o duc la vericul și îi pune o bară de M și cuplu de motocositoare.
Am înțeles, bro. Mersi că ne-ai informat. Bine de știut. Mersi de donație. Respect. M-am uitat și e control. 100% e control. Uite, uite-te la Pink cum joacă, de exemplu, joacă cu brațele pe birou.
Might have slowed down for them. They've been a bit more passive. There's a single elim though, right inside there too, so that's a pickup.
Băi, stacked, mă, stacked rău de tot, voi vă dați seama că e cel mai stacked match de Fortnite din istoria asta până acum, până în momentul de față. Băi, vă dați seama, Bugha, CLIX, Merta, Malibuca, ZANDY. Deci dacă știți cine mai trebuia să fie? Benji Fishy, Mungral, Mitro,
And I love that you say that because what they have that the other teams don't. Tons of accessibility to the metal. You see how their metal resources really starting to tap out there. TAYSON and Traffic, so they're going to give up the drop. They say, hey, enough is enough. We've, you know, kind of gotten our hands dirty. Let's go and move out. You notice that they also managed to take home the metal as well.
Pe cine arată? Cine ar trebui să mai fie? Eu, bineînțeles, bine, clar. Eu, Ninja, să fie stacat, așa, stacat.
Yeah, and it's also one of the first materials that you
nu,
use
da, așa,
when really
gen,
trying to defend yourself.
și content creator. E bine, la călcui pe Cypher pe chei și așa, deci devine ușor când pui content creator de ăștia care nu sunt pasionați de competitiv. Mă, ce ciudat joacă băiatul ăsta. Deci fiți atent, joacă cu tastatura într-o parte și mouse-ul în față. Ciudățel cum joacă. Face King, mama. King de la World Cup, de avea 13 ani la World Cup și a făcut impresie. Ia uite-l ce a crescut șobolanul și el. Trebuie să aibă vreo 16 ani acum, a? Meciul 1, Macwood și Canada. Canada. Uite-l pe Matchstack, încă nu l-am văzut pe Zandy, încă nu l-a arătat. Eu din câte știu are contest, dar aș fi văzut. 95 de playeri live, nici noi la Customs nu eram atât de mulți. La Customs-urile mele celebre, PAUL2M PE SHOP de acum ceva timp. Cine nu mai știe pe Tiffy, vezi că încă joacă Fortnite și încă e.
Bevies and Vortex are known a little bit better. They're going to land right behind
Opa.
Travis. They find TAYSON out by
Mă,
himself.
se bagă pe bătaie ăștia, mă. Ia uite ce tupea, wow. Bana.
To go ahead and defensively poise up here.
Vortex ăla. Da, nu are rost să stai să te bați. Că poate dai de un frau mini PAUL2M și... Chapix și TAYSON. Deci Zandy a jucat cu Chapix.
This is probably going to be one of the most scariest things I've seen in Fortnite in quite a while.
That is true, and Bevies and Vortex
Falcon are eliminat, vă dați seama că sunt 94 de playere live.
One thing you don't do is open those big boxes and peek for too long. If there's ever a time to do it, you can do it here in the early game kind of situation while you have some time. But while we have some time, let's just go ahead and catch up with Miniminer.
Not quite there, Tokata, but close enough. I got you, Monster. We're going to be taking a look at North Shiny Sounds, where we have a fan-favorite duo, Queasy and Vino. I find it interesting how they were playing split up here. Queasy was on the low ground, taking shots from opposing duos, but Vino, up above on the balloon, was able to get free tags on the opposing duos that were looking at Queasy, and having this split mentality in the drop spot is crucial for getting those free tags and able to set yourself up for that late game.
Au luat taguri. Foarte importante tagurile. Clar o să fie extrem de importante tagurile.
Did you see the 18 splashes on him? These guys are ready.
Deita donat
Opa.
euro. Te rog eu baga și mie un la mulți ani pentru mamaie PLS. Respect și succes cu live-ul te susțin.
Mamă, la mulți ani pentru mamaie ta. Ia mă.
La mulți ani.
Să fie sănătoasă, să trăiască 100 de ani. Te pup.
Bit of comfortability, that threat is still looming in the back of their minds.
That's right, and they rolled up, they took down a team there, and now they get to go ahead and reap the rewards. They needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them. A team that's well below the surge right now. Our full Middle Eastern duo, Spy and Focus, are sitting here, and it's not looking too hot. 220 damage below. I had so much time to catch up with Spy. He is an incredible, and I mean incredible player, but this is one of those decisions that you have to
da, mă, cum de nu s-a calificat
make.
Wolfies? Ia uite. Asta e bet sniper, băieți, de la World Cup, cred că. Ia. Epic Wave vs Noah Riley.
This one is going to get close because we already talked about he loves to fight. Epic Will loves to fight as well, but Epic Will is also
Noah
that
Riley.
IGL,
Hai Europa, noi trebuie să susținem Europa.
He knows when and where to pick his battles in every
Epic Wave
single one of these situations. So he's probably talking to him right now. Get the pre-edit ready, but he's 137 below. This is why they're not abandoning the fight. They have damage to do.
Epic Will 3 have around a 70+% win ratio when
Sebic va donat 1 euro. Hai Zandy.
Te pop, hai Zandy, hai Zandy.
No one can beat the surge. That is going to be inevitable damage in the coming seconds. So this is why this fight's so important. Down comes the Chug.
Sunt curios, eu vreau să câștige Europa, eu vreau să câștige cât mai multe dueluri Europa.
Meanwhile, in the distance, Threats and Alice are starting to put shots in. So
deci
this is not a fight that's not, being interfered with. Reed's going to fall. Will's by himself. Shots come in. Noah Riley wastes no time. They pounce in, and they're hunting now. Reed's on the run. Shots from the side. Who will steal away this elimination here?
Europa, mă. Joe, kill. A făcut kill, Joe. A făcut kill, Joe. Zandy kill. A făcut kill. Bine, mă, bine. A făcut kill. Bugha e eliminat. Bugha e eliminat. Hai că încep să se bată, băieții. Bugha e eliminat, băieți. Te pup, Bugha. Hen eliminat. Te pup, să fii sănătos. Ne auzim săptămâna viitoare. Wave deal. Chapix eliminat. Din partea mea, de Chapix dacă ne-ai jucat cu Zandy. Te pup. Mamă, Tayson. Șotron Tayson. Te pup. Vezi, mă, Chapix dacă ne-ai jucat cu Zandy. Stăm bine, băieți, stăm bine. Bugha e eliminat. King e eliminat. Canada e eliminat. Mamă, CLIX a făcut kill.
Just honestly talking to them before this as they were preparing and when they finally made that decision to switch up
Zandy,
their drop spot, they have a choice. You can test Hen and Vortex. You can test Joe and Zandy. They said no. They're going to take one of the biggest names.
No.
MrSAVAGE and IJump already proving to be fruitful on one. Coming
L-a bătut. Îi dă revive. Îi dă revive, că n-au la finish-ul. N-a la finish-ul. E bun, e bun, n-a luat finish-ul, n-a luat finish-ul, îi dă revive, Joe, pusă-l asta, 100%. 2 kill-uri deja, 3 kill-uri deja, 3 kill-uri Zandy, 1 Joe, 2 Joe, nu? Da, 2 Joe, 3 Zandy, sau 2 și 2. Mersi de subscribe, bine ai venit. Centric. Te pup, Centric, te pup.
Honestly, didn't do too much. 256 above the damage threshold as well. Shots continue
Acorn
to fire
kill,
off
okay.
on the Jew. He goes down. Elimination's gonna be cleaned up to Acorn. They get 2 to their total. And his
Riley iară face kill. Mamă, e în formă Noah Riley.
Riley picking up some more eliminations as well.
E în formă, sub formă. Mamă, cred că e Zandy. E Ivreta. Pardon.
And Command, you can see they've actually taken a lot of damage here. They were just below the surge quite a bit ago, and yes, more damage is starting to come in. It's only a matter of time now. După placement. That's no easy fight on the other side of the wall, but first tags there are going to go to the side.
Mamă, Rezon eliminat, Aqua eliminat, Kami a bătut pe amândoi. GG. V-am zis, mă, Kami e bun tare. V-am zis, are PAUL2M pe shop-ul ăsta.
I wish AQUA and BUGHA would have just stayed in the box, because honestly, if they would have just waited a little bit longer, Storm Surge would have had these guys almost down and out, and they could have easily cleaned those up. But right now, they're just playing safe. They just want to go ahead and make it towards their end game, because this is one of the teams. They finished second in the last FNCS of NA West. They know how to fight with the best of them.
Punctele, nu mai dați alea cu puncte. Adică în continuare primiți puncte că stați pe live, dar nu poți să le folosești momentan să dai sunete.
Just moments away from the game becoming extremely difficult. The zone is only getting tighter.
Hai mă, arătați-l un pic pe ursul Carpatien să vedem un pic.
Pressure rapid and endless now, and they have CLIX and
Să vedem pe, mamă, Power Luther, l-a bătut pe Pink. L-a bătut ăsta din Oceania pe Pink? Duke. Wow, CLIX. Mamă, ce joacă CLIX a meu. Wow. Bine, CLIX.
You gotta give him credit though. He said it himself. He has that World Cup experience team with an FNCS champion in Duke, his first time in an in-person event, and he's already loving the environment. Even though he didn't take that off-spawn fight, it was so that he can make it toward this end game and continue to do things like that.
Alice and Threats, they're communicating with a translator between them. NA East and Japan playing with each other, but hold up.
Opa, Vadil, cred că te-ai dus, Vadil. Janis eliminat.
When you look online, you look at Twitter, you look at what everyone is putting together for a top 10 list. You expect this team to do so well in game 1 and already broken apart.
Uite! L-ați văzut pe urs, da? L-ați văzut acolo. L-ați văzut, da? Ați văzut ursul Carpatien. E în viață. V-am zis că e de revive. V-am zis că e de revive, că nu la finish acolo. Bă!
They got some tags and left. 31 below. The pressure is on. They're so close to zone, but they can't necessarily travel to zone because they have to worry about Storm Surge. That's actually doing a ton of damage.
31 below. Not looking good, Jacob. Tags are coming in. Clock is ticking. They do have heals. They can survive for a little bit more, but you hear the shots raging everywhere as the lobby turns online. But Dio fires back. He catches Macwood in the feed. That must have been incredible, and that's happening right.
10 euro. Poți să zici Denis Regele pentru un TikTok, te rog?
Denis Regele, te pup.
The greatest box fighter made his name known for taking on fights and destroying players across Europe. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Mă, și de la ursul.
Catching Macwood off guard. And honestly, it looked like Macwood was going to try to do the same to him, peeking through that cone. You better watch where you peek. Aseti and Cammy, another favorite to probably take the top spot here in this event. 306 above the damage threshold. They're still continuing to put that pressure on the lobby. That's exactly what you got to do when you make it to endgame, especially if you're a team that doesn't fight off spawn.
Carpatinu, ursul. Hai chat.
They have heals. This just might be their game. Well, let's jump on over.
132, e Storm Surge, e periculos Storm Surge, 43 rămași în viață, 23 de 2 ori.
Zandy and Joe have been on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a tough one.
What?
23 duos remaining here. The surge is still active.
Cred că sunt ultimii? Uite că băieți.
And the zone reveals itself. We're going to start entering into the first moving zone territory.
First moving zone, let's go.
25 seconds are going to be some of the toughest they have ever had to deal with.
Give energy, give energy.
For some on this stage, this is their first land again, an in-person event
Chiar
that
pe
they
partea
have never
cealaltă.
experienced here, and they get to play it out
Let's go, chat.
now.
And this is where you
Let's
talk
go,
about
chat.
some of the players that
Hai
have
cu like-urile,
rotation.
hai cu
It is gonna be
susținerea.
so important. You see where
FNCS
the zone
Invitational,
pulls, there's
meciul
different elevations
numărul
that these players
1,
are gonna
România,
have to traverse through. If you don't have
reprezentată
any
de
sort of
Andrei Ursu,
rotation, you're
a.k.a.
gonna have to figure out
Zandy,
how to
încă
recycle it.
în
Otherwise,
meci,
you're
îl
gonna be
vedem
living
acolo
a
sus pe
nightmare.
Zandy, e și pe high ground.
He has a long try, he's gonna fight for
Totuși,
it. High
vine
ground, the
primal,
first ones to go.
primul
Vino,
moving
Queasy.
zone.
This is where
Primul
you
moving
expect them
zone,
to be. They're up
Queasy
top,
și
where they
Veno.
are so
Uite, Zandy pe 2,
comfortable.
Zandy
Now,
pe
can
2,
they
fix
hold
sub
it
mine,
all the
fix
way?
sub
The long
mine,
track goes down.
Zandy
They
pe
don't wanna
2.
stay there and commit the map. They're gonna go in and switch it up. MrSAVAGE from the low ground down
Zandy
to
pe 2
40
momentan.
HP, but he still
Primul
has some
meci de la
movement to work with.
FNCS Invitational, premium total $1.000.000. Pink UK pe primul meci pe high ground. Favoritii turneului, după cum am zis de multe ori. Nu știu cine să ia pe high ground. E nebunie, mă, e stacat. Bună rotație. Wow, s-a băgat pe high ground direct. Wow. Ce se bate asta pentru high ground, incredibil, mă, incredibil ce se bate asta pentru high ground, Veno și Queasy. Incredibil ce se bat băieții. E incredibil, mă, cum nu lasă ăștia deloc. Nu slăbesc deloc high ground-ul. Sunt pe 2 momentan, MrSAVAGE eliminat. Alice, în țara minunilor, se descurcă. Duke face kill, deci e CLIX încă în match. CLIX încă în match, Kami încă în match. Mamă, îl distruge Storm Surge-ul. A făcut kill! What? Fix pe Ryan. A găsit spray!
A huge pickup now. That's going to buy him more time. That could be the absolute difference. Meanwhile, Seti and Tammy playing their game. Pamstu and Fash still alive as well. High ground has Queasy and Vino. Low ground has Chicho and Trulix playing and leading the front side of the zone. There's not a player in sight. CLIX is still alive now.
CLIX încă în match. CLIX încă în match. Wow, e surprins. Duke eliminat totuși. A rămas solo. 3 kill-uri. Zandy, GG. A rămas încă în viață Joe. A eliminat încă în viață Joe. Joe încă în viață. Uite-l! Hai beatul. Hai. Rezistă. Hai, mă. Rezistă. Bravo, copilul. Bravo. Hai că a rezistat, e ok. Măcar top 10. Top 10 a luat. S-a dus CLIX. Mamă, Kami. GG. E top 10. Cred că... Mamă, Setis, Chico, CLIX. Bă, CLIX e solo, mă? CLIX e solo? Mamă, du-te, mă, că asiatici, du-te! What? Asiatici ăștia nu mă așteptam. A zis unul pe chat, mă. A zis unul pe chat că el crede că asiatici o să câștige. Kami și Seti, Tundra, Veno și... Vino e solo, are 31 de puncte ca Zandy. Trulix de asemenea și el. Bugha a murit de repede. Poate mai strecoarea niște puncte. Adică noi nu ne prea interesează pe noi să mai prinde el puncte, că... Hai, Trulix. 31, e și el ca Zandy, tot 31. Mamă, câștigă polonezii primul meci. Uite-mă la asiatici ăștia, nu vine să cred că bine se descurcă. A făcut kill Veno, nu cred. A mai luat 2 puncte. 3 a mai luat.
He's going to have to try to find a siphon here, but no, he gets dropped. Acorn finds another one from the outside of zone.
Știa, mă, câștigă ăștia, mă, din China, mă. Du-te, mă, că a zis unul pe chat mai devreme că poate câștiga. Ia uite-i. Cine a zis, mă, de care că-i simte pe chinezii ăștia că o să câștige? Wow. Mamă, ce le-a făcut. Naște 2v1. 3-2, nu, mai sunt. Două echipe versus ăștia. Versus ăsta. Deci Kami și... Hai Europa, hai Europa. Hai Kami, hai Europa. Acorn, du-te mă de aici. Hai Europa, hai Europa, hai Europa. Europa vreau să câștige, nu mai decât. Uite la ei, ăla stă în zonă, nu cred. Ăla stă în zonă, mă. Chat, ăla stă în zonă. Chat, ăla stă în zonă. Europa, mă. Măcar a câștigat Europa, nu era. Zandy top 10. Zandy top 10 oricum. Hai să vedem cum arată interviul și cum arată top 10. 1600 de like-uri, respect pentru persoane care au apăsat butonul de like, respect. GG.
Some of the hardest workers we have ever seen enter into the ecosystem. Becoming legends, Zeddy and Cammy must be absolutely proud. Acorn and Edgy, they were just incredible. Wait for Acorn to truly step up to the table there and clutch this one out. And he said it, put me in the best lobbies, I will put up the numbers.
Yeah, and for him, that's a little bit of a success, even though he didn't get the victory royale. Staying alive as long as he did, getting extra eliminations, and getting that top placement. That is just insane.
Nu, asta e primul meci. E primul meci abia. Mai avem 5. Doar astăzi și că 6 mâine. Chill. PAUL2M pe shop. Hai să auzim ce zic. GG. No, hai să fim fair play. Hai să fim fair play. GG pe chat. Trebuie să fim fair play.
Obviously, game 1 winners. How was that being out there?
Uite, și ăsta are super light.
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
Excellent. And also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference maker? You felt comfortable being above the rest of the teams?
Asta e Kami și blondul Seti.
We knew that high team doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game, much of the same.
Nu e prea vorbăreț ca mea meu. Seti e mai vorbăreț un pic.
Did it feel good playing against the rest of the world?
It feels good. It feels pretty easy. I'm not like denying the competition, but it feels really nice playing here. And yeah, we're just going confident into game 2. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up your game 1 winners, Cammy and Zeddy!
Respect. Tot respect că ați câștigat primul meci.
Let's head back over to our man Zeke on the desk.
PAUL2M pe shop.
Thank you guys so much. Game number 1 is taken by EU. This is going to be a tough one for everyone.
Vedeți, v-am zis că ăștia țin cont. Păi, Europa câte câștigă, NA câte câștigă, NA West, Asia câte câștigă, Oceania, deci pentru ei contează de asta. Păi, măcar dacă oricum o să știe și Zandy.
Height in 6th moving, right? But it's not them who end in height, it's Cammy and Zeddy.
Oricum Europa e considerată cea mai bună regiune de departe.
The ones that actually end up on the high ground. I love the fact that you mentioned that there were a little bit of flip-flopping going on the high ground. Somehow Cammy and Zeddy, probably the least likely to go in my opinion to find themselves up there do.
Pe 3 nu prea are cum. A făcut vreo 5 kill-uri și placement de top 10. Nu e cam așa, top 10, top 8.
1v2, which why has so many eliminations coming into this, and then to close it out here, just 2 separate solos, and they make easy work of them.
It was right around the start of Zone 8 that we saw Cammy just sweep Queasy completely off guard there on the flank. It didn't seem as though Queasy was fully aware of the fact because there were so many teams trying to challenge that high ground at once, but it was Cammy and Zeddy who actually successfully walked away with it, and they just had so many builds. That vertical play throughout the entirety
cea mai minusculă reacție, deci eu dacă eram mă dădeam cu capul de acolo pe ceva.
And the thing that I love, right, is we came into this game and we were like, who's going to be nervous, who's going to be confident? I have never been able to tell if somebody is confident. After winning game number 1 of an invitational, it seemed like there was like no expression coming out of Cammy and Zeddy. There was like, yeah, that's expected.
That's what they're used to, right? That's how they won the most recent DreamHack. It's almost like it's like their life is on repeat, but this time instead of DreamHack, it's FNCS Invitational, right?
Cum să fie mă pe 3? N-a făcut chiar așa multe kill-uri. Stai că trebuie să arate aici.
Regional eliminations, right? EU eliminating EU, NA eliminating NA. It was kind of crazy. I'm surprised there wasn't more, I guess, intermingling.
Nu, e pe 8.
Big battles going on here, and it's really close towards the top of this leaderboard. Of course, Cammy and Zeddy finding themselves at the top. They're getting that victory route, securing 44 points, the early lead after game number 1, but NA West also representing here, going down in that third place position, getting 42 points on the back of so many eliminations.
But it was actually the 4th place position. Noah Riley, Bat Sniper, they're walking away with 8 elims. That is a good chunk of points that they were able to compensate for, despite not being...
Deci 31 de puncte în fiecare meci și câștigă FNCS-ul.
All in the first 3 zones, a little bit more EU heavy as far as the...
Bugha e pe 43, na, se întâmplă.
The time we hit that mid game, it seemed as though...
E abia primul meci.
And some of the international regions just really started to hit their stride because everything just started lighting up immediately.
A lot of these players, right, they're using this initial game as a kind of a feeler, right? Let's just kind of see how this all works and everyone the land looks like, and then we'll look to go ahead and fight back. But real quick, we have a mini miner standing by. What you got?
Mini minter asta.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now, we want to be taking a deep dive into one of our duos that have been deep diving into the dead side of zone. As we reveal this massive screen right behind me, we're going to be talking, of course, about Commandment and Avery, our reigning NAE FNCS champions. We can see them on the screen right there, the little white arrows, and they've made a really, really interesting rotate this game. We can see the path that they are going to take, using all the way on that dead side of zone. Now, you might be wondering, what is the benefits of dead side? Now, you can see on the map, loads of those little arrows are on this side of zone, right? And this is the area that most teams are going to be at, because most of the POIs are going to be rotating into there. We can see Commandment and Avery using the sort of the mid-map rotation, right? You can see the in-game.
Dacă te pune mămica la somnic, hai, te uiți mâine la restul live-ului și te uiți mâine la ce mai.
You can see them getting to this less congested side of zone. Nobody's there. What's going on? They have a free rotation. But of course, this comes with some problems, right? We saw them struggling with Surge in that previous game. It didn't quite work out the way that they were expecting. They weren't able to find as many players as they could. So the benefits for them are, of course, they're on the less congested side of zone. They don't see anyone, but that also has implications. You don't get the damage done. And you can see that in the last game. They were struggling for tags. Of course, we saw King and Ed doing the exact same thing, but they were able to find as many eliminations and as many tags as they possibly could, which kept them afloat. Unfortunately for Command and Avery, though, it didn't quite work out. I've got so many questions to ask, and who better to ask them themselves? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Man. Joining me right now, I have Commandment and Avery. And Avery, I got to ask you, man, how do you feel about it, game number 1?
Surge was pretty rough. We had to run through Hauler's shield pretty early, so we died on half zone. But we still managed to get 8 points for first game, just testing the grounds.
Well, good luck in that next game, guys. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be joining over here Acorn and Edgy, guys. That 2nd place finish. What was going through your mind once you had that solo run?
I mean, honestly, it was all Acorn. Like, I didn't even do anything.
Chromes, and I was like, I'm 100% gonna get top 2 here. Now I was confident and it went my way.
I love it. Congrats.
Am rămas puțin în urmă. Ce fel de competiție este?
Deci e FNCS-ul, doar că e FNCS organizat LAN, adică i-au chemat pe toți jucătorii în America, clar le-au plătit avion, hotel, tot, mâncare, etc. I-au chemat pe toți în America și fac un fel de mini World Cup, probabil exersează pentru anul viitor când o să fac World Cup-ul, aș zice eu. Și toți sunt acolo, toți cu calculatoare, au venit băieții cu mouse, tastaturile lor, calculatoarele le au de acolo și fac așa un turneu, un FNCS Invitational, deci nu puteai să te califici aici, trebuia să te invite cei de la Fortnite. Și pe Andrei Ursu, reprezentantul României, l-au invitat.
Like in that 1v2 situation in that box fight, and he comes out on top and just transitions that all the way towards that 3rd place position.
De ce pot să mă uit direct pe Zandy cumva?
This kind of a collective measure when it comes to your mental discipline inside these block fights, and not to mention the fact that they also had 7 elims to boot to close this one out. So not only are they placing high, but they're also making sure to capitalize on those elims as well, and it is everything.
Cum ar să mă uit pe Urs? Watch. Este transmisie în direct la fie doar la Urs? Cum adică? Din joc? Du-te mă că poți din joc, nu cred. Hai că intru pe joc, să ne uităm direct pe Urs. Da, de fapt e cu delay. Intrăm pe joc? Like dacă vreți să intrăm pe joc. La un like intrăm. Hai că intru și eu event. Nu cred că pot. Nu, că mă uit acum, că de asta intru, dar nu. Că de fapt, uite că dacă îl arată aici... Nu că mă gândeam că poate fac că au făcut ceva, știi, direct. Aici elimination, session 2. Nu mă, session 1. Nici n-a început încă meciul 2. Mă gândesc să văd dacă intrăm sau nu pe... Nu că e mișto așa.
Fantastic, you look beautiful out there. It's time for game number 2.
Lasă aici, și mie îmi place aici.
That's how you kick off a battle bus, Jacob. Whoa, the crowd is really coming together for that one.
Yep, and Acorn clutching it up by himself as a solo, cool, and Yumi from NA West. But you got to give it up to EU,
e mișto să vezi așa cu webcam și fiecare jucător.
And they're really putting the lobby on notice. Hey, we came to play, we came to take over.
So much representation from all of the players showing up in that last game there.
Te pup si haide Romania Zandy zeul.
Te pup, bro, mersi de dono.
We tune in for these moments.
Yeah, but that was just game number 1. Sure.
Cum iau puncte pentru iteme? Păi primești puncte doar urmărind live-ul, bro.
The players have figured out how the lobby is going to be. And one of the things I've noticed after that first game, everybody is stingy with Storm Surge damage.
That's right, but listen, the show must go on. Let's just go ahead and keep things rolling.
Hai cu meciul 2, chat.
Thank you guys so much. We're trying to get our players back on that battle bus so we can start game number 2. Now that we have a moment here to just breathe. The biggest thing I think on a lot of these players' mind, as you even saw some of them talk about in their interviews, Storm Surge. This is something that a lot of these players, they try to overcome. And now they have to double adapt, not just adapt to their own meta and the way they're used to playing Storm Surge, how other duels ahead of them, next to them, behind them, maybe doing the same thing.
Every single time in Fortnite that we have like a set lobby over the course of X amount of games, game 1 is always the most stacked. And we saw it right there. It was like the flip of a coin. All of a sudden the lobby, the amount of players left alive just crashed instantly because so many of them needed to fight for it. But one thing that I did see in that early game right there, a lot of balloons were being used. A lot of the players poisoned themselves all the way up there in the sky, then using those hammer assault rifles primarily to get tags in the early game. And then anybody that wasn't really doing that, unfortunately just had to force a fight later on in the game. Like for example,
Crezi că primești puncte când dai subscribe, primești puncte când dai like, primești puncte când te abonezi, primești puncte când scrii pe... nu glumesc, nu, primești puncte nu mai știu, 5 puncte la un minut sau 1 minut la 5 puncte. Și cu punctele poți să pui sunete din alea. Dar bine, acum am dezactivat sunetele ca să nu ne deranjeze. Știi? Dar eu tot pot să pun sunete, de exemplu...
To tango with the other.
You want to know something? This is what I love because, you know, we're talking about how some of these all-spawn situations are going to go down. And, you know, I was talking with some of the other analysts, and Taco included, and Muslim Looter was like, you know, I think this might actually, you know, play into their favor being contested all-spawn because, you know, Looter himself said NAE...
Ce părere, băi? Uite, am o întrebare pentru voi. Ce părere aveți până începe următorul meci? Că mai durează un pic. Care vă place mai mult? Ce combinație vă place mai mult? Avem aici Huntsman Elite și G Pro Wireless. Asta e combinația numărul 1, ok? Huntsman Elite, G Pro Wireless. Asta e combinația numărul 1 sau combinația numărul 2 de pe calculatorul celălalt. Avem aici cum se cheamă asta? Știe cineva? Îmi scapă numele. MZ1. E așa un mouse mai vedeți cu o formă din asta mai nebună. MZ1, dar nu mai știu de la ce firmă. Ce firmă ești, mă? Nu mai știu, mă, firma, cum îi zice. Deci asta, combinația asta. Nu cred. Am dat calculatorul. Îs live? Am dat cu piciorul un calculator. Ce noroc am două calculatoare că l-am închis, mă auziți? Am tras firul. Noroc că am două calculatoare, mă, că... Hai de capul ăla, ce înseamnă, mă. Trebuie să dau restart. Am dat cu piciorul și am scos un fir cumva din calculatorul de gaming. Este microfonul 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Aud, mă? Nu, că n-a început încă. Te auzi, ok. Bă, ce înseamnă noroc că am două calculatoare, că de nu făceam grozăvie, se închidea la eu. La mulți ani, și mulți bani, la mulți ani, la mulți bani, e cuiva ziua cuiva să băgăm și noi adică melodia asta, că eu n-ascult manele lor. Ia.
Opportunity here, not just for the players to have a chance to, I think, boost their placement points on the leaderboard, but also it's just the simple fact that they can make the tiny adjustments.
Ce preferați? Deci avem aici combinația asta, da, Hyper Razer, Huntsman Elite și G Pro. Asta e perechea numărul 1 sau perechea numărul 2, MZ1 și combinația numărul 2, Hurricane de la QWERTY și MZ1. Care vă place mai mult? Asta sau cealaltă? 1 sau 2. Asta e din aia mai micuță, mai așa, și ăsta e mai micuț, așa, dar e un mouse cu o formă mai ciudățică, așa, vedeți? E mai special. E făcut e un YouTuber, Rocket, tu știu cum, Rocket, care testează mouse. Mamă, toți preferați a doua, lol. Și, de fapt e destul de egal. Paul, e ziua mea.
La mulți ani.
Foarte interesant, la mulți ani. Să trăiești 1000 de ani. Bă, multă lume preferă tastatura numărul 2 și da. Dar uitați o fază comică, deci eu pe tastatura asta știți cât am dat? Ghiciți cât am dat eu pe tastatura asta, Huntsman Elite. Huntsman Elite. Ghiciți cât am dat eu pe ea. Am cumpărat-o pe live când mi s-a cumpărat, când mi s-a stricat HyperX-ul, dacă mai știți. Câțiva erați pe live. Razer Huntsman 700, 800, 10 milioane am dat eu pe tastatura asta. 10 bastărci și am văzut-o de Black Friday cu 350 de lei și eu am dat 10 mili pe ea. Bine, e stoc epuizat și e posibil să nu se vândă, da, și la 5 dacă o iei, e în jumate de cât am dat eu. Și are switch-uri din astea MOV. Bă, cum să o iei, mă? Țin să menționez că am achiziționat această tastatură la 500 de lei, 50% discount. Deci el a dat 500 de lei, eu am dat 10 milioane. Era să zic 10 sute de lei. Cum să iei țeapă în stil mafiot. Și eu am instalat Razer Synapse ăsta, că nu știu cum să salvez exact setarea pe care o vreau în tastatură, în memoria tastaturii. Dar da, e o tastatură excepțională, doar că 10 mili și ei teoretic cred că au profit și la cuvânt cu 350 de lei, nu? Deci am luat o țeacă mortale sub tastatura asta. Ok, 10 mili și eu vând cu 350 de lei. Și ce mai era? Am făcut și un TikTok pe chestia asta, Logitech. S-au vândut G Pro-urile. Că am făcut un TikTok, că mi se pare că e super worth me. Ăsta, mouse-ul ăsta l-am și eu. Nu e reclamă sau ceva, alt text, dacă vedeți asta, sponsor mei. Mi se pare bunicel ăsta, bunicică oferta. Asta, Super Light-ul, mamă, bun. Super Light la 4 milioane. Ce vrei, frate, e lux. Numai că e alb. Na, dacă vrei negru dai 4 jumate. Dacă vrei alb dai 4 bastăci de Black Friday. Dacă vrei magenta dai 6, dacă vrei roșu dai 7-800. Mouse Wireless G Pro League of Legends Edition. Ha, e G Pro simplu? Da, e G Pro simplu, nu e Super Light. Funny. Da, e destul de worth. Și ce e ăsta? Ăsta e G Pro Hero. În fine. Voiam doar să vă zic cum am dat eu 10 milioane pe tastatura care acum ai 3 jumate.
Sure, as are the deaths. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
You know, you got a good laugh out of
E ziua mea, Paul.
I'm down. I'm not opposed. Yeah.
Iar e ziua ta, frate. Maria. Cred că ești pe contul părinților, da? Dar dacă iar e ziua ta, poftim.
There in that game with a 41 total point. Now this is just out of game 1, and I mean, consider we kind of talked about it. They're contesting Commandment and Avery over in Rave Cave, and they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think that that's pretty much what we can expect, but something that I did not expect, and my eyebrows, they went up, right? I raised them. That stat sheet right there.
They did
2200 plus damage this game. That is
L-au bătut pe Chico.
Andrei a donat €1. Salut, Paul2.
Salut, Andrei, tăpă, frate.
Absolutely.
Mai bun Hero sau la normal? Păi Hero... Nu, Hero e la normal și Super Light e la mai nou. Bă, preferabil ar fi să iei Super Light. Dar și ăla la 350 până. Adică ăsta la 350 de lei l-am eu. Și uite că îi bipăie ăsta că... uite, de exemplu, ăsta are RGB. Celălalt Super Light nu are RGB. Pentru mine, mie îmi place RGB-ul. Pentru mine contează. Ăsta are 80 de grame, celălalt are 60. În fine.
The walkouts, they always seem so happy, right? They're so happy to be here, and they seem confident as well. There's never really like a, you know, oh, we're worried to be here. No, they're just fully embracing it, and we can see it right there in game number 1. They came on top pretty much.
When you have performances like that, I can imagine why they're so confident. Because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been anticipating some of this aggression that we are witnessing right now in Game 1 from the other international regions. But at the very least, I do expect a little bit of a fight back from NAEast, West, and EU.
I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how many more duels try to go for high ground.
Nu știu, cred că au probleme tehnice, mă, că n-are cum să dureze așa mult.
They're like, no, you guys battled out. We want more eliminations. We stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duels will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground? We got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw a lot of teams that actually like to play the high ground. Unfortunately, not make it into that game. They went down a little bit early. Like, for example, AQUA and Reason.
Dacă n-ați apăsat butonul de like și aveți o milisecundă disponibilă în viața voastră, o milisecundă, gata durează, să iei degetul și să-l apeși acolo.
Big time. You know, we also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Macwood loves to play the high ground coming out of NAEast. Pretty much the only thing that he shies for, but being left as a solo, he couldn't really do that.
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already.
Care e numele tău real? Spune-i, ia zic care e numele tău real, să văd dacă ești adevăratul. The Legend. Și ori ai Razer, Black Widow, V3 și Razer. Nu știu de basiliscul ăla, ce să zic.
Can't believe it, actually, because CLIX and Duke were actually popping off towards that end game, right? And the crowd was going crazy. We on the desk were like, wow, they're really...
Mamă, uite, deci durează foarte mult. E o problemă, s-a întâmplat ceva, deci cred că, nu știu, problemă tehnice, li s-a stricat, le-a bubuit un calculator, ceva. Uite, G Pro, ăsta are Final Mouse sau banul ăla, G Pro și G Pro. Ăla avea C900 de la G-ul Anas, la C900 sau G900. Cam toată lumea folosește mouse ăștia. Super Light-ul, G Pro, simplu.
Individual level, I think, you know, how good are you And how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, you know, not everything went right for any duo of that game, so they have to think about those things and like...
În poziție la mulți ani, Sibi. Și mulți bani. Hai mă, începeți odată, mă, că mă...
Especially the top 10 on the leaderboard who, you know, found things that worked for them. So keep doing those things, but again, not everything went perfect, so keep that in mind.
Superlight e mai bun ca G-Pro simplu? Bă, nu neapărat. Superlight-ul e mai ușor. G-Pro are 80 de grame, Superlight-ul are 60. Superlight-ul, de exemplu, nu are RGB. Deci dacă, vezi, eu am RGB pe el. Pe Superlight nu ai RGB. Și da, cumva teoretic Superlight e considerat mai bun, că e mai nou, că e așa, nu știu exact dacă au același senzor, dar cred că teoretic depinde dacă vrei tu. Se zice că și glide-urile sunt mai bune pe Superlight, că eu, de exemplu, pe G-Pro meu normal mi-am schimbat glide-urile. Deci cred că m-aș duce pe Superlight, da. Dar depinde, că poate dacă nu-ți plac mouse-ii ușori și dacă ai poate... Nu, dacă nu-ți place un mouse super light, adică super ușor, du-te pe G-Pro normal, că e la preț foarte bun și e un mouse bun pe care eu îl folosesc și eu super pretențios. Doar că dacă ai dita mâna aia, poți să te duci spre un Razer, probabil.
You won the game, but I think we need to start giving NA more credit.
Yeah, definitely have to give them that credit. They show up and then wait for them to win those early engagements. Yep. I mean, listen, we got to sit in the player lounge, quite literally stand over the shoulders of A1 and BUGHA while they were practicing. They took on the likes. You know who they're training against? Reeds and Epic Whale. That's their training partners. And I don't know about you, but if you were following Twitter, I posted a little clip of Reed taking on MrSAVAGE and Malabuka. So it kind of all ties together. If MrSAVAGE and Malabuka are known as some of the greats.
Poftim, dau un la mulți ani pentru toți care sărbătoresc ziua de naștere anul ăsta.
I mean, it all starts to make, you know what I'm loving out of all that though? You talked about the two partners, right? A1 and BUGHA, sparring against Reed and Epic Whale. That's NA West. That's NA West showing each other some love. I talked about a lot of these guys being friends, but when they're on the battlefield, they're enemies. That is just inter-region training, and that's something I love to see.
That's right, and of course, the upsets, right? We saw a couple edge battles there. Bugha and Miro taking out so early. This is one of the things we didn't really get to talk about. You would think that a team like Bugha and Miro, who have drilled and trained their drop spot so perfectly, they almost have it conditioned. This should be another walk in the park situation for them. What do you think went wrong as they were rotating out? Because it seems like they face planted into Macwood and Kanata. That was the big resistance, and they were just taken out.
You know, without seeing too much of their POV.
Vă zic eu o ghicitoare. Stați așa. Cum îl cheamă pe YouTuberul care are codul PAUL2M PE SHOP? Hai că începem cu una ușoară. Paulică 2M, corect. Hai, începem cu o ghicitoare. Ce roată nu se învârte când o mașină face curba? Ați ghicit că prima a fost ușoară. Hai. Asta nu știți așa de ușor, 100%. Roata de rezervă? Mamă, ce știu băieții mei. Ok, hai una mai grea. Cine merge și tot stă pe loc? Cine merge, dar tot stă pe loc? Asta nu știe nimeni. Un om pe banda de alergat.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, asculte pe ăștia, asculte.
We should look. Yeah, like where though?
Nu știe mai nimeni răspunsul.
We'd have to follow right side. Yeah, we have to go right side. I'm just gonna go up.
Răspunsul e ceasul, dar n-a răspuns nimeni corect.
You can already tell. Even Bugha and Miro are like, hey, we need Storm Surge. We need to make sure this is right. It is absolutely affecting many of these players. We will come back and talk about more of this in just a moment. First, I do want to throw it on over to the player area for a little special interview.
We have a very special interview, Zeke. I'm here with one of our alternate players, Frey. Now, Frey, you've been watching in the crowd, right? What's the energy like? How does it feel?
Crowd is amazing. I'm so happy that we have Leanza back. The crowd couldn't be crazier. It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah, we can hear them just there in the background as well. They're getting kind of.
Ce este ziua plină și noaptea goală? Asta nu știe nimeni.
To know who's landing around you, what they do, what their tendencies are, and yeah, just how do you fix your mistakes coming up to the event and then just play your game.
Of course, you can give a big insight into the game as well. For a lot of these players, you can sort of, give your insight, maybe to talk to them as well. But we'll stop it right there. We'll throw it back to the desk for some more.
Thank you guys
Mamă,
so
chiar
much.
nimeni, mă, nu răspunde corect?
Raleigh Convention Center, you guys.
Mamă, e cea mai... Nu știe nimeni răspunsul la asta. LOL.
Game time!
Hai, mă, în
This
sfârșit
is the
începem meciul.
FNCS Invitational 2022 coming at you guys live. Are you two ready?
Yes. Yes.
Nimeni nu
beyond
știe.
ready,
În
beyond
sfârșit.
excited.
Oricum nu se
I
știe nimeni
think that
niciodată.
more than anything else, this game number 2
În
could
sfârșit
really
începe
be
meciul
a
meu.
little bit
Adorm
of a
aici.
breakaway moment
Nebunesc.
here for some of these duos. Cammy and Shetty in particular, they are definitely looking for another highlight reel
Ziua plină,
instance.
noaptea
And
goală.
whether it comes from Victory
Încălțămintea,
Royale
corect, dar ai
or
căutat pe
just from
Google. Ai căutat pe Google, David CLS. Ai căutat pe Google sul asta.
our house is certainly still making it known that they are some of the best.
Champions are on the stage, right?
Mama ta.
Game
Hai, mă, cu mama.
number 2 is, this is where you got to start picking it up. You got to start developing your strategies around the meta of the lobby. And, who better to do it than the 100 of the best players
Cine stă
from
până
around all.
Mâna sus, cine stă până la finalul live-ului? 1900 de like-uri? Papuci am zis, no, e diferit.
The tension is beyond real, and not only that, but I kind of want to touch on Bugha
Eu,
and Miro.
Alin
We saw that
Ursus,
little listening
Dorian,
instance
Mirabela,
between the two of them, and
Faster,
were it any other
Victor,
duo, I
Sebi,
think there might be
Matei,
some room for
Anca,
concern,
Burn,
but Bugha and Miro, I
Gabi,
think, are
CLIX,
an
o
exclusive
dai cu
case
Fortnite,
because
Alex,
Miro specifically,
Noxi,
this guy is a
4
5-time
shop,
FNCS
Kid.
champion, and yet, out of all the FNCS finals that he has competed
Cassian.
in, he has only ever collected 3 victory royales. So it is a primary example of the fact that high ground can win games, but low ground could possibly win
În 3 luni e
championships.
ziua mea. Stop! În 3 luni e ziua lui. Și mulți bani e continuarea.
All right.
Hai, că în sfârșit începe ăștia, mă. În
We had
sfârșit
game 1
încep.
wrapped up, it's gone. Game 2 is here,
Hai
it's
că-i
now,
sâmbătă
the
seara,
battle
doar
bus
nu
is
ieșiți
ready,
în
the
club, nu?
players are on board. Let's just get this started.
Sau sunteți în club, băieți și fete. Mâna sus, cine e în
Here
club.
we have it. Thank you so much, Zeke. We get to start gearing up for this battle bus to take off now.
Yeah, this is finally setting in for a lot of these players on the stage.
Let's
Game
go.
number 2 is starting right now, and hopefully all those nerves from the end of game number 1 have settled, because now when push comes to shove, some of these players that might be at the bottom of the leaderboard, MrSAVAGE, I dropped that let down early. They might have to start dealing with that storm surge early.
And that's right. We saw what happened in game 1. The real question is, how are you going to adjust coming into game 2? This battle bus is telling me that the Trojan Junction is under fire very quickly. It's so close to the drop spawn. You can see already things kick off. This time, iDrop says, you know what? Let's put that weight in my experience on my back. Savage takes down Baka, and all of a sudden, it's a different tale to be told.
Happy birthday,
Mamă,
MrSAVAGE.
MrSAVAGE, dacă nu erați pe live adineauri, e ziua lui MrSAVAGE, dacă nu știați, a zis că a făcut 18 ani, deci la mulți ani MrSAVAGE, dacă nu i-am zis mai devreme, fără mișto. Deci fără mișto, chiar e ziua lui, sus la asta. A zis pe live adineauri.
This is not the only contested draw spot. Don't forget, Tilted Towers has so much going down there as well.
De ce se bat ăștia pe locația asta? Nici nu știu cum se cheamă locația, sincer.
These are the two most contested drop spots, and what I saw there is Acorn and
Bă, dar știi, durează atât de mult pauzele astea între meciuri, cred că se răcesc jucătorii și e nașpa. Adică eu să aștept jumătate de oră între două meciuri, parcă nu mai joc așa bine al doilea meci. Trebuie să fiu acolo, fresh, să fiu aim încălzit cu sângele circulă corect. Și facem ajutatul la pensie. Dai seama că îi scoate de băieți la un suc. Fără alcool. În Anglia, în America vârsta de alcool e 21 de ani.
Poland's finest Game 1 winners from becoming legends, Setis and Cammy. This team here has placed top 10 in every finals they have ever competed with together. But wait a second, hold that thought.
Uite-l cum joacă Anas. Mamă, ce postură corectă are la calculator băiatul ăsta, incredibil. Mi se pare super ciudat acum când văd pe cineva că joacă tastatura așa dreaptă. Opa, Pink îl postează pe CLIX, îl pușează, pardon. Pink îl pușează pe CLIX. Îi rup, deci îi rup europenii. Hai Europa pe chat. Îi rup europenii, măi, îi rup europenii, n-au nicio șansă, n-are nicio șansă CLIX. Anas ăsta e unul dintre cei mai decorați jucători, e senzațional.
To continue to put up big numbers. We know they had an excellent kickoff to things here as they continue to find their strides.
PAUL2M de la început și stau până la final. Respect, frate. Ia să vedem CLIX. Mamă, ăsta chiar joacă cu ochelari de ăștia de gaming, nu vine să cred. Vedeți ce postură corectă are Anas. Mamă, încearcă să intre peste ei, mă. Eu pariez pe Europa. Cred că o să câștige Europa duelul ăsta. Wow.
Already turning this story on its head here. That's bait there. He sees the shotgun. That moment.
N-are
Now, mind you, CLIX has some of the greatest track record in history of taking on head-to-head battles like this. This is why
Faza e că CLIX are niște mecanici foarte, foarte bune. Din punct de vedere mecanic e mai bun ca Anas. Nu știu ca Ping, dacă Anas e mai bun, dar Anas e creier, băiatul, că știe exact, știe jocul, știe rotațiile, știe poziționare, știe tot. E creier. CLIX e mușchi. La figurat, bineînțeles, adică se mișcă bine.
Well, I hope it continues because the rest of the lobby is just taking their time. 49 duos are still alive here, and this is one of the only ones deciding to go toe-to-toe. CLIX once again gets tagged there, and again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and CLIX were once upon a time almost duos.
Hai mă, bate-l pe CLIX, te rog eu. Te rog eu, bate-l pe CLIX. Te rog eu, bate-l pe CLIX.
On the other sides of the monitor here, going head-to-head, and I mean, looking at the HP so far, it's looking very good for Guilds and Ascent.
Hai mă, bate-l pe CLIX. Unul pe ceea cine vrea să câștige Pink și Anas, doi pe ceea cine vrea să câștige CLIX. Wow, ce bucată i-a tras peste cap. Doi pe ceea cine vrea să câștige CLIX, unul cine vrea să câștige Anas cu Pink. E destul de 50-50, multă lume îl susține pe CLIX, chiar dacă e american. Opa.
The less like, the less odds they have to actually survive. The longer story is, of course, making it to endgame. Let's jump on over, though, to our favorites of Miro and Bugha here. Head-to-head with Zandy, Joe, and Peppy in the distance as well. There's so much
going on
Zandy
pe aici.
Uite, saw that replay of last game during the listen-in. They were just dealing with
Wow, ia uite, Zandy lângă Bugha. Băieți, e posibil să avem Zandy versus Bugha. E posibil să avem Zandy versus Bugha acolo. Mama, ce șotron. Abia mișcă ăsta, mă.
The story won't be the same. It's Yusri who finds the trade there and now has to protect his teammate. A huge shot onto Bailey. It's not looking good for Oceania's champions here, but Bailey waits for the toe-to-toe. He gets the thirst. He needs the points. That's a kind of play you only see in person. A huge shot. Bailey says, respect me, Yusri. Back up.
He has some heals to use, but does he have the time? Not finding a way to stabilize. Bailey's going to get in.
Cred că te bate botul ăsta cu 1 HP. Mi se pare slăbuț Bailey ăsta. E controller. Mamă, e controller! What? Cum se mișcă ăsta? Mamă! Mi se pare... Abia mișcă, mă! Deci mi se pare mie sau abia se mișcă controllerul ăla? Mi se pare... Walk, step up. PAUL2M PE SHOP.
Find a position to where he can hide. You see it in the minimap. He just got out, and I love that play coming out from some of these players choosing not to be the hero because you end up in the
1999 de like-uri. Zic că încă un like și facem 2000. Care e cel mai bun mouse de nume? Cred că Superlight-ul, dar depinde. G-Pro, Superlight pe acolo.
Oh, it kicks off. Cool finds the huge tag. All of a sudden, the knock is there. And yes, there was a third party in the side. You get the reaction as well. You can see how fans are cheering in support of one another. But back into the action. Hellfire.
A murit King. N-a murit. A fost eliminat din acest meci. E o diferență. Hai cu 2000 de like-uri. Un like, mai trebuie să dea o persoană like, dar nu vrea.
NA West
Sunt
trying to take down the
1940.
region, trying to boast through their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them, Ultimate Team is now in the distance as well. It's going to become more and more dangerous.
Soccer's one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our scene that has been here since the World Cup. He plays fifth.
Voi vă dați seama dacă l-ar bate pe Bugha ce reclamă și-ar face? Să vadă 100.000, 200.000 de oameni cât se uită la FNCS-ul ăsta, cum îl bat pe câștigătorul World Cup-ului, cel mai bun player, The GOAT. În continuare, eu zic că Bugha e cam The GOAT of Fortnite. Nu, dar de fapt, dacă vorbim de GOAT, The GOAT of Fortnite, e Ninja, că nu, Ninja a făcut... Ninja e pe gen pe Fortnite și Bugha e pe Fortnite competitiv, The GOAT. Cred că așa e corect. 2000 de like-uri, respect chat, respect din partea mea pentru toți care au apăsat butonul de like. Sănătate, Doamne ajută! Să vă dea Dumnezeu sănătate! N-a murit Andy.
There it is, the zone does the rest, and they will find their second kill now, wiping up one of the greats from NA West.
Falconer încă stă în zona. Oh, se bate cu ăsta de la Manchester City. Deci ăștia de la Manchester City, cu echipa lui Haaland, și-au făcut băieții și organizația de e-sport. Și-au făcut organizația de e-sport băieții mei.
But it does look like Hellfire is going to get 200 yet again.
Listen, Ed recently signed a team Liquid, showing you guys why exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive rises in recent times on his region. But now he's looking to represent for Brazil. And of course, for Argentina, his teammate King, who is already down. Hellfire manages to lose his teammate. The wall gets taken, and Hellfire has to react quickly. But look at that. He does not miss a beat. Ed finds the siphon, and now it's an even exchange.
Right now, the two launch pads on the Hellfire. He can abandon this fight at a moment's notice.
Here it is.
Două puncte pentru băiatul ăsta.
Here it is, the moment you've been waiting for.
Here it is.
Nice.
And 1v2 NA East.
Brazil and Argentina are probably standing on their feet right now. Ed clutches up a 1v2.
AQUA, mamă, ce se bate aici.
Somehow, some way, he found a way to get King's card, but they've gone over to Chonker Speedway. The action will continue.
Copilul care a făcut senzație, bro. Pe la un moment dat toți copiii de pe arena aveau Ainon în nume. Nici nu mai știu ce însemna Ainon.
What's scary about this is the fact that they've rotated out of the condo down to the territory of Bugha and Miro at Chonker Speedway, and yes, they get met with this incredible duo, but it shows you that no one is safe. This entire area is such a deadly play zone.
Europa conduce. Aici scrie că Europa conduce cu 5 echipe în top 10. V-am zis, mă, Europa e considerată oricum cea mai bună regiune ever.
To commit to this battle.
Yep, Aqua and Reason again 140 below the damage threshold. You can see all the players at the top.
Deci Zandy e fix, e top 3, are cel mai mult storage dat, Storm Surge. 287 e pe 3, e fix sub mine aici, fix aici era. A dat o grămadă de surge, Zandy, e perfect. Băi, e prea bună copilul ăsta, mă, vă zic. Cred că i-a dat lui Bugha o grămadă. Cred că i-a dat lui Bugha o grămadă. Eu am fost la 112 la like. Mamă, te pup. Înseamnă că ai dat like, cred că înainte să încep live-ul, nu?
Window open there, focusing on the duo as well. So they're all looking to target Noah Riley and Bad Sniper. Remember, Noah Riley was eliminated very early to the hands of Edgy while they were landing, and he didn't even get to touch down before he was swatted out the sky.
And game number one winners, Cammy and Seti. They haven't even done much. They get the zone for now. They get the high ground. Probably just trying to go for surge. So that way, when there are forced to rotate, they only have to worry about that. But we knew they were down onto surge. Now the piece control is trying to come over. They're trying to break into the boxes. It's now or never because damage is being dished. A huge shot from Aqua's onto Bevy, who's forced back into a defensive position.
Well, here we go. It's now
Ce bine se mișcă, bă. Ce bine se mișcă. Ce bine se mișcă.
Game number 2. Aqua needs these points here. Bevy's manages to go ahead and
n-are niciun punct? Șochior sau n-are niciun punct Aqua? Bă, trebuie să schimbi ochelarii, chiar vedeți voi că n-are niciun punct? Oh, ce smart s-a retras acolo. Are 0 puncte și...
Yeah, look at them. You see 30 below, even though they're continuously dropping, they're doing damage. Seti getting one on a Peppo, probably sending him back to the lobby as Scram goes down as well. Acorn found a way to get rebooted, but Deja Vu strikes. He goes down again to Epic Whale, who honestly is having a much better performance this go around.
But back into the action here. Reason now down to no HP. Aqua is also on the defensive stance here. Down goes Reason. That's a huge shotgun shot. Vortexer from the side. If you blink, you miss it. Now Aqua has all the pressure on his shoulders. He has to back up. But Vortexer playing smart.
Mamă, rămâne cu 0 puncte Aqua. Că o să fie eliminat. Anas eliminat. Anas îl bate pe CLIX. Anas îl bate pe CLIX.
Clock's ticking here, the pressure comes in, Bevy's looking for any angle, these are all enemy walls here. One false move and it could be it.
Da, că l-a eliminat și pe Acorn ăla. Wow, 0 puncte Aqua.
Vortexer finds the second.
500 above the damage threshold. This is only their second FNCS playing together, and they're looking like they're long-time teammates already. As Joe and Zandy, uncontested, overplay Synapse Station. Looking to get some damage as well. Even though 79 is above the damage threshold, you know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing.
Hai cu cel mai mare spam cu România pe chat, e bine Ursaci. Stă pe spate ursul, ați văzut când stă pe spate Ursac? Ursul. Stă pe spate. Stă pe spate ursul Carpatin, fără niciun stres acolo, cocoțată în vârf de munte ursul nostru. Este cel mai agil urs pe care l-ați în viața voastră.
That was a much needed battle by Grols, and I like the play again. You cannot be a hero in these lobbies as first dash. Looking like he's having a little bit of trouble here. 202 above the damage threshold. 2 eliminations already. So they finished this fight. But you can see the teams on the outskirts of Rocky Reels. They don't want to let this be an easy
rotation
to
se duce la plajă în America.
The launch pad's already down. Malibu and MrSAVAGE cap off HP and hit it. Off they go. It's Chicho and TrueLix who are looking in. These guys have gone head-to-head so many times in the past, and you know there is all types of
bad stories
waiting to unfold in front of us. But Chicho and TrueLix don't get the elan.
Chapix care l-a invitat pe Zandy la turneul ăla din Dubai. CLIX a fost trip. Oh, MrSAVAGE kill, GG, MrSAVAGE, GG.
2 eliminations. I gotta think they're trying to pick and choose a lot of their battles, but the lobby is putting such a focus onto these two, getting them to expend so many resources.
La tot serverul. Da, o grămadă de materiale oricum.
MrSAVAGE is trying to do what he can to try to find a stabilization method here, but it's just happening from so many different players who have so many different angles.
One thing that is working though is the zone. It pulls pretty close to all the players nearby.
E de la meci, are 0 puncte, am înțeles, m-am prins eu. Uite pe joie. Pe ursul. The West Side. Da, e în meci, mă, ursul. Cum vă voi, nu înțelegeți cât de bun e copilul voi.
are also making it much further this
Uite,
game.
el e tot acolo. The GOAT, respect în chat pentru The GOAT. Unul pe chat cine crede că Bugha e The GOAT of Fortnite competitive.
The zone is literally in the center of the zone, so I don't think there's going to be too
Nu,
much.
dar așa e, n-ai cum să zici că e adevărat. Bugha. High drop.
Trying to have a much better performance. MrSAVAGE and iDrop
Mr. Savage eliminat.
under pressure. MrSAVAGE is
GG,
going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources to iDrop because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
Ray on his back here. iDrop has to step up. Savage is down. Can he do it? He's been in so many finals with MrSAVAGE. Third appearance now.
Mirayan, vezi că îl lași de reboot, îi lași de revive. Du-te mă că lasă-mă. Nu te cred. L-a lăsat bine pe eu mă bucur. Că mie îmi place MrSAVAGE. Dar nu ai cum să faci așa ceva. Cum să-l lași mă pe SAVAGE să-și ia reboot? Cred că poate bate Zandy din aer. Râd de mă piși pe mine.
Landing on a couple more resources as well. This is a perfect spot to land at for iDrop and MrSAVAGE. That way they can replenish some of the lost resources.
Such a massive find right there. It was looking like it was all over for a moment, but there they get a little lucky. Smite and Larson at 4 elims now. It seems like as all the action, as all the cooks jumped into the kitchen, they have managed to walk away with a successful meal or two. They're looking pretty good.
4 elims, like you said. Clown ref guard a little bit above him. You just check a sneak peek at the leaderboard. Cammy and Seti still holding on to first place by 7 to 8 for him.
Okay.
51 above for the NA West. 3-time champions, Favs and Snacky sitting in a good spot trying to gather the information. But Vadiel and Janice are under pressure. With Vadiel down 56 below the damage threshold.
Janice,
to take down another EU powerhouse.
And in the distance, Japan is just lurking
Chiară, mă, asiaticii. Ia. Veno și Quizy 7 puncte meciul ăsta. Eu nu cred că asiaticii, dacă câștigă asiaticii, mă las de Fortnite. Opa, mama. Deci eu mă las dacă câștigă asiaticii. Unde zici? Bă, o să pun chat-ul pe Members Only meciul viitor. Că veniți și dați leak-uri. Unde a fost eliminat? Veniți cu fake info și cu leak-uri și cu... O să pun chat-ul pe Members Only de meciul următor. Când intrăm pe endgame, să nu mai veniți cu leak-uri. Hai să vedem dacă e în meci încă. Nu văd încă. Ana ți-a eliminat, mamă.
From the high ground, it's Vortex in hand. They are just turning this lobby upside down right now. Queasy and Bino are back at it again though in this end game here, trying to find a position. Now remember, what they did in the last game was exactly this. Happened, half out, they say, hey, we're gonna play for high ground. Vortex says, all right,
MrSAVAGE eliminat, ok.
you can have it, I'm going to love.
Vortex te pop.
I gotta be careful here. Queasy and Bino both know 6th moving zone, which is about to happen here shortly, is one of those zones to where, yeah, you might have the high ground now, but with the amount of launch pads going around, the amount of threats that are in this lobby, you might have to stagger your teammates one forward, one back, just to make sure nobody is able to sneak it away.
Ăștia, mă, nu te cred, mă, ce bine se descurcă. Dar n-au niciun pic de loot. Wow. Niciun pic de loot n-au. Dacă câștigă ăștia, mă tund chel.
But they will absolutely need a refresher right now, maybe even a gifted launchpad from a team in the distance. All around them are so many healthy players. On the other side, Vino and Queasy starting to eye up the lobby, size up the rest of this game here.
Am crezut că v-ați uitat pe ăla, pe Fortnite. N-am văzut că a fost aici.
This is where I'm looking at the minimap right now, seeing where it's actually going to go. There's different elevations. I think whoever is able to grab a side of that mountain first will have the best chance to win this game overall, as they're still 500 above the damage threshold.
Cred că veniți cu leak-uri de pe din match, că vă uitați voi pe replay, că nu vă place transmisia în direct cu webcam-uri. Epic Whale cu Rit. Let's go. Sunt curios. Bă, dar mai țineți minte că Epic-ul era controller și s-a mutat pe calculator? Mamă, Tundra cu IZI și Veno pe high. Chapix eliminat, Shotron. Bugha. Câștigă Bugha, da sau nu pe chat? Da sau nu pe chat dacă câștigă Bugha meciul ăsta? Ar trebui să fac un pull de la ca pe...
The pacing is
pe Twitch.
incredible right now. Only 19 duels remaining.
Mamă,
Things have
Mac-ul
really
ăsta.
taken a turn here for the worst for most. Reed's gonna get burned and turned.
Prea buni europenii. Veno și Quizzy. Bă, cât de buni sunt copiii ăștia, incredibil. Sunt cei mai buni în lume, bro, jur. Am murit că era pe MrSAVAGE? What the fuck?
Yeah, two of the big NA West powerhouses going down. They're trying to get that elimination, but Bugha and Mero. Huge shots gonna be fired, but Mero's getting tagged back up. He needs that siphon to go through, but it's still not gonna be enough. PH then does go down. Bugha trying to be that IGL. He's trying to lead him to greener pastures, but he's running out of resources. Backward falls.
Hai Bugha, vreau să câștige Bugha meciul ăsta. Da, nu, Quizzy și Veno meciul ăsta să lăsă. Uite-i mă pe Quizzy și Veno de pe high ground, cum îi spamează pe vezi. Prea buni, pleacă la țară Bugha și Veno. Quizzy și Veno. E meciul lui Quizzy. Bugha eliminat de Kami. Mamă, Kami încă în meci. Kami care a câștigat primul meci. Bă, ce nebunie, domina Europa, jur. Deci noi ca europeni, average player de pe Europa, îi dă cu jocul în cap la unui average player din America. Îi dă cu jocul în cap, jur.
Not wanting to fall short here today, but Cammy and Seti from high ground to low ground. Another end game is going to be achieved. True Lex gets dropped. Smite okay. Go ahead and lend that helping hand, trying to steal away all of that loot, but the zone is just immediately chunking him out. 4 HP and a dream for Smite.
And a huge end game right now in front of Smite here. That top 5 unlocked before him. Cammy goes down, Seti goes down. And it is all his here. And now he fights back, but the zone does the rest. Great game there, but Vortex is now by himself. What can he do? Cole and Senti now have the high ground. They turned the story around.
I don't know how they stole it away, but Kito's is solo as well. High ground versus low
Unde
ground,
Quizzy și
it's a
Veno?
2v2.
Bă, ce se întâmplă, mă? Schior, trebuie să-mi schimb ochelarii.
This is going to come down to the wire monster, and this is going to come down to Sentin and Cold when and where they drop down low.
Once again, we are looking at an NA versus EU finish. Cold is going to get big tagged here by Vortex on the low ground. 7 elims, no build. It's looking very, very tough, and it's the same story for Hen as well. It's all or nothing. Can they find something here?
Sentin și Cold, mamă, câștigă americanii, mă. Nu te cred că să câștige americanii. Lol, chat. Nu mă așteptam. Nu mă așteptam să ia americanii meciuri. Tocmai ce ziceam că... Mama, dacă rămân fără materiale și nu mai au unde să se arunce.
EU versus NAEs. This one is just a prolonged long game, but the damage is in from Cold. And this is what we talked about.
No, câștigă americanii. Câștigă americanii, GG. Au câștigat americanii. GG. Au câștigat americanii, GG. Au câștigat. Uite, vezi, asta e o reacție din aia. Asta e o reacție, mă. Că dacă mai țineți minte meciul trecut, Kami n-a avut nicio reacție când a câștigat. Hai, mama, Benjifishi.
And now they get to get a victory in person, on stage against some of the best we have ever seen. And what a way to do
Mama
it.
Benjifishi, boys.
EU Game 1, NA Game 2. It looks like the stories are tied. Right
nu mai știu, cred că e top. Ia să vedem ce top e ursul. Ursul, cred că... Mamă, trebuie să intru. Hai că ne arată imediat. Ce top e, mă, ursul? Ia, interviu. Sunt dacă știu să vorbească engleză. De fapt, cum să nu știe, mă, că-ți englezi. American.
So Quizzy and Veno just dropped on our sidewalls and we insta-edited and just shot him.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in the high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, cold call to just drop above him and sit there.
Hai să vedem, CLIX, poate începe mai repede decât ăsta.
He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT now. That is game 2 VR for you guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
Să vedem, poate durează mai mult meciul ăsta un pic.
As EU picks up the first game of the FNCS Invitational, NA strikes back and says, nah, not like this. Cold and scented. Really quickly, I do want to touch on this. At the start of the show, we talked about possibly taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable. Taco, you're right.
It's a legit.
Părere unghiile lui băiatul ăsta?
Anybody that has played competitive will tell you the same thing. It matters, but
a ieșit din top 10 ursul.
what matters even more so is that
Cami și Seti tot pe locul 1, Quizy și Veno pe 2, Trulex și cu așa,
placement jump.
Asiatici pe 5.
Have to keep in mind that it's still a little bit of ways to go.
Au cam ieșit europenii din top.
Gosh, these leaderboards always seem to surprise me because even after this incredible game from Cold and Scented, they're still 34 points behind the leaders in Cami and Seti, who shout out to them for holding the lead. But this is just so good from Cold and Scented, and this is the moment that we missed right here. This is the one that Cold was talking about. Queasy and Vino actually make a play, and this is actually classic for them. I've seen them do this in Elite Cups where they try to quickly pinch a duo that is in these builds, and it usually works out very, very well. But Cold and Scented hold on very, very well, as Cold mentioned, making that instant edit, getting a shot in, and ultimately they realize Queasy and Vino were the ones on ice. Let's go up and take it. And this right here, it's just all about riding the zone. You can see the zone pulling up there, going right through the mountain. Henry Vortex just had no chance after that. Clean win from Scented and Cold, who, as you can see right there.
Salut, Paul, tocmai am făcut levelul ăsta. Tocmai am făcut levelul ăsta pe ce? Pe subscribe, Eddie, te văd binevenit.
By Scented. We do have Adam who is standing by. He's hanging out with a player. Adam, who?
That's right, I'm hanging out with everyone right now, in particular Smite and Larson, everyone. Smite, that was...
Mamă, ce pufuleț e ăsta micu.
You clutched up, you had to, so how imperative is it in this situation, in this environment as well, that you have to try and gain as many points as possible, even when your teammate goes down?
It's really important. I mean, like, you need to get as many points as you can. Like, every point matters. Doesn't matter.
Now, you're being contested as well here, Larson.
E pe 18 momentan, Zandy.
Fighting each time. Are you guys up for this? How are you managing to deal with that when it comes at you?
We're down to fight every game, and I don't care, bro. I'll fight him every
Larson.
game.
You don't care, bro. They'll fight him every game. Give it up for Smite and Larson, everyone! Thanks, boys. And also over here, I'm delighted to be next to Peterbot and Jumper.
Yeah, Peterbot and Jumper.
Jumper! It's been I mean, what an experience being here in this situation, this environment. How are you guys dealing with the rest of the regions being here, competing with you in the same lobby?
Our original strategy hasn't been working, so we're gonna have to make changes into the next games. It's very fun playing here. The crowd is amazing, and I'm happy to be here.
And there's still 10 games left, plenty of time to do that.
Yes.
Okay, you got this. You feeling confident? I'm feeling confident for you. The crowd are feeling confident too. Let's hear it from Peterbot and Jumper as you head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much for that insight coming out of the players.
Pentru cei care abia au intrat pe live, ăla e Vivid. Adică stați așa, ăsta de la desk, de aici, de la Vivid, mă, Liquid Vivid, care l-am pus eu în primul top 10 jucători de Fortnite OG. Ăla, primul. L-am pus, ăsta e Vivid. L-am pus în topul ăla cu top 10 jucători de Fortnite, dar videoclipul ăla din 2018, mă vine să cred. Pe o să nu-l arată. Bă, cred că o să-l arate și pe el la un moment dat.
We did the same strategy in games 1 and 2. It's not working. So let's just switch it up, and I love the fact that they are just able to kind of, have that mentality, and then also have a backup strategy. That's what's really important.
3, 4, 5. Da, tot 5 duo-uri din Europa în top 10. Top 3 Europa, clar.
Not only that, while they might be working on some changes,
ăștia sunt pe locul 1 momentan.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have been maintaining this first place position throughout the first two
Urmează meciul 3, dar sper să se miște mai repede un pic, să dea drumul, că mi-e fomică, mă. Încă ai ceva pe live chat?
More importantly, I think that Cami and Seti have just been able to consistently stay.
E Invitational, deci toți care au ajuns la Invitational iau bani. Deci toți au minim $1000 asigurat.
Play from the close of the lobby. I think that Zandy and Kimmy did a great job just holding on to this underside congestion control.
You know, we talked about it after game 1. It's like, whoa, Kimmy and City are on high ground.
Cam seamănă cu Harry Maguire. Și ăsta la din dreapta seamănă cu ăla Odegaard.
4 points after game number 1, and now they're at 77. They just got 33 points that game. When did that happen? You know what I mean? Like they love to play these games where they don't like to show up and show out. They just consistently get those points. Couple e-limps here and there. They're not.
Mai sunt 4 meciuri azi, 6 mâine. Deci mâine facem live. Abonați-vă, subscribe, PAUL2M pe shop. 2100 de like-uri, respect. Bă, dacă ați apăsat butonul de like, sunteți frații mei pe viață. Sincer.
Helps them with understanding, hey, even if I've lost my duo partner in this moment,
am poftă de niște clătite.
I think that was a great display there, that closing kip there for Seti and Cammy, and I think that ultimately they're going to probably just keep trying to stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, one point we tuned in and they were 500 above Surge. I don't know how that's humanly possible, but for Seti and Cammy, it's just another day at the office. Let's talk about Queasy and Vino there. They did get edited on, right? And listen, we have, as the viewing audience, we have the much larger perspective, right?
Yeah.
For them, in this opportunity, this was the only chance they had, and we're going to start to kind of figure out what happened.
Yeah, I'm hoping that
epic whale, epic whale.
Some insight into why they actually ended up dropping down, because it seemed like they were getting refreshes. I know they specifically got one right at the start of moving zone number 2, so it looked like they were chilling on mats. And again, right here, as you can see, Queasy actually only 2 builds up, so that was the call. Let's go try to get
nu mai aveau materiale, mă.
They're so good in box fight situations.
Nu mai aveau materiale. De asta o lăsa Haio.
Well-rounded mechanical
Că dacă nu câștigau meciul ăsta, 1000% câștigau meciul.
Is they're always on the same page, and it's always incredible to see. And right there was one of those situations, unfortunately, for Queasy and Vino. But I love that out of them, right?
Mamă, vedeți, au căști de alea de izolare. Căști care izolează sunetul și...
We've seen this duo go for high ground by the time that first moving.
Deci căștile alea mari izolează sunetul, știi, să nu se audă așa, și microfonul de la căștile alea, și ei, teoretic, sunetul le vine prin căști de alea in-ear, nu? Căști din alea, cred.
How many eliminations they
sau nu e ca pe CSGO aici.
5 eliminations, 5 refreshes.
De ce nu mi s-a dat redeem? Am oprit sunetele, mă, ca să nu ne deranjeze în timp ce facem VIEWPARTY.
Cold sent it back on them, 44 points, 6 elimination. Currently sitting in that number 1 spot. Again, 2800 damage dealt.
That's my favorite stat.
Game 1 we saw...
Recomandă-mi mouse și arată-mi please pe ce buget ai.
One moment.
So we're going to see, hopefully we keep seeing those stat lines, because
hai că vă dau drum, puteți să dați redeem. Dacă ați stat pe live și ați adunat puncte, dați redeem la ce sunete vreți în momentul de față. Hai, că am pornit un pic sunetele. Bă, mi-e foame, mă. Aș mânca ceva. Aș mânca o rață. Dacă ai buget de 600 de lei, ia-ți Super Light. Uite-l aici. Ia-ți, fratele meu, Super Light. Uite. Ai Super Light 600 de lei, dar îl ai pe ăsta alb la 400 sau îl ai pe ăsta la 450. Poftim, cel mai bun mouse din lume.
Is game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational.
Mă pun în pat și plâng. Începe repede meciul ăsta. Respectele noastre, Paulică de pe shop.
Exciting games. Battle bus is ready. Not long to wait, because game number 3 starts now.
Now we're moving at my pace. Let's do this.
Let's go, chat. Începe mai repede. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hai.
Someone here.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. Hai, România.
Looks like we had a very similar buster last round. That means these ordered contested teams are going to fight first. One of the biggest things we saw from game 2 was that early elimination onto Noah Riley. Edgy quite literally took him out before he can even touch down.
Hi, Mr. Savage. Hi, Mr. Savage.
Battle here, a battle of who can get
the best drop, and what a great way to kick things off. Such a powerful loadout to really start things here.
Yeah, and it does look like BUGHA and ON1 making another adjustment. They win the off-spawn fight in game 1. They lose it in game 2, and this time around, they're not even contesting for a fight, but blinking, you might have missed it.
Smite, mamă, Luther eliminat primul.
Is going to be on to Looter, so Smite and Larson are...
Bă, voi vă dați seama ce nașpa e să fie eliminat primul, deci din 100 de jucători tu să fie eliminat primul. Mamă, ce nașpa trebuie să fie feeling-ul. Ia dați voi like, libelulelor. Hai, bune transferurile la Quertiki. Și foarte mulțumit.
Comes together for them now. You know, sometimes it's all it takes, right? Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of luck. You get the right loot, you're able to take that fight nice and fast and clean it up.
You can see now the picking and choosing comes through. They're going to slow things down, try to loot up as much as possible, making their way in towards one of the only houses towards Grim Gables, and you can kind of see in the distance, Muzz is still floating around, and he's not trying to cause too much commotion and put the focus onto him. He's just trying to wait for Smite and Larson to leave so he can try to get that free reboot onto Looter.
All this pressure onto Muzz's shoulders now as he is trying to wriggle his way
Hai, Muzz, că n-ai făcut nimic, bro.
He knows that material is going to be the key to allowing him to do something big here. Achieve the unthinkable, win a 1v2 against Smite and Larson, who built their entire reputation this last chapter off of these early game fights. Smite wants none of that. He walks to the wall. Muzz, you're great, but how good? And no.
Mama,
Smite and Larson come out on top. They clean things up for 2 games in a row now and earn themselves a little bit more.
As soon as Mr.
Am oprit sunetele, nu mai băgați sunetele, am oprit, gata. Nu vă mai consumați punctele degeaba, chiar dacă dați redeem și după aia vă pierdeți punctele și nu o să apară. Nu mai dați sunete, stop sunete.
They're just biding for time, biding for that perfect moment so that they can pounce. And this one that we talked about, you heard it from MrSAVAGE, you heard it from iDrop. I've been landing here for a year straight. No one is going to scare me off.
Well, the real question is iDrop walling out right now? He's getting very close to ON1 and BUGHA. But no, now he decides, all right, I'll listen to you, Savage. I'll come on down, but you have to meet me down here as well. And they start to retreat here. This might be it, but no, BUGHA steps up, but Savage is so quick. What a shot right there. And now he turns the tables around. iDrop looking to meet them down here. A great free fire, but not enough to run the tag. And all of a sudden, now they reevaluate.
I like the outside of the box thinking coming out for a couple of players in the game already, bringing out their protractors, trying to find that extra angle. And that's the thing, if you have all that confidence in your teammate as a solo, you'll allow them to kind of play with the angles, play with the high ground, and try to see what they can get. And they get 149 damage, disappearing off the back.
iDrop.
Goes down. It's a 1v1. MrSAVAGE
Nice. Nu, dar a luat finish-ul, mă. A luat finish-ul totuși. MrSAVAGE, Malibuca. Hai să vedem pe rușii ăștia doi cum se descurcă. Și pe și TAYSON acolo. Teoretic sunt cei mai buni luptători din Fortnite ăștia. Box fighter. Mersi de subscribe, bro, Flavis, te pop. Bine venit. PAUL2M PE SHOP. E foame. E foame.
Be lending that helping hand, trying to get that storm surge damage for themselves and make your job that much harder for Malibuca and Mustache. It's all about trying to find the perfect angle, trying to find that information so they can try to catch a player off guard, because we already know they're one of the most aggressive teams in this lobby.
See it. They're waiting, trying to capitalize on any opportunity here. We all know what TAYSON is capable of. One of the most winningest players in the European region. He has done it all. He has proven it all. All that's left is for him to show up in person and put the numbers up. But it's no easy task right now. Malibuca and MrSAVAGE are so good. Playing defensively like now. They're doing a great job. But TAYSON slowly, inch by inch, getting closer and closer.
He won't let that piece control go.
La mulți ani. Mamă, ce bine joacă, bă, TAYSON. Eu zic alba. Și mulți bani. Mamă, ce bine. Se mișcă. Așa zic la toți.
Cine
zice că va câștiga?
Sash fighting back here, trying to regain the balls here.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Huge tag on Chapik here, nicely done. He's gonna open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he walks, but Tayson fights back. The 4X FNCS champion is all of a sudden now with his back against the wall here. But no, he's hurt. Malabuka says, forget that. It takes him down, and now it's up to MrSAVAGE, and now he finishes it off too. And Chapik is left.
Ce i-a făcut? Ce i-a făcut copilul ăsta la un câștigător defensiv de 4 ori? Voi ați văzut ce i-a făcut? Deci i-a dat DORMEO, cel mai mare DORMEO din...
DORMEO, noapte bună.
Two elimination points.
DORMEO
It gets you
grav.
the storm surge, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game as Chimp and Scram trying to get things going for them. Chimp, one of the most consistent players in NA East. You got Pamsu and Batch on the other side, also from NA East, so they have a lot of familiarity in terms of fighting against each other. Scram is going to be the odd man out, and you see him trying to find some separation because him and Chimp are not that close together. And all it takes is for both of them to kind of bum rush into one box and kind of end their run.
Now jumping over to the other side of the map, as we all know, this area, one of the most hotly contested zones right now, Tilted Towers, at every single in-person event, has always been the home of fireworks. And Chicho and Trulix are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up nearby, but that's not going to be anything. On the other side, NA West holding Yumi. One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, had a fantastic game, number 1, 3rd place. Cool, got to be living on a prayer right now because for him, he's 1v2.
Ducem un super light? Nu, eu am G-Pro-ul simplu.
To get Yumi up in that game, he had to finish it off.
Eu am G-Pro-ul simplu, bro, uite, cam așa arată. G-Pro-ul simplu, cam așa arată după 2 ani. Nu, 3 ani de fapt. Și are glide-urile schimbate, da? Astea la G-Pro, că nu sunt chiar așa rezistente. I-am pus hyper glide-uri. În rest, să-ți dămâță mouse. N-am nimic de reproșat. În afară de glide-uri. Eu cred că, nu știu, super light-ul posibil să fie un pic prea ușor pentru mine. Îmi place asta de 80 de grame. Super light are 60.
Peppo doing all he can, one of the best in his region.
Am dat 6 milioane pe el.
Walks with a huge shot. Runa and Peppo go down in 45th place.
Tough spot to be in for Runa and Peppo. One of the few representatives for the Asia region have now been taken out.
La mulți ani.
On the other side after a hot win there are now positioned up dead center. And it seems like they have done off this villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend. Contested in the lead up. Malabuka and MrSAVAGE still problems on the horizon. Could it be? Of course, Bugha and Mira who were looking off and picked them off.
I knew they were going to go on top of the Mighty Monument to try to get the Storm Surge, but great minds think alike. Peterbot and Jamper from NA East beat them to it and took down one of the players from the NA West Championship duo. It's going to leave Cool by himself yet again, but how many 1v2s can you take?
This is Peterbot, though. Put some respect on his name, and he makes it look easy. It's just like that. Jamper and Peterbot earn themselves a huge elimination onto a team inside the top 10. What an Elin.
And for them, you got to think Peterbot and Jamper don't have to worry about Storm Surge in the immediate future, but you know how active this lobby is. They got to start thinking about it later on in the game once they find that rotation.
Well, listen, we have Mini Miner here to update us on more action.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, this is a prime example as to how to finish a fight.
Bravo, CLIX.
Right? We know PH Scene and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that. Pinching from both angles, getting that Storm Surge done early, as well as bolstering their loot. Look out for this team for the rest of the game.
And that is such a huge set of Elins there, because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PH and Ketos, man, waiting for them to just really show out. You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. You know, let's not respect these guys. And now all of a sudden they say, hold up. Hold my water. Hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I'm capable of. And I am so impressed by what we have seen so far.
And you're seeing a lot more activity in this game than the previous two because they're starting to fill each other out. They're realizing how hard it is to get Storm Surge later on in the game, so they're trying to get it as early as possible. So that when they end up in those close zones, they're boxed up, they can pick and choose when they have to peek instead of Storm Surge saying you have to go or you're going to go back to the lobby.
Vadil, mă, frumos. Pronunția pe englezească, nu. Vadeal. Vadeal.
Competitive competition, but EU has taken big strides to start leading the pack here. Pamsu and Fatch are solid, but let's get on over to CLIX and Duke here.
Oh, CLIX and Stein.
Such an uphill battle, fighting their way out of the jumps against Pink and Anas, and we've already seen it has not been easy for them.
CLIX and Stein.
For them, they have to worry about it, yes, but it's such a low number. They're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And the shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage, but takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold. So once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now because history says when CLIX and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of not have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. CLIX has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber.
Oh, frații mei din Asia.
They've been putting in work
Joe
for a very long time, but look at this.
Bine. Bine, Joe. Bine, Joe. Te pup. Bine, mă, Joe, mă. Face Gheorghe cu un euro prin super chat. Te pup. Bă, dar fără mesaj, mă. Pune mesaj data viitoare, Gheorghe. Mersi fain de super chat, bro. Te pup. Să trăiești.
So they can pick and choose. Do we fight this here? Do we kind of wait a little bit longer? And it looks like they're just going to peek. Try to get even more surge and hunt down these teams as Vortex takes a huge amount of damage.
Canada, mama, dar ce s-a schimbat copilul ăsta. Pare 100% schimbat.
Very different duos. Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today so far, especially in that game one. They were the upset to Bugha and Miro. Not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance.
Peter bot eliminat.
On the edge zone. Malabuka from the storm to the new safety of the zone. It's not looking good though. He has lost his teammate.
Yeah, early games they were below on damage. Face King eliminat. And you see the Asian duo taking out Brazil as well. King went down, but that's Jason Basil. Above Malabuka.
Peter bot eliminat. Jumper eliminat. Snake eliminat. Nu are el ăsta apărut pe vreo.
86 HP and shields. You know as well as I do, they're probably going to go, but that's information that they lack.
Well, don't yell too loud. Let's go ahead and jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but hey man, there's something about these extremely healthy builds. You know, no one really wants to fully commit a full mag inside. You have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble? Can I actually do it? And Bad Sniper says, instincts speak louder here. I want to step up. I want to take this fight right now.
He heard Fab's shield get cracked by Storm Surge, and he immediately looked that direction. Bad Sniper and Noah Riley coming out with a vengeance here in game number 3. Right around the corner, though, you got to watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but back on board this fight where Malabuka is still alive by himself. Jason Basil, they're trying to attack right now, but Malabuka doing the job, he's doing everything that he can. Pressure from so many angles.
Păi, în viață, Zandy. E în viață? Vreau să protejez membrii, vreau să protejez oamenii de liquid. Cred că e în viață, mă.
Padding the stat, making it look nice and solid. CLIX and Duke thought about it. They say, no, OCE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have easily stood there and fight. They need it more than anyone. As to, oh my gosh, our game leaders Seti and Cammy are actually below the surge. This is so bad for them.
să protejezi de licuri. Dar nu știu. Să practic... Uite, uite! Și în viață, members only nu vreau licuri. Un members only să nu fie licuri. Let's go, e în viață, e în viață. Let's go. O să scot members only imediat ce... Pur și simplu să nu luăm licuri. Nu vreau licuri. Wow, nu arai șotron.
Duo alongside Noah Riley as well. Way to do it there. Switzerland has to be happy.
AQUA, CLIX eliminat de AQUA.
Who is of course representing for the
EU
side in Germany. But let's see it.
Veno face kill-uri, AG eliminat. AQUA.
In his sights for two. Claps back and AQUA's hurt. He loses reason.
Wow, ce frumos a jucat-o AQUA. Ce frumos a jucat-o, wow, cât de bine.
Exact position you want to be in, but these guys can show up at any moment in any game. But for them, they're down 3.
And one shot, 2 Eaglems, a very rare occurrence.
When you're that good, you're that good.
That is true. Here's an ass in pink. We already know. Now, their biggest problems are down. They're out. Keto's in PHN, here they are.
Haiju s-a bătut, nu, a bătut de la Deme sau ceva, s-a întâmplat ceva. Jace încă e în viață, Zandy, dacă aveați intrat pe live. Meciul numărul 3, FNCS Invitational. Toți jucătorii sunt în America acum, în momentul de față. Bravado eliminat, Rob Kebab eliminat. Mamă, ce aș mânca un kebab să moară să devenească de Axana.
He has no shield. He has no HP to regenerate. Just 50 HP total left to his name. And those 2 launch pads. But that's also what worries me is those 2 launch pads because he has a far rotation to go and he's going to have to probably use both of them with short pads in order to get there.
That's right. He's looking to go ahead and make that move. There's nothing in front of him. Meanwhile, Miro and Bugha.
Cine scrie pe chat primește moderator.
How do they want to move out? They hear the launch.
Hai mă, chat, de ce nu scrie nimeni pe chat?
Come up here, let's go and recycle that. Can they find it? There it is.
Mamă, ce-mi place să vă trolez așa un pic. Uite-l mă pe fratele meu Bugha. Dacă scrieți pe chat, vă respect. Bă, ce?
And that probably would have been the saving grace.
Da, cine vrea o dedicație cu la mulți ani? Nimeni? E în viață, mai e în viață, Zandy.
So much action going down around the lobby as Bugha and Mero are trying to find that sweet spot. Because you know as well as I do, as long as they make it to end zone,
la mulți ani. Mai ridice că trebuie și normal.
This is a team that has struggled in the early instances of the chapter this season, but they have managed to find their way.
Dacă facem 2200 de like-uri, scot Joe. A făcut kill, spam România pe chat. La 2200 de like-uri, la 2200 de like-uri scot members mode.
Refresh right there, quite literally bouncing back in the game, and man, you don't see this very often where it's your drop spot where you start.
Salut, Paul, mă cheamă Abel Ursache. Poti spune Abel Rege pentru un edit.
Abel Rege, te pup. Să fii sănătos, doamne ăștia. La mulți ani, și mulți bani, la Panda cu 5 rom prin super chat, po. Faza că nu știe nimeni ce melodie e asta de la super chat. Pop Panda. Nu știe nimeni. Pune și tu un mesaj data viitoare, Panda, te pop. Nu știe nimeni. Uite, Joe, până și Zandy. Eu sunt în meci. Spam cu România pe chat, spam cu România pe chat. Hai cu România. Uite-l. Hai, chat. Gather energy. Let's go, 2200, respect. Uite-l mă pe ursul. Ursul Carpatin, reprezentantul României. Numărul 1.
What in the world? An excellent game, 1 second place finish, leading into game 3 in a such dominant position right now.
And that was one of those people last season saying Edgy can do it on NAEs, try to be the 2 region champion. What would you call that here? Would he be the 7 region champion, 8 region champion if he wins this?
I mean, at this point, he's looking to break that second place curse too. He wants to make sure he gets one with Queasy and Vino backing. Don't forget,
toată lumea spam dormeu pe chat pentru...
in this lobby. This is their home.
Era Zandy! Era Zandy! Zandy l-a bătut. Zandy l-a bătut. El era.
In the last game, 32 above the damage threshold. Luckily for them, not too many players have to go down before they go ahead and have to not worry about it. Is Aqua, Reason.
La rup, că dacă nu jucam. La rup.
When you see Reason not looking up, you know there's only one thing in front of them. How can we take this high ground? Tripperno has a problem in front of him.
MrSAVAGE eliminat. Oh, te pop, dormeo, te pop. La somnic, MrSAVAGE. Dormeo.
You go ahead, hold down heel. I'll continue to tarp out. We have the zone right here.
E pe high.
Stop playing in the big positions right now. And he's got this high ground. It doesn't even look like it's a bit affecting him at all.
E pe high. Băi, e pe high. Ia lui meciul, ia lui. Hai Joe. Aqua, marș.
To play for the builds, he doesn't have enough to make it. Is Reason behind him is the real question.
Epic pe el, te pop.
Meanwhile,
Ia pe unul, bă, e meciul lui, ești nebun? Bă, ești nebun, e meciul lui. Bă, ești nebun, e meciul lui. E meciul lui.
This is where they do the most work. This is where they play best.
Yeah, they're just recycling a lot of those builds towards the low ground. Tripper trying to take that
cheeky shot to the backside of zone.
Elevation of Thomas HD probably leading the charge, making sure that these guys are on the same page through and through. Bugha backside of zone.
E meciul lui, bă.
And he found elimination on the 2. More HP for him. And look at the resources he found.
And it's huge right now. He's managing to fight his way through. He finds another one there in the zone. A huge tag is going to keep him alive right now.
O să nu zici că vine asta din spate.
But no, he's hunted down and taken out back by Thomas HD.
Bă, spam pe cea, România, like.
The extra refreshes here, but he's starting to run out. Is he going to go for low ground, or is he going to continue to hold down here? Reason has a decision to make as well.
Like.
Players in front. Cold is down.
Like.
It's a big one.
Bă, numărul 1. Bă, câștigă meciul copiii ăștia, bă, câștigă meciul. Kill Joe.
A huge shot's going to be fired. Thomas HD is trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Zagu
Bă, ăștia câștigă meciul. Kill! Încă un kill.
I am here to play and put some respect on us. Sentin is going to fall to EU Scram.
A murit?
And again, Zagu is now by himself. Chrome Splash comes out.
A murit?
He finds his teammate. Does he get the save? Now this is what we want to see. A big save here.
Ăla-i dă revive.
Could change the entire story.
Bă, a murit acolo? N-a murit. Ui, e meciul lui. E meciul lui. Bă, e meciul lui.
Oh no, wasn't able to get the revive off. This is going to be huge.
E meciul lui. E meciul lui.
Oh no, but he knows that's
Bă, sunt asiatici. Zandy. E meciul lui.
Can he find a steal of points here? He's looking for it. Zagu jumps it ultimately low. Chip's trying to time his exit, and he gets
easy, bă.
And down he goes.
Easy, bă, easy. Mai învățați, bă, luați și învățați cum se joacă numărul 1. Numărul 1 în lume, voi sunteți sănătoși. Uite-l pe omul meu. Uite-l, mă, pe omul meu. Numărul 1, bă, numărul 1. Numărul 1! Numărul 1! Numărul 1! Numărul 1! Numărul 1! A câștigat meciul, băi! Numărul 1! Uite!
They take the game and they have all the momentum now. And this is what I love about in-person events because they get to take that walk.
Du-te că pe el l-aduce pe scenă. Fix pe el le-a pe scenă, mă. Fix pe el le-a pe stage.
Really dive inside the minds of these players, right? To understand what makes them tick and how they find the success. Kill it.
Ia uite-mă pe ursul.
Joined here
Carpatin
by ZANDY and Joe. Everyone make some noise for our Game 3 winners. So I swear I was watching the game and I saw Acorn and Edgy had height. I turned around, looked back, and then you guys had it. How were you able to take it?
We just sped it up and cleared 90 to the sky limit.
It was absolutely incredible. Not only did you get the VR, but you also walked away with 9 eliminations, I believe. Is aggression a big part of your play style?
Yeah, we want height, just spraying down, getting kills.
So from now on, are you guys going to be going for height every game, or is it mostly circumstantial?
We'll see.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about the remaining 3 games today?
Feeling good after that game now.
As you should be feeling good. Everyone, one more time, make some noise for these 2 right here.
Wow.
Thank you guys for joining me. Enjoy your break, and we're going to be heading on to the desk.
Bravo, man.
Joe and ZANDY, victory royale in game number 3 of the FNCS Invitational. A huge way to show up, and not only the victory royale, but accompanied by 9 eliminations. Tokata, that's what you want to see on this stage.
It's what you love to see, right? Those big VRs, the pushing up in that leaderboard. I mean, we saw Queasy and Vino dominating the high ground in the first 2 games initially, but Joe and ZANDY now showing how it's done, not only securing the VR, but also with a good amount of units.
And you know what's more impressive, right? This is a very, very north zone. These guys land all the way down to the south, down in Synapse Station, just before the zone started closing. It was 5th zone, I believe it was. They had 3 eliminations. They sorted out their Storm Surge early on. They got the materials, and they were able to take high ground so effectively. By the way, they played it 2 to car. They were playing 1 up front side, 1 up back side. No one was getting up there.
Galezi, irlandezi, ceva genul ăsta.
Going to be contested by BUGHA and On1 in the Synapse Station, but now having it uncontested, they have to figure out how to get that damage.
Bugha. Ce zici, Bugha? Ce se întâmplă acolo, Bugha, meu?
But they've done it, and it's showing.
Ce zici, mă, Bugha, mă?
So good here, especially to finally be able to kind of to get those wheels moving, right? To get these players finally in that place where they can say, look, okay, game 1, regardless of what has happened in the previous 2 games, we're all ready to go.
Nu-i vine să creadă, mă, că a câștigat, nu vine să creadă.
Let's take a look at said leaderboard and see
Vali, mersi de subscribe, locul 3.
We have another 3 games
left
today. We'll be back tomorrow for the last 6. Queasy and Vino now tied with Meram and Zagu. And I just gotta say, the international teams here, Japan, Brazil, y'all are showing up.
This is what you love to see from an international event. Queasy and Vino were fan favorites coming in from EU, but now seeing Meram and Zagu tied for that first place spot.
Dacă nu dați like pentru chestia asta, nu știu, am închis live-ul, gata, nu. Am închis live-ul, nu se poate așa ceva.
If you want to get that first place spot, you have to stay on top, and that is what the duo from Asia is doing.
Yeah, and things were looking peachy for them, right? They were picking up eliminations, they were looking good, they had the materials to go for their classic high ground take, but unfortunately, it couldn't quite work out for them, right? They were just getting sprayed from all different angles. Maybe it was a positional issue, maybe Queasy might have to take blame for that, but you know what? There's still plenty of games to go.
You gotta hope that they can just make the adjustments, right? It's fine, they're still in first place, right? Even with the situation, they go down in 21st place. In that game, they're still in first overall in the leaderboard. But for right now, why don't we toss it over? Adam is standing by with Vortex. What's he got to say?
E pe Discord, mă, e pe Discord.
Thank you very much, ZK. Actually, Hen was just complimenting me on my, I smell a candy gloss or cotton candy kind of smell. I'd love to take credit, but it could be the points you've scored thus far. Second place in game 2. How are you feeling after the first 3 games of FNCS Invitational?
Not good enough. Obviously, we got second place in the second game, but the first and the third game weren't good enough. And hopefully we can fix that after the break. Yeah, that's about it.
I mean, Vortex, coming into this competition, he says it's not good enough. Do you set real high expectations every game? Do you set certain things you want to do on a game-to-game basis each time?
Yeah, we did okay the first 3 games. First game I did a dumb mistake.
Who's this? Yeah. Vortex. Focus Vortex.
We need to fix it.
Gotcha. And I think when it comes down to this competition as well, playing against the rest of the world, there is a pressure, but there are still 9 games to go.
9 games to go. That sounds like fun.
That sounds like fun indeed. Thanks very much. Massive shout out to Head and Vortex. Let's head back to Zeke on the main stage.
Just kidding, Adam. Surprise for you here. It's actually me, Vivid, on the stage.
Eram 100% sigur că o să câștige măcar un meci pentru că a câștigat și în Saudi. Deci eram 100% sigur. Dar Bugha nu face nimic, mă, the GOAT. Ziceam eu că e the GOAT of competitive, marele Bugha, și n-a câștigat încă nimic. Primele 3 meciuri n-a făcut nimic. Nu să câștige încă, n-a făcut nimic, nici nu cred că e top 10 Bugha. Mai avem 3 meciuri în seara asta și încă 3, mai avem 3 meciuri în seara asta și 6 mâine. Mâine la ce oră sunt celelalte meciuri? Cam tot așa, pe la aceeași oră, probabil.
They are set on storm surge, and they actually sit up here for so long that Hen and Vortex are not even expecting them to still be up there, and they get this nice sneaky beam in here to make sure that their storm surge is looking good. And then listen, this is the adjustments I was talking about. Look at this. Bugha and Miro sitting all the way back in the storm, knowing that Malabuka and MrSAVAGE have been making this late rotate with the balloons as well, to make sure that they get some storm surge tags on them as they fly through the air. He does get the knock, ultimately doesn't find the elimination, but the adjustments are being made, and that's what we love to see.
E top 3 Andrei Ursul. Rezon, I know, na?
Thank you so much, Vivid, for that breakdown. As we come back to the desk, we have a very special guest joining us here on the analyst desk. It's none other than Cypher PK. You guys can give it up. I mean, we all know Cypher's pretty incredible at everything he does.
Respect cine se uită la Cypher, eu mă uit. Super content. Chiar îmi place. N-are microfonul pornit, lol.
Okay.
Bă, n-are microfonul pornit. Porniți-mă microfonul, The Goat.
That's awesome.
Nu vine să cred că n-are microfonul pornit, bro. Și l-a pus pe... Bro, that's cringe, actually.
We have 3 left. What are your thoughts?
It's been exciting, man. We've seen some crazy changes, right? I mean, we went into it kind of having expectations
before. The goat și nu-i pui microfonul.
We saw the Queasy and Vino, of course, still doing very, very well. But some of the smaller regions, some of the maybe lesser-known players have turned up today. It's been great to see. We've seen changes in strategy, of course, as well. Some crazy zones.
V-am pornit botul, puteți să băgați sunete. Redeem și copiați din descriere ce sunete. Care a stat pe live multe minute, aveți, puteți să băgați sunete. Deci primești puncte din alea când stai pe live, știi? Și puteți băgați sunete. Rușine sau like sau PAUL2M pe shop sau ce vreți voi. Ce câștigă locul 1? $200.000.
Forgot to turn on your mic. That was on me.
It's all good. It's all good.
Malibuca. Deci ăsta a câștigat.
Fortnite event since World Cup and you guys blew out the water.
That's awesome. What are you thinking about the competition so far? How are you enjoying the
microfonul
It's great to see some of these players like in a LAN environment, and because there has been one in such a long time, a lot of these players, this is their first ever in-person event. So it's a completely different kind of shock when you're playing in front of a crowd and you hear the cheering and roaring. So some of them are veterans, some of them have LAN experience, and that is going to benefit them, but then the rest are kind of here for the first time.
Yeah. Is there like a duo you feel like you're falling like, yo, I'm vibing with this duo, and then maybe one that you're like, yo, these are the ones I think.
Well, the duo from Japan, I'm glad to see like a small region pop off on like an international level, so I'm kind of rooting for them.
That's right, dude. Zago and Meron, they are absolutely, like, it's weird too. They're just running around, and it's like wherever we look, their action, they're just there. Like, they're just like, hey, there's action over there. I want to be there, finding eliminations. Who are you hoping to see change things up as we kind of move into the later half of the day?
Well, there's a lot of off-spawn fights happening right now. You got a little bit in Jones's, a little bit in Tilted Towers, and whoever's just on the...
100% PAUL2M pe shop îți aduce noroc în viață. Încercați o săptămână, 2, 3, 4.
este demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Nu mă încercați. Încercați și o să vedeți.
Get to end game, you might not want to make that change in the middle of the tournament, but it could be beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, you are pretty much known as like one of the guys that can adapt to anything, right? Think back all the days of like, I'm going to build a tower here, and I'm going to throw a million traps in here, and oh, it's a convenient launch pad. Do you maybe have advice for some of these players? Maybe things you would hope they kind of like consider as we now have that time to kind of collect our chips?
Okay, so my biggest advice, I mean,
Petrisur a donat 10 euro. Aș fi foarte recunoscător dacă mi-ai face o promovare aici. https://www.youtube.com.
Nu fac promovări, bro. Nu fac promovări. Dă-mi mesaj pe Instagram și îți dau refund. Sau dacă ai donat pe PayPal, îți fac refund. Sau dă mail. Ai mail-ul meu în descriere.
These guys. So to do a 1v2, and we've seen a few already, and I think we're going to see a little bit more going on. That's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, watching a lot of these 1v2s happen, kind of like to what you're saying, it doesn't just happen, right? Like it's kind of like walking up to professionals of your equal caliber and just be like, I'll just 1v2 you guys in front of a live audience, kind of casually. No
Zandy acolo, da, bro, dă live în spate să vezi cum a câștigat, cum l-au pus pe scenă, cum tot.
Especially in an in-person event like this, you hear the crowd cheer when you get that clutch, and it's exciting. But I'm curious, Cypher, we've seen multiple duos from Brazil right now in the top 5, in the top 10, a duo from Asia tied for first place. We've seen a lot, but I want to know, are you what do you want to see that has not happened?
Unul pe ceea cine se uită la videoclipurile lui Cypher.
Dați, băi, like.
Deci unul pe ceea cine se uită la videoclipurile lui Cypher. Eu mă uit, jur că mă uit.
Easy.
Nu, bă, nu e el pro player. Dar pur și simplu face comentarii așa șmechere la jocuri cum se joacă și are videoclipuri interesante, a avut alea cu skin-ul ăla, băi, pur și simplu interesant și mă uit. Sincer mă uit, fără niciun mișto, nu mă uit la mulți youtuberi, dar la Cypher pe chiar mă uit. Mai ales și când caut și eu idei pentru videoclipurile mele, chiar mă uit.
Enjoy it.
I mean, it's so important on a player level, but even just from a competitive standpoint, like this is esports, like competing in front of an audience and you know, having that pressure on you and still performing and still doing well, that is a true testament to what kind of player you are, in my opinion. If you win online tournaments, that's great, but this is the true test of skill.
Yeah. Cypher BK, thank you so much for your insight, brother. It's great to have you here in person. Fans, if you see him, make sure you say what's up to Cypher. He's one of the coolest people you'll ever meet in your entire life. The players are currently on a little bit of a break as they collect themselves, so why don't we go hang out with the casters, Monster D-Face and Jacob PR. Thank you so much, Zeke, there for, of course...
Ți-ai pus numele Paul2M pentru că ai 2 metri înălțime? Exact.
Your favorite moments. Look, I want to talk about what I've loved the most so far. Let's talk about how this script has been flipped way upside down. Not a single person expected, I think, what we've seen today. And for me, the Brazilian region, Ed in the 2v1 situation there on the outside of zone. Wait for him to clutch up. And then PHC and Iquitos coming through, putting up incredible performances so far. What a way for them to represent for the entire Brazil region.
I like how you're going for a region that isn't necessarily the most talked about. No EU, no NA at all, neither one of East or West. And I'm going to follow suit. I'm going over to that Asia region. I want to visit Japan one day, and I hopefully get to meet Zagu and Miram. These guys are lighting up the leaderboard. They are putting on a show, and it's a show that...
Ia stai așa să vedem cum a reacționat Mongral la win-ul lui Zandy. Stați așa să reacționăm un pic. Stați așa să vedem cum a reacționat șobolanul ăsta de Mongral. Dita șobolanul și el. Mamă, are gagică, MrSAVAGE, Mongral. Cum dau, mă, să văd? Unde găsesc reacția? Unde găsesc, mă, reacția lui ăsta al Mongral? Că văd că e live. Dar vreau să văd reacția. TikTok. E pe 3, Zandy. La mulți ani. Și mulți bani. What the fuck a postat? E că a postat a meu.
Surprised, not necessarily because they do have slow starts, but they have great finishes.
Well, that's...
Ia, mă. Ia.
Let's go, Joe. Petty FM for 2 months. Petty FM for 2 months.
Ia, Mongral reacționează la Zandy.
Let's go, Joe. Let's go.
Bravo.
Petty FM for 2 months. Let's go, Joe. Let's go! Petty FM for 2 months. Let's go, Joe!
Senzație, mă, copilul ăsta.
This is Z
Ia uite și intrarea.
everybody. Several FNCS final performances and most recently 4th in EU's FNCS. Now they are ready to take home the big prize.
Numărul 1, mă, copilul ăsta, mă, nu e cuvintele la capie.
Petty FM for 2 months. Let's go, Joe! Let's go! Petty FM for 2 months.
Sensational, mate. Sensational.
48.
Break.
5, 150, 250. What about you? Say it again. Sorry. That's
5, 2, 5.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Come.
Yeah, no stop.
Yeah,
I have no meds.
2 builds. Together, come. 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ready? Let's. We needed that. Let's go.
If you're looking to get into competitive gaming in any space, comms are vital. Understanding,
3, 2, 1, go.
keeping comms clear, even if you're panicking, don't freak out, don't yell. Just say, hey, this is what I got going. As I throw my pen, apparently. I was way too excited. I threw my pen. Guys, I wanted to kind of take a moment here as our players are recollecting themselves. We see a few starting to make their way back on the stage as we prepare for the next set of games. What are maybe a few duos you guys are feel like might be under the radar? I love that our cast kind of touched on Zago and Maram, right? We've been hyping this duo up from Japan. And for me, I'm thinking to myself, bro, this is just like a team from Japan. If there was more Japan representation, Invitational, I'd be even more
Are minim $1000,
I
dar
don't even know if I'd like
bine,
saying
facem
under
mai
the
mult.
radar, right? Because this duo, champions of Japan, now tied for first place in one of the first international events we've had in years, right? The first we've had in years. The way they're performing, coming from the Rave Cave, there's another 2 duos surrounding them, so they don't necessarily have a free loop path that's on con. They have to be cautious, they have to be careful, but they've done that every single game and got into the late game, got in their eliminations. They are playing so well.
Yeah, you know what, Vivid earlier on the show, he said he wasn't usually impressed by a duo when he's VOD reviewing. Vivid, I hope you are impressed by these because, oh boy, are they putting on an impressive show right now. These guys, when I first looked at them, I was looking at them landing at the north side of Sleepy Sand. Vino and Queasy decided, you know what, we're going to take control of this area. And they ran away. They went to the Rave Cave. That's where they're currently dropping. And you know what, at that point, I thought, I'm nervous. I'm nervous for this duo. Are they a little bit nervous? Are they a little bit scared going into this running away from one of the biggest teams? It's not a bad idea, of course, because seemingly it's working out.
I mean, they are just going absolutely ham. And remember, this is like, in that last game, we saw Maram go down, right? And in that game specifically, Zago actually tried to go for the revive. Yep. In an alternate universe, there's a universe where Maram was revived, and they 100% go on to win that game. So we'll have to keep an eye on this duel. Is there another duel for you guys you feel might be under the radar, like truly under the radar?
Look, I don't want to say just one duo. I want to shout out both Zeke KBR and also Bachatin and Kitos. I mean, they've been playing so well, especially in this most recent game. They're getting to the late game, and not only that, they're getting in with a good amount of elims. If they keep up this consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if they maintain that spot in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the latter that you mentioned, Bachatin and Kitos, those guys are doing really, really good at getting that early aggression off spawn. They're getting their Storm Surge out of the way because, of course, they're landing at a central POI, that sort of red bridge just to the left of that sort of mid-map area. They're doing a really, really good job at getting the surge. Of course, we had a few questions about that. Maybe there could be third parties coming in, of course, with there being such a central location. But they're answering all of the questions. And oh boy, are they fighting? They're fighting with some aggression. And it's good to see. They're not nervous.
Yeah, Storm Surge, we saw it very prevalent in game 1, right? A lot of these teams coming out and saying, this is a massive issue. And already within 2 games, we're seeing some of this being corrected. What might be a couple of the changes? Like, obviously, a lot of people kind of what we've hinted at is they're just getting aggressive, man. They're just saying, look, if you want to fight at my POI, let's do this. Let's go.
Look, speaking about a change, I want to see what Queasy and Vino do after this halftime, right? They've had 3 games. The first 2 went really well. And then this last one, they ended up getting eliminated a little early. I believe it was Queasy that was the last one standing. Vino got knocked down, and then he went for the revive and got taken out as well. So it might have just been, you know, a little mistake that happens. Mistakes always happen, but it's all about overcoming that, you know, leaving it behind you, adapting, and playing better in the
upcoming matches. So I'm curious to see what they change.
Yeah, of course they've had that break now,
right? We don't usually have this in traditional tournaments. We don't usually have this half-time break in between three and or the first 3 games, the latter 3 games. So this is something that I'm excited to see. Who's made the most of this time? Who's been really looking at their gameplay? Who's been analyzing? How can we solve the problems that we've had? And it's going to be up to the teams that have used that time most effectively. I think they're going to be the ones that have come out on top.
And I hope some of them have even taken this time and just said, like, let's just calm our nerves down. Like, as incredible it is to have an audience just lose their mind when elimination goes out or a victory.
Deci au 2 perechi de căști? Uite o întrebare bună. Au 2 perechi de căști pentru că aia mare e o pereche de căști care izolează sunetul, e izolatoare și aia are microfonul. Și căștile alea mici, alea care intră în urechi, pe acolo le vine sunetul.
Doesn't mean they're not capable of winning the competition. They just had one off-spawn bad fight, and they need to correct it.
Right, I mean, if you're going to have a bad off-spawn fight, or even a bad match, the best time to have that bad match is right before the break, right? Because you get the time to stay calm, stay collected, refresh your mind, get a bit of water, get high.
Moderatorii cam dorm. Păi da, nici nu am moderatori. Dă mesaj de pe Instagram să văd dacă ești tu adevăratul. Să dau ție moderator. Achilles Mira, n-am testat.
I'm impressed so far with all these high ground plays because a lot of these teams, they are high ground teams, particularly on some of the regions that we haven't talked about so much. Those guys, they know how to play high, so nobody's safe.
All these duos are back at it. Just look as we've kind of taken moments to just visit with each duo. You can tell the focus is there.
Ton, băieți, 36 de grame de proteine.
That's right, from up above. I want to see people down in the dirt, fighting back and showing what they're made of, right? Getting those E-limbs on the teams up above and, you know, getting a VR from it.
You know who I think can do that? Ami and SETI, right? We saw it in game number 1. They won on high ground, right? Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo. We're usually seeing them playing their materials riding just on that edge of surge and just their materials going throughout that end game with some refreshes, but they play very, very calmly, if you like, which is something that could be really, really useful for them. I was thinking, like, you know, they won game 1. Of all the teams that you want to win game 1, for the other players, you don't want it to be Cami and SETI because they can play so consistently, and I'm expecting to see more of that. Let's give them some time to chill. It's like, hang on a second, we won game 1 on high? Like, what's this? This is so alien to us.
I think what's interesting too is I've seen a couple of duels now. It's like, hey, you look over, they got like 5 units, but they still don't have what it takes, right? They're out of ammo. They have no heals. They have no builds. Why is that? If we're capable of finding 5 eliminations on a stage like this and calibers like this, what are we lacking?
There's so many types of engagements that you can encounter during a match, right? It could be early game engagements that staggered out and last a long time. We have MrSAVAGE and BUGHA going against TAYSON and Chapix. I mean, those 2 duos alone are literally titans of their own region, and having them go head to head, those engagements can last a little while. And if it takes a long time to finish an engagement, you lose a lot of materials, you lose resources, you lose shields, and even if you end up...
Perfect, mă, tonul. 120 de calorii. 120 de calorii, 36 de grame de proteine. Perfect pentru ce plănuiesc eu.
Is incredible. They're not going up against the likes of me and you. They're going up against some solid players, and they're proving.
Yeah, I'm a walking 50 shield refresh. Don't even worry about me.
I can back.
We do have Adam and Kelly stand.
Zirex a devenit membru.
Respect. Te pup, Zirex. Mersi de membru. Dar cine ți-a făcut avatarul ăsta așa fain? Ia, zi și mie dacă știi să faci.
Games 3 and 4, get some food, get some drinks, and now they are ready to go.
A luat o pauză, au făcut-o pișocul, gata.
Imminently, but we need the entire world right now to hear us, North Carolina. Let us hear you make some noise! Let them hear you, Japan! It's Greenham! Let them hear you
te pot.
We are here!
We are ready, everyone! Let's go to game number 4!
A început, mă. A început chat. Hai cum spam cu România așa. Chill, cu un like, cu un PAUL2M PE SHOP, Chileanu pe spate. Nu mai tipăm că e târziu și trezim vecinii. Chileanu. Cileanu, Legereanu, PAUL2M PE. Uite, Părț ăsta eliminat. 2 în Părț. E pe 3 Zandy map-ul.
And with Pars dropping, Raze has the world of pressure on his shoulder in this game.
And it's so crazy because we didn't think they were going to be able to do it.
Nope.
Get past this, what feels like crazy hurdle, being contested on an in-person event.
Nu, Zyrek, ziceam dacă știi tu așa.
Honestly cross you out of the equation here, but not for these competitors. They don't let that little inconvenience stop them. If anything, they weaponize it. They've turned it into surge tag. They've turned it into great standings. Even Sagu and Marine here from Team Alba representing for their entire region at the Rave Cave.
Yep, this is huge. You got Thomas HD and Tripper and Commandment and Avery all landing towards the Rave Cave. This is one of the biggest VOIs with a ton of loot to go around. You're going to see not too many early game fights going down over there. Kitos and PH Zin trying to have that early game that they want, because for them, they've been doing so consistent lately out of this drop spot. Not too much contesting going by, and for their Storm Surge, they have so many players around them so they can gather it.
Now what's crazy is that the story of Brazil is W key, but not for them. They've made all their points through placement. They actually have some of the lowest eliminations overall when you stand them against the others inside the top 5. They're actually at the lower spectrum, but Vico and Marine here starting to get into some dangerous territory. You can see the reality tree is
moderator poate să ia oricine, bro. Trebuie să doar să scrii semnul exclamării moderator pe chat și primești moderator automat. Ia uite, ursul!
Who have just taken home a huge moment and win for themselves. And now
uite, vedeți, acum au câștigat meciul. Au câștigat meciul și acum le pune pe ecranul principal.
I was going to say exactly this, what Grim Gable looks like for Larson and Smite, who actually did win that off-spawn exchange last game against Buzz and Lunar, trying to have that repeat success here in this game. Right now, they're just kind of taking their time. They're high up on the mountain, so they got to be careful for those third-party attempts to come through.
Now, Buzz and Lunar are playing potentially spoiler here outside the Grim Gables.
Chiar ați crezut, mă, că scrii moderator? Mai învățați, spoiler, mai învățați. Maestru în troll.
But this is where they have built their reputation, fighting in the early game, managing to get so much experience being contested season after season. It started way back north where Vito PZR, but hold up, Larson, 5-1, the trade is good, and Smite gets the other, and down goes OCE, Muzz, and Looter.
That was a fantastic play by Larson, reading him like a book. He turned the page and got an elimination. MrSAVAGE strikes again on what goes down. Baka has to go ahead and figure out what to do next. iDrop's trying to get those angles. Right now, they're just trying to alleviate the pressure, but the Brazilian duo that you're talking about, King and MrSAVAGE, they're looming in the distance, waiting for that perfect moment to strike.
And that's right. This is such a huge opportunity. Now, remember, they land just west of the Chrome Jam Junction. For them to come in, sweep things up, could change the story around. There it is. They open up with a couple tags, but iDrop gets to the loot first. He's got the refresh. He's got a little more material, and you have to assume King and Ed are just a little bit more positioned and ready for this, but a good defense, a good block is all you need here to back them off, and it is going to be enough. King and Ed don't get to show us what they're made of in a clean 2v2.
Am 21 puncte, 2 respect.
Chrome Jam, that is the Asian powerhouse, but over here towards the islands, towards Mighty Monument, you have the FNCS, NA West champions, trying to have that repeat performance in game number 1. That's Basil, that's Chase, that are under pressure, high ground, is seemingly right now cemented to the PSG TNA duo.
Now Yumi is very solid. Cool's gonna find Jason if he there. It's up to Basil.
Casa Loco, da, mă, Casa Loco. Uite un cunoscător.
No teammate to work with here, and he is trapped inside this stone build here. This is a very tough tower to play out of. Awkward positions to build, and the terrain gets extremely weird. He does drop a few layers, but there's only 2 exits, and one of them's cut off by tons of enemy territory. So look at this. He goes out the back with the windows there. That is that game knowledge kicking in there. Yumi and Core looking so solid. This is what they do on a day-to-day basis, isn't it, Jacob?
Yep, this is exactly what they came to do here with that stunning performance last season. Even though it was a 2-day competition, they ran away with it on day 1, and when push came to shove, they held on to it in day 2 to take home that crown. But you can kind of see the Brazilian duo slowing things down just a little bit. They thought it was going to be an easy third party on MrSAVAGE and BUGHA and on one, but it wasn't as easy as we thought.
E meciul 4, mai sunt 2 meciuri fără asta.
Plenty of highlights as well. Let's get caught up with how this unplayed.
Bă, dacă nu te mai lasă mămica și trebuie să te culci, du-te și te culcă și te uiți mâine.
Saw all the chrome builds. He says, no, I'm not going through that. We're going to go
Hai, Joe. Bă, de ce îmi sună așa cunoscut ăsta? Cred că e de la Joe, care joacă cu Zandy.
I drop was kind of talking about. He said, I've been dropping here for 12 months.
Eu beau un actimel.
I'm not splitting loot.
Mâine să fac un episod acum, ceva de genul zilele astea, să fac un... Să iau iară vreo 20-30 de actimeluri și să... Da, faza e că nu trebuie să mănânc înainte. Adică nu trebuie să mănânc cam toată ziua și să filmez atunci ca să pot să le...
Remember, one of the last in-person events that...
Te știu, mă, stai, a fost moderator, a fost membru mult timp.
MrSAVAGE took it out on top. You had Bizzle in second, and the placements down far after.
That's right, but look at this. Seti and Cammy going to the old trusty right on top of this air blimp. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here where you expose yourself, but you just open the entire terrain before you. As we jump on over to Kitos and PH in here, looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo, just showing us exactly what they are capable and made of.
This is literally the story of them on their region as well. They consistently take out teams at the top, and that is perfect preparation for a lobby like this. Because you got to think the Brazil region, they're fighters. They love to fight, and right now they're playing against the best, and it's working out.
Let's talk a little bit about
this zone for a second here. For the first time now, we see a little northern pole off to the east, so we get another kind of shake-up. So the last time we went to Shiny, it didn't quite work out for Vino and Queasy, but what we did see was that they were so...
Bă, ar fi fain să avem mâine un show match, ceva, știi, așa, un match, unul singur cu Ninja, cu Tofu, cu Zemi, cu Cypher PK, cu Paul2M, cu toți ăștia, știi? Să avem așa un show match. Poate să nu fie toți prezenți acolo, dar să dea toți webcam, așa un show match, știi cum era CSGO înainte, ar fi mișto.
Known in seasons past, this is a hot spot.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing. They know exactly what happens to any team in Lustrous Lagoon if they have it uncontested. You take too long to loot, these other team on the outskirts will begin to climb up onto that mountain and put the shots down. They met Chimp.
Numai cu streameri cumva, știi?
Let anything go easy in a lobby like this, but Chimp, you can kind of see him crouching down, biding his time, trying to minimize the audio that he does give out, reuniting with Scram, trying to get that elevation in. No opportunity is going to be given up by Runa Pepo.
Love the focus that we're seeing from Chimp right now.
Azi ziua mea, fac 13 ani, te pup, Edi, la mulți ani, Doamne ajută, sănătate.
La mulți ani! Swings the thing around there, he says, hold up. Might just go for high ground. Meanwhile, Queasy looking for tags here in the distance. So there's all types of battles starting to shape up and potentially heat out right now. And remember, this is all in loom of potential storm surge, right?
Scram, Chimp, still in that high ground fight. The thing is, they're in zone. Every team that landed south is going to come here on this side. This is going to be the most congested side of the map monster.
Live-uri de 4 ore, dar pe așa făceam la început când m-am apucat de YouTube, live-uri de 4 ore, numai că atunci era mai fun Fortnite-ul. Puteai să te joci 4-5 ore fără nicio problemă. Acum ce să mă joc 4 ore de Fortnite, că... Stai să opresc sunetele, gata, opresc sunetele. Acum dacă mă joc o oră și îmi plesnește vena de nervi pe Fortnite. Am oprit sunetele, nu mai dați. Gen sunetele pe chat. Te pup, Spartan. Ia, asiatici ăștia.
Team from Asia, you see Hellfire and Falconer in the distance. The shots just holding in. You see how he went down. He had no choice but to go forward. Storm was going to eat him alive, and I think that's still Queasy and Vino on top of the blimp, letting that helping hand inadvertently.
And then they just W key straight across as well. They're like, you're not going to get that.
E ziua mea, fac 8 shop de ani. Mamă, te pup, Denis. Mulți înainte, frate, te pup.
Breaking the tie. Now Vino and Queasy, of course, are just behind them, and this is going to become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment and
Aș pune pe domnul ăsta ca al treilea cel mai bun din lume. Da, mă, e bun, e senzație copilul, e hai de capă. Hai să facem și noi 2400 de like-uri, chat. Cam șoma pe like-uri, sincer. Nu respir până nu facem 2400 de like-uri.
high pad. You can go ahead and try to take high ground if you're able to hold on it towards the end game, and this is going to be the first instance of Storm Surge in game number 4 that we're going to see. All day long, we've seen teams not necessarily manage it the best, and that being the solo focus of why they get down, but game number 3, Victory Royale winners, Joe and Zandy, 58 below the damage threshold and continuously falling.
Sincer.
Now they did win a game, but that's not enough to stay in. You
Unde
have
ați mai
to
văzut un
continue to
urs care
perform.
nu ată așa de bine? Mamă, dar e departe.
Just maybe that long-awaited break has allowed other teams to figure it out. Hit that drawing board.
Caută. N-au surge, n-au surge. Fagi! Man, n-au surge, n-au surge, n-au surge. Nu e bine, nu e bine, nu e bine. Pune-mi ped. Da bine, de fapt, el știe mai bine, dar...
Event they go, can he get there in time? He misses it just slightly, but Joe fights back.
Bine, două
And
taguri.
he doesn't miss. How quick was the setup there? Nicely done. That little bit of defense is something.
Hai cu surge-urile, hai cu surge-urile, băieții mei.
But they're still 46 below the damage threshold. They have a lot more room to cover as well. But for them, they have the Chili Strike Flash. They have the Mighty Monument. As Vico has an elimination on the Miriam. Can he be able to clean that one up and get the spoils after that falls all together? Brian and Vico really trying to show up this game. And you talked about it during that break about how stacked that top of the leaderboard actually is.
And it looks like they were waiting around just a little too long. They try to bait out the vault, and instead they get punished. And now Zagu is buying himself the shield bubble. He's going to buy him some time, but it's only a matter of time. If he stays there, yes, they're just going to 2v1 him. He goes up for high ground, and he's trying to get on out of here. Vico and Marine decide better. They say, all right, I'm okay with that. With Swag and Pablo here, let's just get to the new storm. Let's get safe, and that's what they do first. But it is not looking good for our first place.
Și mai ales sunt top. Ei așa se uită cam ce fac jucătorii din top să vadă. Iar a fost terminat pârțul ăsta, mai incredibil.
Who've also had their own struggles when it comes to Storm Surge. This could be a good fight for both of them.
Bă, cred că au plătit o grămadă de bani ăștia de la Polo să le bage pe Renegade.
Trying to get out alive, but the backfire comes through. Video gets an elimination as well. Everybody in this fight is under siege. Pink with his back up against the wall takes them both down.
GG. Joe a eliminat acolo. Se bate.
With no interference in the distance, Chapix cleans things up onto Z, Andy and Joe are game 3 winners.
Le-a dat unul V2?
Chapix and Tayson continue to play upset. Let's just take a look at the highlight.
Da, le-a dat unul V2.
Go down. He walks up. Man, this is why Chapix is so good. This is what he did in the World Cup. This is what he's doing here now. And ooh, you can see the pain. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that's definitely tough here. But luckily for them, they did get that victory royale. They're at the top side of the leaderboard. One bad game does not decide your future. As Queasy and Vino under siege yet again. Storm Surge doing its wonders, but they have 10 splashes. But Vino has to try to get him out. That means Queasy has to alleviate some of the pressure with the builds. But shots coming in from the distance. Luckily for them, there's another team that is struggling to surge, so they're not the sole focus of the lobby just yet.
Now this is insane. First place has already lost a teammate. Now Vino and Queasy were in second. Just points behind are so hurt here, and the surge is continuing. They will have to take this fight. That's not an easy duo, and that one isn't either. This is looking very tough now for Queasy and Vino.
Queasy. Da, mă, că ăștia după aia se depărtează prea mult. Mamă, disperați după Storm Surge, disperați, vor și ei Storm Surge neapărat. Mamă, disperați după Storm Surge. Nu e, mă, incredibil. Ba da. Te las că nu mai lasă mămica. Te pop.
Just a little bit here. Can he find anything? Was there something left behind? They should know better. This is their landing spot. This is their home territory. And they're just going to go ahead and look for scraps now. And just like that, they knew what they left behind, and they are going to be back in this game in no time.
Some of the biggest brains in Fortnite to kind of remember something like that. That is outside of the box thinking, but the Storm Surge has not left them just yet. 49 still below the damage threshold. Commandment and Avery, I don't know how they made it out alive either, but they're still doing a good job.
Să amintiți la pauză, adică când se termină meciul ăsta, vreau să ne uităm la top 10 la OG, la primul cu... Știți voi, top 10 cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite, dar la OG.
Hold up, Vino says we need some E-lens, but no, he gets taken out and Queasy. It's up to him and he falls too.
Azi ce rage a dat? Azi ce rage a dat.
Bino and Queasy are down, and Zagu is there to play in the mess here. He is putting his own two thoughts into the battle.
Cum să dai rage, bro? Eu n-am dat niciodată rage. Nu înțeleg cum poți să te enervezi la un joc video. Lol. Cringe.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna leave it to you, Avery. I'm gonna leave it to you, Commandment. You guys can have it, but it's Savage and iDrop who get all the loot.
Yeah, and that's huge for the loot for Savage and iDrop, because now they can kind of pick and choose. You see, he still has some bandages there, so he's trying to look for something else to maybe trade it off. But with 2 launch pads, the zone right now is not going to be a worry at all, especially since Commandment and Avery are already making their rotation outward. But another team landed towards cloudy combos. Malibuca and MrSAVAGE.
So let's think about this, right? Third place is out. Joe and ZANDY are out.
Azi mai dă strike la 1.
Competitive at the top. But now that we see
Mongralul cine e acolo? Că nu mai joacă Fortnite Mongralul, se joacă
it is that much closer here. Let's take a look at these quick highlights here. How are they so far ahead of this?
Bă, chat, no chep, mă gândeam să mă apuc de Roblox sau, doamne, de Valorant, mă, să mă joc așa Valorant serios. Da, milene.
The same thing. Let me knock on this door, take this piece away, but Jamper was just a little bit too slow to the punch.
Ce adică să ajung așa imortal, să le dau cu jocul în cap la copii.
Thomas, it's like target practice for them as Macwood does go down to high zone. There goes the leaderboard 5th through 9th. Look how stacked it is. Only 8 points separating those teams.
And remember, Joe and ZANDY are down and out. Zagu has jumped back.
Bă, asiaticul ăsta încă e în meci, mă. Chiar că e impresiv. Hai să vedem, are 7 puncte momentan, ok? Să vedem dacă scoate mai mult de 7 puncte. Eu sunt tare curios dacă are 8, ok. Câte puncte scoate solo asiaticul ăsta? Să ține minte, da? Țineți-mi minte, are 8 puncte, 7 puncte momentan.
SETI and Cammy have an opportunity to go ahead and close this gap. They lost out on it at the last game, falling short. But as we know, they're slow, they're steady.
Yeah, for them, it's not just chasing after eliminations. They're not forcing any of these plays. Like you said, slow and steady wins the race. So for them, they let these opportunities naturally present itself while gathering all the information in the lobby. They know exactly what to do as long as they're not playing with their backs up against the wall. CLIX and Duke, another highly skilled team, 353 above the damage threshold. They already have an elimination for them. It's just making it to the end game itself. It's crazy to show the
Cine e ziua ta, Deo? Nu contează, la mulți ani!
Very, very well, but it also shows you one big win. If you're inside the top 10, undoubtedly,
hai mă să facem niște dedicații, chat. Cine sărbătorește ziua de naștere? Cine are un cățel, purcel, găină? Să facem niște dedicații ceva. Azi ziua mea fac 10 ani, 100 de ani. La mulți ani, trai Luca, Doamne ajută, sănătate, te pup! Cine mai vrea o dedicație? Dedicație pentru chat, să vă dea Dumnezeu sănătate! Cine mai vrea o dedicație? Eu am struț, o să-ți trăiască în nord trec. E ziua câinele meu, Claudiu. Sănătate la câinele tău. Păi ia stai mă, Claudiu, tu mă minți? Ce rasă de câini ai și câte mere? Ia stai așa, că Claudiu m-a mințit. Da, stop! Opriți-vă un dec, m-a mințit Claudiu. Stați așa cum m-a mințit. Eu am dinozaur. Da, bro, ok, dar stai așa cum m-a mințit Claudiu. Ai zis că... Da, stai un pic. Stai un pic. E ziua mea și împlinesc PAUL2M pe shop. Oh, stai așa, stai așa. Stai secundă, că a fost mințit.
Nobody gets it.
Bișon maltez și îl cheamă Toby. Trimite o poză pe chat. Dacă nu trimiți poză pe chat, înseamnă că ne-ai mințit. Cât hype la 1 dimineața. Băi, o să visez melodia asta, mă, s-a scris la mulți ani pe YouTube. Cred că am mai auzit-o pe la chef. Te puneam dacă am făcut 12 luna trecută. Da, frate, la mulți ani, Darius.
Team after that first game is finally finding their rhythm. 251 above the damage threshold.
E ziua crocodilului, bă, mamă, să suche să trăiască, sănătate la familie, la prieteni. Și mulți bani. Ceva genul ăsta. Mamă, Chapix se lăsați, trebuie Chapix. Chapix din partea mea. E Chapix, te pop. Din partea mea, pentru meciul ăsta. Am omenea că e Zandy ăsta la cum arată. Ăsta arată ca Zandy așa un pic.
They have already picked up 5 elims. This is exactly the type of pacing they want to be on coming into an end game. But Cammy and Seti are here in the mid ground. PHC
azi îmi face Delfinul 3 ani. Mamă, te cred fără te pop, la mulți ani. Aoleu, ora 1 că las. La ora asta mă trezeam. Da, te pop. Tot la DORMEO. Pink. Știi că Pink meciul ăsta? Cred că
and they take high ground again in this game here. 4 elims now. Things are really starting to get interesting for NAEs. Avery says, "Come down. Let's go to the low ground and wait for him to start taking the lead here." Now, usually we call Commandment the Mr. Clutch, and Commandment says, "Trust in me. I have this high ground on lock. Meet me at the top."
Unde-i ursul?
Insane end game finishes for the FNCS
Nu cred că nu m-am gândit la asta.
They're looking to do it here again in this game as Malibuca's by himself. He ends up into the box, takes another player out, a huge siphon and refresh to come through just in the nick of time. That was Ed from Brazil who went down, but he's doing a good job. Malibuca immediately beelining to the front side of zone.
And back to Pink here. Look at Pink's perspective.
Happy birthday sau Salam la mulți ani. Nu, asta cu Salam.
Malibuca continues to fight though. Huge gonna fall there.
Malibuca.
Someone's behind him though. Now he turns around and it's just enemy territory everywhere. Which way are you gonna go?
Pentru mine campionul nu fac 18. La mulți ani, frate.
Are still alive. This is where they do the most work, but no, it's not enough. They get
să intri peste 4 luni pe live, că până atunci. Că e prea special asta, faci 18 ani, bro, n-ar cum să-ți dau dinainte. Devii major.
Thomas HD goes down. Trippin feeling the pressure as a solo here. Changing elevation. That was a huge play because look how many teams are stuck down low towards the low ground. But now he has to beat them down there.
NA, mă. Vreau să câștige europeni. Și vreau să câștige doar europeni.
The damage continues and he's putting on a show.
He doesn't stop. Down goes Rifty. 5 elims. Can he get another? No, it's not. Trippin fights back.
Nu, a fost semnat asiatic, mă, spăr asta, nu cred că.
Look at this. Behind the walls, BL and Edgy from the storm. BL is
Seti,
still in
ăștia câștigă mai
this.
incredibil.
Who's representing on this low ground. Another huge consistent game for Seti is everything here.
There's 5 duos left and
asiaticul în viață, mă?
full duos right now and Savage loses another one. He's a
nu, mă, ia asta, mă. Yumi, ia asta, mă. Oh, MrSAVAGE. MrSAVAGE. Bine, 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 bine.
You have to love the move in here. Oh my God! He does not stop. Seti might just be next.
Mamă, când se activează MrSAVAGE, niciun nu joc așa bine ca el. Sincer.
1v1v2. Commandment and Avery have
no,
everything
câștigă americanii, mă. Nu câștigă Europa. Hai, MrSAVAGE. Hai, MrSAVAGE. Hai, MrSAVAGE. Mamă. GG. N-aveai ce comentezi mai mult.
A huge victory royale and a huge boost for the NAE's champions of Chapter 3, Season 3. Commandment and Avery switched up their games after halftime and it pays off big.
And that's why you have to love.
Hai că pornesc sunetele care aveți puncte. Puteți băga sunete ce vreți voi. La mulți ani. Și mulți bani.
The story goes now. 2 for EU, 2 wins for NAEs. It's just back and forth, showing us how close the competition.
And you're seeing the polar opposite of what happens to some of these teams. But let's go ahead and listen to them as Kelly is going to dig deep to figure out how they did it.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Clearly, you guys
North Carolina.
exactly have you done differently in Game 4?
We just looked for height way more than like game 1, 2, 3, and like we just landed on it and like won the game. Bro. I don't know.
So is that going to be the strategy for the next game?
When it's free like that, we're definitely going to be on higher round.
I mean, you obviously seem to be feeling great right now, man. What's going through your mind?
I don't even know, bro. My hands are too.
And Avery. Let's head on back to the desk.
Da, corect. Bravo, mă, Luca, bravo. Luca, bravo. Hai să reacționăm, băieți și fete. O să vă arăt un videoclip legendar. O să vă arăt videoclipul. Bă, dacă nu era videoclipul ăsta, eu poate, cred că poate nu făceam YouTube. Dacă videoclipul ăsta s-a dus viral. Videoclipul ăsta, băieți. Deci PAUL2M PE și PAUL2M top 10 jucători. Deci ăsta a fost primul meu videoclip care a avut cât de cât acolo. Mi-a făcut găina. Să strească. Deci ăsta e. Cine a văzut videoclipul ăsta, mă? Ăsta așa. Top 10 cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite din lume. Ăsta a fost primul meu videoclip care a fost acolo cât de cât. Să zici că Doamne ajută, să zici că ceva. Deci hai să ne uităm cine erau cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite acum 4 ani. Ia.
Style on him sometimes.
Oh
my lord! That was in his head! Do it now!
Nate Hill era un streamer relativ anonim până când a câștigat ediția 7 din Summer Skirmish. De atunci viața ei s-a schimbat total, a fost semnat de FaZe și are peste $160.000 câștigați doar din turneele de Fortnite.
Oh my!
Haide! Jesus! Haide, lută de Mari!
Oh my god! Don't worry about it!
72 Hours ocupă locul 9 pe această listă și, deși are unul dintre cele mai idiote nume din istoria, este unul dintre cei mai compleți și deștepți jucători din lume. Să nu mai vorbim de cei peste $195.000 câștigați doar din turnee.
Faină fază. Bă, ce dorme de trapuri, bro.
72 Hours probably looking to play for the very last circle to close.
A fost o fază mișto de atunci, de pe la primele turnee. Ce voce avea? Nu, era microfonul diferit, setări diferite. Salm.
1 versus 1. 2 players remaining. 72 Hours popping minis. The zone's closing on in. He's got
Brandon
Brandon dropping on in. 72 Hours into the zone.
Oh!
With 3 HP.
Summer Skirmish, mamă.
Wins the game and earns those final points.
Atlantis Mitro, primul european de pe această
Mitro versus Aragonist. He's testing his might. He's going to drop down a little bit. Get closer.
Ce mișto e melodia aia, trebuie să... Cum era, mă? Ma. Să-mi ziceți dacă începe videoclipul. Dacă începe live-ul. Știu,
pe locul 7 l-avem pe Ghost Beazle. Deși nu este foarte cunoscut, acesta a câștigat peste $300.000 din turneele de Fortnite și își merită cu siguranță locul în acest top.
Asta nu prea știu ce să zic, așa că doar... Uitați-vă la ce mișto era, mă, cu rezoluția aia, mă, nu cred.
Oh, feels bad. That was fast.
Oh, it gets in his face! Oh my god! Ghost Beazle!
Ce mișto era cu rezoluția aia.
You thought he had it.
You thought he had
it, but here it is from Ghost Beazle's perspective. How weak was he? How weak was he? Oh no, this could be heartbreaking. This could be heartbreaking. 26 left. That was 5 limbs and
Pe locul 6 l-avem pe binecunoscutul Tifiu.
Cine știe pe Tofu, băieți?
$160.000 câștigați doar din turnele de Fortnite și alte câteva milioane din streaming. Tifiu este recunoscut la nivel mondial ca unul dintre cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite din lume.
Cine îl știe pe Tofu? Bă, cred că mi-au copyright pe aia. Bă, nu mi-au copyright pe aia? Da, mi-au copyright pe aia. Mă duc mâine la școală. Mamă, ce mincinoț e ăsta, bă, ce mincinoț e. Tofu. Pe pup, Tofu. A, uite la Liquid. Cum îl chema, mă, pe ăla? Liquid? Cum îl cheamă, mă, pe ăsta de bătut? Tofu.
Pe locul 5 l-avem pe jucătorul celor
Ceapă, ăsta e, mă, chiar ăsta e. Ceapă, ăsta
e. $180.000 câștigați. Acesta a obținut plasamente extraordinare la toate turneele la care a participat și a fost considerat o bună perioadă de timp cel mai bun jucător din lume.
Vine să plâng, mă, când văd rezoluția asta.
No, I'm gonna get stuck in the storm. I got her. I wasn't full speed though. I wasn't. I'm going full speed.
Vine să plâng.
I'm full speed.
Bă, a început ceva.
Let's go! Oh my god! What the? Let's go!
A început cumva, mă?
Nightmares. Hopefully no one's dreams get crushed here, but it is inevitable. At the end, you have to step up. You have to perform. And we've seen so many great performances already, especially when it comes down to this becoming legends duo of Cammy and Seti. Wait for them to represent not only for Poland, but the organization. I know my boy Reno is proud sitting back right now.
Să-mi fac o dedicație pentru când o să fie ziua mea. Vreau să-mi fac o dedicație singur. Paul, când o să fie ziua ta, la mulți ani.
Yeah, I want to see Baka and Onward kind of really either do one of two things. Be the aggressors first, or just kind of get what they got out of their loot and try to get out. Right now, it just seemingly time and time again, MrSAVAGE and I don't have the high ground, but waste no time. Lure again with Izzy, puts damage on the Lars before he can even touch the ground. Baka does it! He does it over towards Chrome Jam! He gets...
Bă, voi mai știți ce a zis ăsta în interviu? Că o să câștige, că o să facă o grămadă și n-a făcut nimic. Cred că e top 40 omul.
Stories developing now. Green Gables will have a fight soon here. Looter and Muzz have a chance at redemption.
Mamă, e UFC în seara asta, mă, poate. Acum am amintit că e UFC. UFC 281. Uităm și la UFC.
Let's take a look here. This how they go for high ground. He beats them to the drop.
MrSAVAGE.
Best Savage turns and burns on high drop. What an incredible 2v1. Representing for NA West. You didn't think it was possible, but they're putting it up. That's 2 for 2.
And another action going down very early yet again. Cloudy Condos, we haven't seen too much of it right out of the gates, but Chapix is down. Aqua was able to get the knock, and they're hunting for Tayson right now.
E ca la World Cup, știi? Numai că nu se cheamă World Cup, se cheamă FACETI Invitation.
Especially at the southern area. The southern area is more often taken by a singular team of Reason Aqua, but MALIBUCA and MrSAVAGE got a little lucky here.
Mamă, ce bine a intrat peretele acolo în față, că dacă nu... La mulți ani, Laurențiu, la mulți ani, Laurențiu, mă, să fii sănătos, să trăiești 100 de ani, PAUL2M PE SHOP BAI, să sănătate, PAUL2M PE SHOP.
For MALIBUCA and MrSAVAGE though, because now they have options. They can loot up, they can get the resources.
Nu mai fac dedicație, dacă nu facem 2500 de like-uri. Tayson.
But Tayson gets taken out. Chapix and Tayson are the second team. EU are the only two teams down out of this game so far. But if you look at the leaderboard, Seti and Cammy sitting strong in first. Thomas and Trippin close by, but now MALIBUCA and MrSAVAGE, knowing that that fight just ended, they can either go right away and try to clean it up, or
Cum obținut viza? Nu, dar așa e, bro, când știi, intră ăștia de la Epic Games pe fier, știi, cu combinațiile lor și iei viza imediat. Când e vorba de chestii de astea competitive.
Grim Gables. This is now again the second time we get to catch it real early, where they have this slight advantage. The last time it was Looter who fell first, and then left it all up to Muzz. It's looking like this might be the same story once again. Looter and Muzz, notably simply not that
Dă
successful in
Negumereanu
early
win?
game battle.
Păi e Negumereanu în seara asta? Unde e la preliminarii cel pe acolo?
Better odds, just historically.
Nu știu dacă vreau să mă uit la Pereira, vreau să mă uit la Poirier. Nu știam că e Negumereanu. Nu știu cu cine, nu știu nimic. Sper să câștige, bineînțeles.
Smite says you want a show? I'll give you a show. Hold this pickaxe. And down goes Muzz. What a way to really assert yourself here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nico and Maran push up
I-a dat pickaxe în fața 200-300 de mii de oameni să moară, să înțepenească Jaxana. Mi-ar fi rușine.
Oh, the punishment there, that's tough. But it happens.
I-a dat pickaxe, mă, i-a dat pickaxe.
Pink and Anas, they're trying to do it yet again, but it's not CLIX, it's not Duke, it's Peter Bot and Jamper this time around. And they're ready to fight. They're ready to take it to them. And this is what happens when teams go the last couple of games struggling to storm surge on an uncontested drop. They're trying to get active. They're trying to find what damage they can gather. And for Peter Bot and Jamper, it does look like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew because Pink and Nas have every single advantageous position right now.
Yeah, but Peter Bot, Jamper already picking up big end games. They know how to navigate these early game situations. And more importantly, Peter Bot is just gross when it comes down to head-to-head. That is not a player you can sleep on by any means. And Jamper is a veteran. He does not get the credit he deserves. He has put in so much work for years now on the NA East region, and he always seems to fly under that radar.
Sunt sigur că ăștia de afară au făcut turneul ăsta pur și simplu așa să organizeze, să vadă cam cum arată un turneu, să se pregătească pentru World Cup-ul de la anul.
Yep, but now you can see Rob Bob Kebab and Wax trying to bring it over towards Chimp.
De ce nu vrei să zici la mulți ani melcului meu? Mamă, Nicola, să trăiască melcul. Sănătate, Doamne ajută, te pop. La mulți ani. Să fie sănătos, bro. Să-ți facă mult pui. Să ai mai mulți melci.
But down come Chimp and Scram. So, okay, there is a little development here. They do get to reset. Blind shots into the bush. Robobs is like, hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I can do. And he hits some huge tags there. Pepo and Runa, though, are looking at Chimp right now and hold.
Nu mai respir până nu facem 2500 de like-uri.
About one of the most consistent players on the NA East region. He knows exactly what to do in a lot of these different situations. He's just trying to get out. He realized so many teams are here. So many teams are trying to disrupt and kind of put their hand into the mix. And that's not something they want to be a part of. But that piece control and the peaks, the shots on the defensive end are huge for Chimp and Scram because now that put that fear into Peppa and Runa. We continue to fight soft. We continue to lose health as it looks like they're even trying to keep their distance.
Yeah, Chimp
Asta am văzut în comentarii pe TikTok. Nu mai respir până nu răspunzi.
Better in this instance, but the pressure comes in. He loses his shield and they are starting to run out.
Sunteți voi mai maturi ca mine de 10.
Da. Too much pressure from Runa and Pepo, and they leave the damage to them. They go ahead and take this as a small W. Scrim really left to defend himself here, and he's doing an excellent job.
Acum 2 minute.
This is going to be interesting right now because everybody tried to disengage in a moment. But at the same time, they're so close together. There's so much you can do. But Runa, he takes a huge amount of damage. They got to figure out a way to stabilize right here. But Chimp and Scram, they know so many teams are around. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew. They don't want to put in a position they might later regret as the shots are still coming in. Scram goes down. Chimp under siege. He's trying to figure out a way to survive. He has no builds left to his name. Rob Kebab as well. Every single one of these players are going to
have...
This is crazy. Runa and Pepo start to fight back. They have the shield chug there.
Vă dați seama cam cât de mult trebuie să iubești kebabul, să-ți pui numele de pe Fortnite, kebab. Cam cât de mult, frate, să... Ca și cum și-ar pune Zandy în zup shawarma. Cât de tare să-ți placă, mă, kebabul.
One HP for Runa. He got the med miss to stay alive. Can they Okay, there's another rift there. I was going to say, I thought they were going to get the rift in time, but there's another rift there. Not too much to worry about for them. But every one of those teams that were fighting there that might not be the most healthiest are still going to have to go through Pams to win Fetch. But on board, Belusi and Hijo, they're feeling good. They got themselves a spot in his own.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a perfect time to catch up with Vivid with a mid-game analysis.
Nu neapărat.
Guys, the action is popping off so much so that we missed the fight over here at Chrome Crossroads. Alex and Bailey haven't had the best of starts to the day, but game 5 here, they find these 2 early eliminations, and we know that they love to play the higher ground. We want to show you guys these reactions. They're so happy to find this as well. The dances come out. We'll have to see what type of momentum.
Ia, ce fac ăștia, mă? Ce-i faci acolo, bă?
And now we jump over with PH, Zin, and Kitos, who are sitting up on high ground, you know, hands off the desk, relaxing right now, just soaking in what an exceptional day it has been for them. They have played so well, and the zone is now going their way. So for the first time, we have this zone pulling far northwest. This is the backyard of King, Ed, Merim.
N-am nicio părere de bachie pe
here. Excellent players up top.
De ce m-aș uita la Mongrel, bro, care face și reacționează?
The Asian powerhouse, the Japanese team, to kind of take a big game and take up that first place spot right back. They're right now in center zone. They have the highest elevation in the lobby and a couple teams all around in case Storm Surge does become a problem. As Commandment and Avery over still towards Rave Cave. They have Launchpad to use. They have enough rotation. So they're going to be one of the last teams to leave the spot altogether.
And again, just excellent. Commandment and Avery coming off a Victory Royale, zone pulling their way. This is a perfect recipe to take that momentum and bring it on home. So we are watching several teams now literally catch a little bit of that favor in the feed. Hellfire finds Bugha, and down he goes. Trouble in Chonkers down south. That late zone rotate, and that is what happens when the zone pulls far north. You could do your little dead side western rotates, but at the end of the day, there are players waiting there too. It's just textbook reads.
Oh, I saw on the feed there just a few seconds ago, Queasy and Vino, they were able to get a knock on to, I think it was Merim or Zagu there for a moment.
Bucky și cu creul cel mai bun duo de noi. Păi și de ce nu s-au calificat aici? De ce nu au fost invitați aici? Dacă cei mai buni din lume. Orice în camară, unde e urs?
So this is a huge opportunity here.
Asta cred că gluma asta e de când eram eu la grădiniță, bro. Oh, l-a bătut pe asiaticul ăla. Alba.
You cannot be out of position in a lobby like this. That is what it's going to be a decision you regret for the rest of your life. But Merim, we see Zagu pick up a ton of points as a solo last game. Now it's Merim's turn to return the favor.
And see what he does here. He recognizes, hey, wait a second.
Wow.
Vino and Queasy might know I am the solo. I think I've been outed. Let me defend myself to the west and put all my focus on Vino and Queasy. They do not sneak up. Excellent plays right there. Just smart play. We're seeing what Asia is capable of. Meanwhile, Seti, Cammy, inside the storm. This is their home territory. Dead center, more or less on the split. And now they get to hit that rotate.
PH Zin and Kitos from Brazil. We talked about them, 186 below the damage threshold, but they're a team that can pop off at a moment's notice. They have the most eliminations on players in the top 10 on 6. Look at that stat, flies up right when I'm going to read it right there. But the 189 below the damage threshold, that is so concerning for me, but it looks like Vincent and Arthur are closing the distance. They might be below as well. This is between two teams, two powerhouses trying to land big shots. BH Sin loses his teammate, 2v1 situation. Arthur and Mixon trying to get into the box.
This is the first time we see
am dat din default ghinion pe eu, îl oprite sunetele. Tocmai l-ai văzut pe ursul carpatin acolo cum se mișcă. Ia uite. A făcut kill băiatul meu. A făcut kill, mă, ursul carpatin. E ca o pumă. Deci el e un urs, dar e ca o pumă. Așa se mișcă, știi? Ca o vulpe. Deci el e un urs, dar e și o vulpe, că se mișcă așa, știi? Bum, 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 se strecoară și dintr-o dată nu mai atacă ca un urs. Înțelegi? El e un urs foarte șiret.
270 above damage threshold, and this is exactly the plays that you have to make, especially on a team that's looming into the distance. Basil in a 1v2 situation, he tries to peek and take a shot, but 2 prime shotguns are better than 1. They take him down in the blink of an eye. Baka trying to carry that momentum from the early game, but only 62 above the damage threshold. That's something that is looming in the back of their mind, and they haven't even left Chrome Jam Junction all game long.
E un urso vulpe, corect.
And they have King and Ed, some of the regional
Un urso vulpe cu
dangerous fighters right there.
influență de tigru
He took out two of EU's finest
și pumă.
by himself inside the storm while being pressured. Snacky returns a huge favor onto Duke there, so down he goes as CLIX managed to find a trade too. So for them, it's still a tough situation, an even worse story unfolding here as MrSAVAGE and Malibuka are being lobby focused by CLIX on the rotate now. So all around, tough spot to be in here. MrSAVAGE barely holds on and survives in, so no knock there. That could be the difference maker.
Thomas got two on the hand and
Unde stai în
Vortex,
SUCEAVA?
not just one. You see Fabs trying to reunite with Snacky, Malibuka and MrSAVAGE. Also in the distance. For them, that shield keg was absolutely needed, especially since they're only 67 above the damage threshold.
I was just going to say, soon we might have to turn our focus to Peppo and Bruna. They find CLIX right above Snacky and Brew. Cammy and Seti put the shield bubble on the boat, and they are gone with a clean rotate right up the river. That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here. We absolutely love to see these crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they are up at the top.
Așa ceva.
This is just outside of the box thinking at its finest. That is the freest rotation I think we'll see
N-am văzut așa ceva în viața mea.
And they're only 85 below the damage threshold. That's not much at all.
No, they're below. They don't have heals. This is a very tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti as they have a true chance to once again break away with a big lead here. They are fighting with one hand tied behind their back.
Deci e cea mai tristă IQ chestie pe care am văzut-o în viața mea.
Clown finally goes down. Huge siphon for Peterbot. As just, like I just said, his shield just got dropped. Now you're looking at a short pad from Revsguard trying to make it into zone. As soon as Peterbot hears that, he might try to recycle it, but nobody wants to leave this one just yet. 195 above. Peterbot ready for any challenge. Revsguard goes up and over around each other, and it does look like this might be the moment. They got blessed. Now they're going to try and disengage.
Now, when it comes down to N8 East players that know how to fight, Peterbot is one of the few that represent by doing the work, not the talking. He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA East region in general. So for Revsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met with Pantsu and Batch firing directly inside. But we jump on over to Cammy and Seti. The story continues here. They need a tag. They need more than that. Kanata opens the box. They look to fire back. Nothing comes out of it. And now
ia uite, l-a dus acolo în față. Nu mai încercați să dați fake info, că mai enervat.
Box fight, but Cammy falls to Bad Sniper, and it's up to Seti to do it all. Can he get pretty much a full elim worth of damage here? Oh no!
I didn't mean to curse him. Luckily for him, no more. He instantly goes down. I was going to talk about the launch pads.
Are edit acasă, are edit vizuina acolo pentru el. Ursul. Încă două kill. L-a bătut pe Peter Bot. Ba nu, pe cine l-a bătut acolo că n-am văzut? Pe cine l-a bătut acolo? Dați un pic la spate. Și uitați-vă și spuneți-mi pe cine l-a bătut ZANDY. De ursul Carpatine. Carpatine. Ursul vulpea Carpatina care rupe pe Seti. Înseamnă că el l-a bătut pe ăsta de pe live, care se uită. Păi, rupe torch.
Third place of BH and Iquitos. We already talked about them just being completely devastated there. And here's the updated standing. Thomas, HD, and Trippin have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNCS Invitational. If we've ever seen one, especially after just 4 games, and now the 5th is unfolding before our eyes.
Top leaderboard stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. It's Thomas and Trippin, 2 eliminations. At the edge of zone. Right now, there's so many teams on the outskirts. They can continue to peek and just put so much pressure on the lobby before they figure out what's next. The choices are definitely there. You see Acorn and Edgy, they're sitting clean. They found themselves a nice spot. Lucy and Hydro as well. Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side, to where you don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy, and you're 676 above the damage threshold. That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map? The choice is now theirs. but a team that might not have those same choices. As BUGHA and MrSAVAGE, they're only 105 above. We talked about the lack of resources that they have, so they're going to have to figure out something here. And you know as well as I do, they're going to have to look for a siphon. They're going to have to look for a refresh. They're going to have to look for a team to catch off guard and really pounce on them.
Let's see if they can do just that. 87 damage. It's good, but it's not good enough potentially here. 6 players are the difference between this surge continuing to stay online and turning off. Here it is, 3 seconds before the reveal. They're going to take the fight against Oceania. Oceania are multi-FNCS champions of the OCE region. MrSAVAGE and Malibu.
Deci dacă intră MrSAVAGE și Malibu ca peste ei, le dă cu jocul în cap. Le dă cu jocul în cap, vă garantez. Îi rupe în două, îi mănâncă, îi rupe în două. Le dă cu jocul în cap.
And right now, Storm Surge taking out a lot of these teams. If you get your shields cracked, they will hear it and they will go. As Malibu or MrSAVAGE, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the resources that you have. Alex goes down or takes down Threat. MrSAVAGE and Malibu, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As BUGHA and ON1 trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they're alive. And they've done some damage. They've defended the territory, and everyone backs up.
Are hai Zandy.
Fadil has to give up the high ground. Everyone's making the rotate. Top safety and Tripper still a launch pad in the bag as they get to half and half out. This is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to the hard material and they fortify up and branch out. What? And a play here just to even play for territory to open up the domain right now.
Malibu and MrSAVAGE met their demise.
Uite pe Zandy, l-am văzut acolo, l-am văzut. Nu e pe high, bro, tot Quizzy și Veno pe high.
Quizzy and Vino. Another exciting team coming in with all the momentum in the world, winning an EU Elite Cup, winning the NAE's Elite Cup Finals back-to-back in the same day. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage. A northwest zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Quizzy. They find Anas down low. That's going to be their fourth healer. Does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain
toată lumea zice peste tot că ăștia o să câștige turneul respectiv, pe care ne uităm. Uite pe Zandy și Joe, acolo în data. Ne-am uitat pisica pe balcon tot live-ul.
And then back up the hill. This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of an end game. And if you don't have a launch pad, if you don't have chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do, Cold State go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here, to the test, and they jump right over that bush into it. It's going to be a great spot. Meanwhile,
Mama, a rămas pe... A făcut kill Zandy, ok. Hai suntem totuși că trebuie să rotească, e foarte importantă rotația. E periculos aici să fie eliminat. Că nu știi cum poți pica în boxul cuiva. Dați-mă un pic pe Zandy să vedem. Să vedeți cum plutește vulpea noastră atât de grațios între... Wow, 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 frumos, frumos, frumos. Cred că și-a dat pe vulpea.
This could be a moment
for him to remember the rest of his days if he can continue to clutch up big like that. And Joe and ZANDY trying to be the first team on the day to win 2 victory royales.
And Smite and Larson are still in the game as well. Vino and Quizzy have the high ground.
How are you?
Quizzy manages to crank his way on up, and
dacă rămân ăștia pe high și au material, mamă, au full meț.
Launch pad play there to keep them in the run here, but there's still
hai, Zandy locul 2, Quizzy locul 1.
Here goes Smite. He's going to go for the pad play.
Hai, măcar locul 3, măcar top 3, măcar top 3. Nice! Bine el. Bine, mă, bine, 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 copile. Bine, bine, bine.
Honestly, difficult to play.
The Epic Games Fortnite roller coaster continues yet again.
Joe până kill, bun. Bine, Joe, mama, bine, bine, Joe, mama. Mama, ăla era... Ah, nu, l-a bătut, mă. Hellfire. Băi, damage. PAUL2M pe shop.
Smite loses Larson on the rotate, and he is now left by himself. Just places away from 10th here. Can he hold on? Peppo does enough, but not enough to beat Vortexter. Here's ON1 and BUGHA. They have made such an excellent use of surviving their drop. Don't find Noah. Down he goes.
Respect.
20 HP. This is not looking good.
quick moving, quick thinking, trying to get out, but he gets caught at the tail end.
Mama, ce face o mama? Nu, e meciul lor, e meciul lor. Am simțit-o. Am simțit-o, bro, că e meciul lor. Wow.
Bugha gets 2, 7 eliminations for the NA West duo. And he has shown you how good he is and why he deserves to be here, even when he is counted out. He is showing up, but hold up.
Oricum e Quizy și Venom meciul ăsta. 100%. Imposibil să piardă Quizy și Venom meciul ăsta. 100%. E imposibil să piardă meciul, bro. Rip, Joe Mama, rip. Dar e imposibil, mă, să piardă Joe Mama ăsta, Venom. E imposibil. Venom. Adică dacă rămâne rac fără materiale... Se bagă, cred că are metru. Nu, e imposibil, nu au cum să piardă. Nu au cum să piardă, chat. Nu au cum să piardă Venom și cu Quizy meciul ăsta. Nu au cum să piardă meciul ăsta. Nu e egalez american. Joe ăsta. Joe Mama. Joe, deci Joe și Venom. Bă, Venom și Quizy. Mă încurcați mă cu Joe ăsta. Nu, e Quizy și Venom. Imposibil să piardă. Quizy și Venom. Imposibil. V-am zis. Imposibil. Deci era clar că o să câștige, nu? Cred că o să fie pe locul 1 de departe acum copiii ăștia doi. Au amândoi aparat de împlat, ca mine. Bine. Super Pro. Uite, vedeți ce ăsta are Super Pro Quizy, Super Light. Mamă, nu mai știu să vorbesc, da. Și ăsta are Super Light, Tripper, Thomas Ardies, curios.
NA East, EU wins, and in that reign as well, they won about like 5 games in a row, I think. That's impressive.
That is right. Vino and Quizy are coming off some of the hottest
E meciul 5. Urmează ultimul meci din seara asta și mine mai avem 6, deci vă abonați frumos. Diferență de 1 punct între ei și Venom. Hai să vedem.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with your game 5 winners, Quizy and Vino. Quizy, fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
Toată lumea are Super Light, da, dar e foarte, foarte bun.
What else is there to say? I mean, the competition has been great to you guys today. You've had unbelievable work thus far. Scored a lot of points in this competition. How much are you enjoying your time here as well?
A lot, to be fair. It's amazing. Like the atmosphere and everything is just sick to be here.
Yeah, and we saw as well, you know, we saw that.
Ce bine vorbește copilul ăsta. Mi se pare că e rus, dar vorbește super bine engleză. De obicei e rus și nu prea se înțeleg engleza.
It's very important, but it's also great
getting refreshes. Așa zic și o rupe Pereira. Îi dau un croșeu de la de stângă, rupe.
We used our splashes well. We played that game really well.
Now you've got one game left today before we kind of pull the curtain down on day number 1. You seem to be feeling confident. You seem very laid back. Has it been a competition you expected, or has there been other things at work here that you didn't expect coming into this?
The Asia team surprised me.
They've
been doing really good.
Brazil's
been doing good. NA's not so good, but I think everyone's doing good, you know. And the competition's been good. No one's really been on high ground, and it's going well for us.
And you guys delivered the goods. One more time, give it up for Quizy and Vino, your game 5 winners. Let's head back to Zeke.
Hai să vedem topul.
Cool, calm, collected, and memes. That is also how I live my life sometimes, occasionally. Quizy and Vino, we've watched them come so close to the top several times now, right? Almost making it, taking high grounds at those pivotal moments, but it hasn't quite lined up perfectly. And now that it does, it's not even just the victory royale. It's also the 11 eliminations they put on the board.
Look, all day they've been trying to set themselves up for this match. We saw it in the beginning of this tournament today. I mean, they were going for high ground. They were going for the setup.
Era imposibil să nu câștige. Bro, dacă îl puneam pe streamnet de pe chat, câștigam meciul ăsta. Dacă îl puneam în poziția lor.
Fan favorites coming into this tournament to take it home. The first duo to reach more than double-digit elims. They had 11 total eliminations, and it's what you love to see.
You know what? It doesn't happen by accident either. These guys have definitely seen some progression throughout today. We saw it in the pre previous game, we saw them go down to Surge. It wasn't ideal for them. This time, though, we saw them rotate all the way up towards those risks, towards the top left, the very northwest side of the map, and they were aggressive. They were looking for those eliminations. Instead of sitting on those blimps, on those balloons at their drop spot, they were looking to be aggressive for Surge, and it paid off. We saw them take height in that 50-50 zone, of course. I don't even know how many mats. He had about 1,000 materials going into that second moving as well, so he's looking great.
Absolutely. We also have Kelly, who is standing by to chat with some of our players. Kelly, over to you.
Joining me right now, I am with Thomas and Tripper, and the team that is currently in second place on our leaderboard right now. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We just need to keep on going, being consistent, and we'll make it.
Yeah, obviously consistency is the name of the game right now. You guys had a great game 5, but how do you make that into a VR?
I don't know, like, we played mid ground most of the game. I think we should either commit it to high ground or low ground to win the game, but we're just playing for consistency, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and obviously consistency is working for you guys. You're doing a great job on the leaderboard. Good luck in the game 6. Guys, let's head back to the desk.
Acum ne arată să vedem cum arată topul. Ia. Nu e pe 3, mă, e pe 6, mă, copii.
Shout out to Thomas HG and Tripper, and they are currently holding strong in second place. And if you look at that little dash, that means they've not gone anywhere. Right? And I do want to highlight them for just a single moment. 2 games back, we watched Malabuka go on an absolute tear. But then Tripper said, nah, son, this is my lobby. Take a seat. And that's how they're still holding strong. We have to kind of talk about the top 10 here, right? With only a single game left to go, we're setting ourselves up for tomorrow, right? And Thomas HG and Tripperin, they're looking real good.
I mean, they're looking more than good, Zeke. Queasy and his dual partner win the first place spot, but second place, that's Thomas Tripperin, and they are playing so well. Just looking at their highlights here, they're setting themselves up for the late game, and just now with the interview with Kelly, you saw they're still always thinking, right? What can change? What can we adapt to? How can we play better? How can we take home that trophy?
Yeah, these are two very, very talented solo players. Those who don't know the region very well, of course, Tripperin and Thomas. Those guys are incredible solo players. We've seen solo clutch after solo clutch.
Cred că e singurul lor player de Fortnite, Thomas Asdea ăsta, și da, le face 500, adică se descurcă superb. Sincer, îmi place și CSGO, dar așa mă enervează grozav, bro, pentru că îmi dau niște rage-uri fast, bă. Mai e locul 6, e ok.
I also want to talk about Smite and
Larson. Vreau să mă dacă face ultimul match și să fie singura echipă care face
5 total FNCS finals appearances together. Now, it's a lot, but it's also the fewest out of any NA East duo competing here today, but that is not showing because even though they have the fewest FNCS finals appearances, they're in the top 3 right now in this event.
Deci acum mai e un match în seara asta și încă mâine încă 6. Am obosit, mă.
First 6 games, we just want a strong footing as we go into those next 6 games tomorrow. I guarantee you there's strategies, little things that these players are holding on to for those last 6 games. I do want to turn our attention back to the stage. We continue to kind of go top to bottom here, Mini Miner. Obviously, Queasy and Vito, massive, right, to now jump up into first place, up by 5 spots after that game.
Asta mi-e somn, că de obicei am trecut să mă culc mai devreme. Mai devreme, adică pe la 1, 12. Înainte mă culcam la 5 dimineața. Deschide subscribe, Florin, te băp. Aici rămân până închizi live-ul. Te pup la ori pe gaming. Tot pentru că ai zis așa o chestie frumoasă. Te pup, îți fac o dedicație. Nu știu când e ziua ta, dar când o să fie. Oh, King!
Recently got announced that you are represented by Team Liquid. How are you feeling about that?
Como você está se sentindo que você está sendo
representado
pelo time Liquid?
Nu știți engleză, sincer.
Eu me sinto incrível porque é time que eu sempre quis entrar e eu me sinto muito realizado de estar na Team Liquid. I'm really excited to be in this team and I always dreamed of being in it, so I'm really excited about it.
And I'm sure they're proud of you. Thank you so much. And then, of course, King, you've been around since the World Cup days. Well, what is it like to be back here on the stage?
¿Cómo te sientes estar de vuelta acá?
Para português ou espanhol? Okay. A verdade é uma experiência incrível. Eu não tinha faz, sei lá, uns 3 anos quase. E voltar a jogar lá é uma experiência muito boa e vamos tentar dar o melhor.
I'm really incredibly excited to be here. I mean, it's been about 3 years and I'm excited to be back.
I mean, I know that Argentina and Brazil are proud of you guys right now. Thank you for joining me with a quick interview, and let's head on back to the desk.
I don't know if you guys can pick up the hype coming through these mics from everyone who is repping Brazil, but every time you see King,
Sunt de 4 ore 30
you
pe
guys
live.
are allowed to get hyped. That's cool. I see y'all up in that corner.
Tu ești de mai multe ore ca mine pe live, frate.
Heading King sign, they're holding up the flag. You love to see it. Now, really quickly, as we gear up for game number 6, we come back to the standings, right? Currently, we see Cammy and Seti, they keep kind of ping-ponging, right? They have a really strong game, then they have a game where they, funnily, throw a shield bubble on a boat. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen, but then can't transition that because of the shambles positioning. So what has kind of been happening?
I mean, it's Fortnite, right? It's hard to predict what's going to happen next because you have so many opponents changing their playstyle and adapting to the same match you're in. But knowing Cammy and Seti, they know how to deal with it, right? They can adapt stronger than their opponents that they're facing against, and it's all about doing it in the most effective way possible.
O diferență mică între ei și trei. Da. No. Are șanse. E important să vedem multe meci, să facă ceva frumos. Să ia top bun și ultimul meci și e setup pe mine.
Because they're of course landing in a very central position. They rely on a lot of teams rotating into their domain to get their storm surge. Of course, we saw it with the boat rotate as well, the boat-tate as we call it. We can call it that. But yeah, they were looking strong. But of course, when you have that shield bubble, you can't shoot out as well. So they were lacking on the surge tags in that end game, and unfortunately, they didn't quite have the answers. They got a little bit desperate. Things didn't work out too well. Seti, I was hoping that he would solo clutch, but wouldn't quite happen.
That's right, and it's okay, right? It's fine. We're still sitting in top 5. Everything is okay. We've got one game left to go. With a single game left, what are some adaptations we're hoping to see? Because remember, this is it for the day, and then we have all night to VOD review. We go back to the hotel, we try and get more games in, we talk to our coaches, our teammates, etc. and come back strong tomorrow.
Look, you said it yourself, right? It's one game, but it's really 7 games left, right? This is the last game of the day and 6 more to be played out tomorrow. This last match is just about doing it the best you can, and when you're really going to be reviewing, studying, seeing what you can change up is going to be overnight for day 2.
Yeah, this is such an important game for these teams, right? Especially if you're looking for a little bit of change up. So for these teams that are thinking, you know, let's try and change things up in day 2, this is the time. This is the time to test things out, because what better practice than the lobbies themselves? I mean, we saw it with Vico and Marine as well, of course, landing at the Tilted Towers area. They've sort of shifted their rotation over towards the reality tree. They're doing so well to close out those eliminations on the team that were landing there, and they're switching things up, and they're a prime example of a team that's thinking, you know what, things aren't quite working out at Tilted. As we know, it's a bit busy, so let's switch things up, let's go to the reality tree, and that's ultimately what these teams are hopefully going to be doing tonight.
That's right. A lot of these duos, man. Look at them. Look at the focus. They're waving to the camera, which we love and appreciate.
Paul, îți place manelele? Nu, bro, nu.
They understand.
Uite, și ăla are G-Prime. Băi, incredibil, mă. Adică Superlight. Eu, și cât ai dat pe Superlight? De curiosity, așa. Cât ai dat pe Superlight? E pe 6 Zandy cu Joe mama. Uite, și ăsta are Superlight. Șase bastărci? 600? 600. Unul serios, PAUL2M pe shop îți aduce noroc în viață. Încercați-l și dacă nu e adevărat, veniți și îmi spuneți, ok? Dar vă zic eu că e adevărat.
Possibilities, but they really have to focus on seeing what went wrong after those initial matches and see what they can change going into day 2.
Mi tare somn, dar nu pot lăsa live-ului PAUL2M. Mamă, Gheorghe, dar tu ai dat un super sticker în loc să-ți iei membru. Bă, puteai să-ți iei membru și erai verde pe chat o lună decât super chat-ul ăla s-a dus, da. Te pup, mersi de donă. De adineauri, că te țin minte, să ții minte. Te pup, ia o dedicație, fratele meu. Dedicație că ești aici de atâtea ore. Și mulți bani, da bine, tu ai deja mulți bani, da?
Actually, maybe we need to tone it down a little bit when in fact, keep it up, you know, keep up that aggression, because if you're toning it down, you're not getting the storm surge tags, you're not getting the damage that you need to make it to endgame. Guys, I want to see more of their aggression.
Că nu începe nimeni de la G-Pro. Superlight. Toată lumea începe de la Șobolan. Rege 102 pe am un video despre el. E foarte bun la 100 de lei. Dar bine, mi se pare că am găsit un mouse mai bun la 100 de lei. L-am văzut la 60 de lei acum de Black Friday. 60. Deci e posibil să-l testez. E posibil să-l testez pe la de 60.
I want to see more of this duo. I want to see more of that duo.
Look, I was looking at the birthday boy, right? MrSAVAGE, who had an incredible solo clutch in a late game, but directly after got taken off out of the spawn, right? Baka and On1 eliminated both players there, but I kind of saw the flames in his eyes, right?
Eu sunt de la început, sincer, unul pe ceea cine e de la începutul live-ului, dar vedeți că mă uit, gen verific. Yeah, cheesy things to Savage.
He plays like, you know what, I've been here before. I mean, look at quick cool. I want to be like him. I don't know what it is. He's just so cool. And it's reflecting his gameplay as well. He is really taking the game to stop. He is really popping off in the end game. He's performing. And he's not showing any signs of nerves. He's really just 2v1ing. We're seeing 2v1.
Eu doar n-am scris special. Nu vreau că mie mi-arată, e update la YouTube, mi-arată de câte ore ești pe live. Uite, Ruben e de 3 ore 20.
An Epic Whale, in case you didn't know, Epic Whale, a 6-time FNCS champion, paired up with Reed, who's on controller, representing...
Mamă, CLIX n-a mai făcut nimic, uite acolo, nimic n-a mai făcut CLIX, bro. Numai hype.
NA West, we've seen, you know, it's a much slower game overall, and a slower meta, and
Bugadorf, nimic n-a făcut nici Bugadorf. Nimic. Eu zic că dacă fac ăștia solo World Cup, câștigă Zandy.
What's happening, because I was watching this duo practice, right, in the player lounge. They were prepping themselves, getting ready for this tournament, and
Epic Whale, nimic n-a făcut nici Epic Whale. Și dacă stai să te gândești de ăștia oameni cu experiență. Mamă, uitați-vă, joacă cu tastatura verticală, mamă. Apex Pro și băiatul ăsta. Și Superlight. Deci Apex Pro și Superlight e the go.
We've got Adam Savage standing by.
You have indeed here, Zeke, but I am joined by the one and only Cease, everybody!
Cease? Cred că de la World Cup ăsta.
We've talked so much about you in the past. You know, it's great to see you here at the competition. How has it been for you? One of our backup players this weekend. How great has it been to be around the crowd, the players? How much have you enjoyed this?
It's been a pleasure, man. I mean, being here back at another international LAN event, it's amazing. I mean, everyone said it so far. You've heard it on repeat all day, but it's such a great experience and feeling to be here.
What's it been like, the vibe with the players as well? Obviously, the chance to come in with them. The player lounge is right behind us as well. What's been the kind of vibes amongst the players from your perspective?
Cold-blooded. Man, these guys are locked in, especially some of these EU players. Headphones on, listening to music. Yeah. They don't play around.
No, they are focused. What does this mean for the community as well? A competition like this, like FNCS Invitational, it seems it's been massively well received.
Dude, I mean, we've been waiting for this to happen. I mean, obviously COVID delayed things so much since World Cup, but it's such a great time to experience, like, see all the fans and see the whole community, the whole competitive scene all together in one area. It's awesome.
It's really awesome. And you're awesome too.
Thank you so much.
One more time, give it up for Cease, everybody! What legend. Let's go back.
Oh, ia uite Ursu.
Cease, one of just the coolest people
Uite,
I think I've ever met. Got to hang out with him a couple times over media day. Legitimately one of the coolest people. So thankful that he could be here. I want to set the stage here for us.
Să văd dacă dacă am mai postat ceva pe TikTok. La mulți ani. La mulți ani. Și mulți bani. Și mulți bani. La mulți ani. Nothing, mate. Și dedicație-te pe frate. Peste 50 de bastări, ce preț bun tare, mă, de Black Friday ăsta. La Superlight, sincer. O folosește și simple ăsta, e cel mai bun jucător din lume la CSGO. Mi l-aș cumpăra și eu, sincer, dar nu merită. Gen am G Pro, nu merită să fac upgrade-ul la... Știți ce aș vrea să-l încerc? Pe ăsta așa, era 60 de lei. Care e, mă? Ăsta e 20 de lei. Miria. Ăsta e așa, 70 de lei. De Trader Essential 2021. L-aș încerca pe ăsta, sincer. La 70 de lei cred că e mai bun ca... Uite, ăsta e 70 de lei. Eu zic că e mai bun ăsta. Îl are cineva? Eu zic că e mai bun ca G102. La bani ăștia. Adică e 70 de lei, ce naiba. Cred că e mai bun, mă, ca G102. Aș face comparație între ăsta și G102. Cel mai bun mouse, 100 de lei. Formă ergonomică, de trader essential, pe surfă. Să-l avea Technoblade. E prea mare în mână. Mamă, îmi place dacă e mare, bro, că eu am mâna mare. Se mișcă bine, îmi place, funcționează foarte bine și se mișcă fără, nu mai am lag în timpul joc. Perfect în toate punctele, exceptă butonul lateral cam mari și o pozabilă atinge mereu. Nu, e bine dacă e mare, înseamnă că poate mi-au și eu. Vorbesc cu ăștia de la Razer. Razer, dacă vedeți asta, trimiteți-mi și mie niște mouse. Să vă fac reclama. Merge 102. Și cum, bro, 70 de lei de unde? E cam la același preț cu G Pro, că acum nu mai găsești G102 la 100 de lei, bro, l-au scumpit ăștia. Am bă, da, uite, 90 de lei. E G102 sau 203, e același mouse. E 90 de lei acum de Black Friday. La mulți ani. 102 vor 95 de lei pe 102, alb. Mam, 110 lei. Transport. E bun, 100 de lei. Aș vrea să-l văd versul ăla. Bine, pentru care... Nu știu, ce mouse ar mai fi așa la 100 de lei care... Mai e super light la 400 de lei? Păi nu era 450 din ea? Ba nu mă, ce vorbim. Bă, am obosit cea de seara. Ce mouse ar mai fi așa șmecher tare la 100 de lei? Și dacă are 6400, oricum nu-ți folosești 6400 de DPI, bro. Și 6400 de DPI. Eu am folosesc 400 de DPI. What? Razer de Trader Essential. Razer V2 Pro ăsta așa. Hai mă, începeți azi. Wireless Achirish. Logitech Signature, ok. Razer Viper V2. Mamă, 7 bilioane mouse-ul ăsta. Eu nu înțeleg de ce e mai atât de scump ăsta roșu. Deci ăla alb îl iei cu 4 milioane și ăsta îl iei cu 3 milioane 700 mai mult. Pentru culoare. Deci plătești 3 milioane 700 în plus ca să fie roșu. Really?
Bro, apasă pe like să vezi ce se întâmplă. Hai bro, te pup.
E nou scos. Și?
Să vă fie rușine!
Potato graphics însemnare cu bubble build-urile? N-am văzut, bro. De bani ăștia. N-a început, frate meu. Mă trolezi. G203, care e 102. Achiris Orion. Mă pun în pat și plâng, am pierdut porcul n-ajun. Rocat Cone Pro. Cu astea joacă MrSAVAGE. Cred că e sponsorizat de ei. Mamă, G502X Plus. Rocat. Vorbesc și eu cu ăștia să facă un mouse. Niciun mouse decent. Hai că începem în sfârșit. Mai rezistați, mă, pufuleților? G102, clasicul, inegalabilul. Cred că, deci de la videoclipul ăla pe care l-am făcut eu cu G102, cred că au cumpărat mii de oameni mouse-ul ăsta, frate. Da. Rezistă, oamenii mei, nu prea. O să știu, mâine o să mănânc mai bine, bro. Înainte de live. Vedeți că și mâine facem live. Miria, nu îți cumpăra Miria, frate. $305 wireless merită? Nu știu în ce bani. Ia-ți ce pro, bro, că e la 3,5. Sunt mort de somn, dar vreau să vă la OFC. Și eu vreau să vă la OFC, dar cred că... Mai faci live 24 de ore? Da. Deci o să vedeți la anul. O să vină niște chestii șmechere. Live de 12 ore, live de 24, vloguri. O să rupem la anul, băieți. Ce trebuie să faci să primești invitații aici? Trebuie să fii bun. L-am luat la 200. Ce ai luat la 200? G-Pro? Că nebunez dacă le-ai la 200. Deci eu G-Pro știi cât am dat pe asta? 600 pe G-Pro ăsta. Deci eu am dat 600 pe G-Pro ăsta și îl găsești la... Acum îl găsești la 350. Și mai rău, am dat 10 milioane pe asta, pe Huntsman Elite. Ce mișto arată pe... Crezi că arată mișto rău. Hai mă, defocusează de pe mine. Așa. 10 milioane. Și e 3,5 am văzut-o. Sau 5 sau 6 de Black Friday. Așa țeacă... Mamă, ce player îți pare rău că s-a lăsat de Fortnite? Mângral. Da, nu, că Mângral nici nu s-a lăsat, a revenit. Fish.
And then we have other newly formed duos, right? King and Ed, first tournament competing together, and they kind of have that synergy disadvantage.
Și am primit invitație, dar am refuzat că aveam grătar.
Doing, of course. We can see them popping off every single time.
Oh, bună asta. Mai băgați pe asta cu noaptea Golani, că se potrivește perfect. Ce fac noaptea Golani? Se uită la FNCS Invitational. Bă, în general îmi plac produsele Razer, dar am testat odată o pereche de căști, se chema Black Shark V2 sau ceva genul ăsta. Tot de la Razer și a fost panorama totală, cea mai slabă pereche de căști pe care am testat-o în viața mea. Deși în general sunt mulțumit, dar mouse, uite, n-am testat niciodată mouse de la Razer. Razer, dacă vedeți asta, e nebun, mă, ai show speed, e crazy, e nebun. Upgrade de la 165 de Hz la 240, păi dacă te joci competitiv merită, dacă nu te joci, dacă te joci Stumble Guys nu merită. N-am încercat Achiris.
Just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 is in front of us. Once again, let's make some noise for the players at the battle bus.
The preparation has run out. Everybody now taking their position on the map. We've seen wonders over towards Chrome Jam Junction. We've seen so many fights go down towards Fort Jonesy as well. But honestly, interesting enough, neither of them involved these two teams going at it off spawn.
Not only that, the coast has two teams as well, so there's so much going on in this area. We've seen it play out a few times now, round after round, but this is a first take at CLIX and Duke, not necessarily being right on top of their
a durat 30 de minute, bro, să dea drumul la meciul ăsta, la ultimul meci.
And this is, you know, honestly,
dacă știam, ți-am culcam un pic și reveneam.
Yeah, that's respect to them too, because they know the position that each of them
are
in.
Da, mă opresc sunetul, gata, nu mai dați.
If you go ahead and take that fight and it doesn't go well for either one of you, that's kind of throwing away that game. So they want to split the loot and try to get.
Am fost până la baie, am pierdut ceva. Păi și cât ai stat la baie, frate, 2 ore?
Many games before.
N-ai pierdut nimic, că jumătate de oră am așteptat să înceapă meciul ăsta.
Vino yet again.
Dar ce ai făcut la baie jumătate de oră? Ce ai stricat la burtică? Ce ai pățit?
Place ace being contested at the Grim Gables. What a way to play some Fortnite today for them.
Nu știu, Zen.
It looked like it was all over when you viewed the paper and you crunched the numbers, but they have really turned all that lemon into lemonade.
Yeah, I believe they lost game number 1, but I think that was the game 1 jitters of an international stage.
That's right.
First in-person Fortnite event in quite a long time. They shake those off, and they're rising to the occasion. NA East best hope right now to close out day number 1 with a top spot. You can see Vico over towards Reality Tree. Lost Bride pretty early. And that was
N-au fost deștepți că l-au lăsat pe Zandy să plece ăștia din Wave. Dar să mai țină în organizație.
Vico and Moran are clawing their way out of the mud here, officially breaking back into top 20 with those 2 elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference.
Jace,
What's wild about these 2-day formats is anything can happen.
X-comanda oare nu, X-comanda top ore? Puncte sau ceva. Există cumva să vezi câte ore ai pe live, dar nu mai știu cum nici.
Larcenist might get defended off of their drop
MrSAVAGE de ziua 2. Și mulți bani. Bă, mă, a jucat mai bine decât m-am așteptat, sincer. SAVAGE și Drop.
For iDrop and MrSAVAGE simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing. And he also knows any pathing in order to disengage in a lot of these fights. But it does look like the TSM duo Epic Well strikes first, taking down Sentry.
Că noi ne uităm pe replay-uri acum. Adică ei se uită pe replay-uri, se filmează, noi ne uităm la live-ul lor. E mai complicat, dar contează că avem PAUL2M pe shop.
And for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the Tilted Towers is definitely not a part of the plan. Marine finds Falconer in the feed there, but Peterbot in Jamper looking to continue their battle here. We talked about these contested coastal battles, and now we get to see it unfold for the first time from the beginning.
Going up against Jace and Basil. Interesting one, because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest is down there, and that's where Basil's at, and he's actually just trying to get out. He's trying to escape. You already know that he lost his teammate, trying to do wonders as a solo and finish off the day strong, because that's the thing. FNCS NA East Chapter 3 Season 3. After day 1, Commandment and Avery were in 9th place. Day number 2, they had the comeback for the age to take the top spot. As Peterbot takes the elimination, flies high to the sky, just a little too high. The shots are coming in. He's finally able to land on his 2 feet and try to stabilize.
That's what Peterbot is known for.
MrSAVAGE.
Fight back here. The last time they won their drop, they turned that into a monstrous endgame.
I-au stricat ziua lui MrSAVAGE ăștia, mă.
Savage already down. iDrop.
I-au stricat ziua lui MrSAVAGE, să le fie rușine. Rușine pe chat. Filmesc, nu dați.
Oh, he's going to be able to get out alive.
Zandy kill pe Guild Pen. Băi, prea bun, mă, ursul Carpatin. Băi, e literalmente prea bun, n-a pierdut nimic. A ajuns pe toate endgame-urile, bă, sunteți nebuni la cap.
They want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into their own hands.
Ed and King here, trying to do something big. We haven't quite seen them put up the numbers on show yet. You can see right there, King attempts to hit some shots, but does fall slightly short. And now options in front of him. Does he go for the duo below? But no, instead he's going to go and hunt down the solo. This is by far the better play, but the reboot is starting to come out for MrSAVAGE. Will he get iDrop in time? King arrives just there to maybe play spoiler.
De vorbele înțeleptului Rafael.
Again, this fight over towards Cloudy. It's those same 2 teams while Malibuca and MrSAVAGE are always trying to find an angle so that way they can get the damage they need for Storm Surge and try to get out alive. And I think Ed even found Peppo somewhere, but no, they're actually chasing down MrSAVAGE, and they're going to clean that one up. That's huge.
And King get their first 2 eliminations onto MrSAVAGE and iDrop here in game number 6. Huge deal for him right there. And lucky for us, we are hot on the replay. Take a look there, out the sky. And wastes no time. He says, King, you might have missed some shots before, but I got your back.
That was a huge outside of the box play. They could have easily pushed MrSAVAGE, got the elimination, and got 2 points. Done. Over with. Easy. They allowed MrSAVAGE to get the reboot off, got the elimination on iDrop, got the elimination onto MrSAVAGE, and got 4 points instead of 2.
That's right. Way to play big there, and they need it.
Big brain
now,
play.
Back to Larson. And Smite, they could have left this battle, but they've won so many times already. They decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Muz and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're going to be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number 1, you have no reason to leave. It's up to Muz and Looter to try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite on their heels. Zagu is going one-on-one with Hellfire. This is for a huge finish for Zagu because right now they've skidded just a little bit down low on the leaderboard, more than they would like.
And what's crazy about this is how the region plays. This is how Asia gets down. They will W key. They play aggressive, they play fast Fortnite. And although it has been a day of performance and endgame for Zagu and Marine, this is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how quick he's able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance, it's not looking good. He's gonna have to pause down here.
Voi ce alegeți, chat? Femeile sau calculatorul?
All the momentum, unfortunately, it's Commandment and Avery with a dual angle here.
And you can see where are this strategy, landing over towards Rave Cave. They're trying to go to the slower side of zone. They're trying to go as far north as possible, but they're going to go east first before they make that happen, trying to clean up a quick elimination, or what they think could be a quick one at that, but the shots continue to come in. Storm doing work as well. It's only a matter of time as Hellfire is going to be able to clean that one up.
Hellfire slides in and down goes Japan's best there. Zagu and Marine sent back to the lobby, back to the drawing board to rethink for day number 2.
Care zic calculatorul de bro, dar poți să alegi și poți să le ai pe ambele, știi?
Yeah, Hen was already down. Now they're
Ia
just
uite,
trying
ursul
to
carpatin.
find the second half of that duo.
Mușcă din el.
Joe and Zandy, one of 5 teams to get a VR on the day. But
Hai,
Vico
Vulpea cu
somehow
9
took down
colți.
Avery. They were waiting. They were trying to hunt down the team, and it was them who ended up
Hai,
getting
Zandy,
hunted.
hai,
But Joe
hai,
and Zandy, they
hai.
don't want to let this team out of their sight. They have at least one elimination against players from
Uite,
6
nu a
different
scăpat
regions.
Vortex.
That's the most of any
Bă,
duo,
Game,
and that goes to
PAUL2M
show
pe shop.
how adaptable they truly are.
That is right.
Și
Vortex
mă auzi
is
să
a
recomand, păi
solo.
depinde de buget,
As we
puiul
touched
meu.
on, Hen is out the lobby. You can see the look of focus on his face here. He recognizes, oh, big read there. He finds a medkit right in the nick of time. He should get it off with about 2 HP left. That's going to be a huge save for him. Meanwhile, Sensitive and Cold now making their move. Like we said before, they have been somewhat contested, right? Their draw spot. Maybe not going head-to-head against Pars and Raze there, but possibly trading out some loot. You can see it's kind of
800 de lei
coming
buget.
into
Păi ia
effect here
super
as the
light, e
loadout's
400 de
very
lei.
much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that
Super light e folosit de 80% din jucătorii pe care îi vezi aici la turneul ăsta de Fortnite.
See if we can make it
Îți iei și un îți iei și un Apex mini ceva, îți iei și un mini și un Huntsman și un un super light și și o tastatură bună de 800 de lei. Muz, chiar nu face nimic ăsta, nu cred. Ba da, m-a făcut, hai. În sfârșit a făcut și ăsta ceva.
Yeah, for them though, you got to give them credit. 128 points on the day. They've done wonders. And now they get to sit back, relax, collect their thoughts, and plan for day number 2 while everybody else is kind of going through this minefield of chaos, which is game number 6. And like I said, from game number 1, where you have 95 players alive when Storm Surge activated, the lobby is now feeling themselves out. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable to try to attack in these moments.
Să fie sănătos, doamne, asta Joe Mama.
Joe mica. The Storm Surge, so that way, when they do find another rotation, eventually, it's going to be their focus, where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want, when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here, on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
They've caught their highlights.
Panda's probably proud of the crowd too.
Oh yeah.
Am băgat $200 în fiera înainte să scadă.
Now, changing their rotation yet again. Don't want to go to Acorn and Edgy anymore. They got the heals that they wanted out of the vault, and now they're trying to find another way around. And for them, they need scraps. They are in shambles right now, and there's another team right in front of them. They spotted them out, and that would have been a great sneak attempt coming out from Scented and Cold, but now they have to think plan B.
It's crazy. Cole gets caught out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD Zandy, Mr. 6,000 damage coming into game 6 here and adding to the chart here. Joe FN's going to be the victim of a few shots there, but not enough for Scented to claw out of this tough situation he is in.
Băieții mei. Bă, Scented. Nu știu, că ăștia ar fi bine să fie eliminați, sincer. Ar fi bine să fie eliminați, că sunt top. Știi, și după ce ce Zandy pe ăștia. Ar fi super bine să fie eliminați. Ăsta, eliminat. Muza a zis că Super Light-ul e nașpa. A zis el că Super Light-ul e nașpa, dar e folosit de 90% din jucătorii care se joacă la FNCS Invitational. Părerea unui jucător nu înseamnă că e adevărată, e părerea lui. Dacă un jucător zice o chestie și 85 zic alta, pe care o iei în considerare. Și mă auzi să recomanzi buget 5 lei. Aș fi du-te și tu pe la Amanet, pe la PAUL2M, pe la... Nu se pare mic? Ba, da. M-au obișnuit. O să încerc și de la Razer mai încolo. Dar vreau să... Vreau să mai dau bani, că am dat foarte mulți bani pe urmă de prostii. Și am cam tot ce întreb. Dacă se strică, le înlocuiesc. Zandy eliminat. Fuck, man. Uite mă, Scented de la bine că a luat kill-ul. Snaky. Aia de erau... Stai așa. A luat finish-ul? A luat finish-ul, nu? Stai că încă l-avem pe Gio. Deci încă l-avem pe Gio. Poate îi reușește un reboot ceva. Deși... Aduce frumoase susținere de polo? Da, sunt faine. Le ziceam la băieții, ne-au dat o grămadă de bani polo, probabil, ca să-l îmbrace pe Raider, că ne e Raider în polo. Salut, Sebix. Hyper Alloy Origins. Nu știu, n-am interrogat. Am HyperX Pulse Fire. Mă, nu, HyperX. Stați tot prea multe de HyperX, mă. Aia cu roșu, așa. HyperX? Cum se chema, mă? HyperX? HyperX? Alloy FPS Pro.
Yeah, that's not good. You can kind of see why they rotated out of Rave Cave, trying to third party some of those fights, but they ended up getting snuck on, which probably turned their entire story around. They're trying to get in towards the zone. Focus of the lobby begins. Cambuga trying to survive. 43 HP and A3. Heroes there to try to alleviate some of the pressure.
Avea să fie eliminat, avea să fie eliminat Bugha, dar nu. N-am făcut nimic, nimic n-am făcut, mă, nimic. Eu jucam mai bine dacă mergem acolo. La ce liceu ai fost? La economic, la SUCEAVA. Dacă mă găsești fix la... în față la P1 sau la P2 acolo. Pe 2016. Gen pe panou ăla, ce cu clasa. Joe a făcut iar un kill. 700 de persoane pe live la 2 dimineața, nu e rău. Ai vreodată vă ofertă să promovezi ceva ce nu vreau? Da, m-au contactat 10 de oameni să promovez proiecte NFT-uri din alea cringe. Dar pe celălalt canal, nu pe ăsta. Zeci, sute. Dacă e pe 4 momentan. Îl mânca și o balană pe băiatul meu. Că scărpinam pantaloni. Nu prea fost ziua lui Bugha, nimic am făcut Bugha. Te așteptam, mă așteptam să fac numai, că tot are experiență, are tot, are skill, are... Nu știu ce e lipsit azi. Zandy zis că Joe ăla se duce la bar non-stop. Beție, vezi, englezoi aici, încă alegi irlandezi.
They're just picking and choosing their battles, trying to figure out what the right play is going to be. And it does make you wonder.
Nu știu, nu pare. Pare că are 16 ani Joe ăla, nu știu ce se duce la bar, ce să facă. Să prindă mesele, poate.
We can't just go battle. Aqua and crew will just come in third party. But look at this, Fatch finds Malabuka there. That's a huge one, and now we get to see Ed and FaZe King's perspective here. King from Argentina, Ed
Am
from
făcut poză
Brazil.
cu tine de 3 ore, dată la Subway, dată la Mall și dată la Strikers. Mamă, păi dacă ai făcut odată ce mi-ai făcut 2 ori, bro?
The young duos from NAOS. No, the peak, the punishment. Down goes Baka.
Am fost în Anglia, bro, și țin cont dacă n-ai o fan la acolo. Deci loc e Bugha. Ultimul. Penultimul, nu știu, e slab, dar n-a făcut nimic, bro. Mai câtă experiență are, la cât...
Trying to put NAOS on his back along with Yumi and Cool, Fabs and Snacky. So many top competitors in this.
Mi se pare mișto, știți, când s-a întâlnit, de exemplu, Bugha cu AQUA după atâția ani de la World Cup, știi, și bă, ce faci, mă? S-a întâlnit cu Epic, el acum, ce faci, mă? Și tu ai făcut. Mișto așa, mișto.
And now all of a sudden they are in a world of trouble here, surrounded by some of Europe's most dangerous here on the south side of the zone. But hey, they have time. They have plenty to work with here. It shouldn't get too sketchy just yet. If they can keep a low profile for a while, they'll survive to the next moving zone.
4 momentan. Încă e în viață, mă, Joe, la mă, îl cară un pic.
Here's a look at third, fourth, fifth. 6th and 7th are down, 5th is down.
Dacă termină top 10 e superb. Alt kill fână, bă, e nebun, mă.
Out in game 6.
That hurts just a little bit. Just a little bit, but
still got Acorn
and Edge. He's still alive. Catching one on a Joe. Janice is going to be left as a solo. As Video does get knocked in that moment. That's TAYSON, that's Chapix that are hot on the heels. But pressure is coming from all sides for a lot of these teams. And even Macwood and Kanata are trying to put some shots on to TAYSON and Chapix. You see Janice trying to break through. He is that solo that we were looking at. Trying to survive. Video finally goes down. Janice still knocking on the door. Storm Surge taking him down, but TAYSON gets the last laugh.
And in the end, it's going to mean 4 eliminations for TAYSON and Chapix. They absolutely needed it. They were slipping so far behind, well outside that top 20 bubble. Way to make a hero's effort push in game 6 to set yourself up for a good day too, but they still have a long road in front of them. They have to close out this round. The zone is going to pull far northeast. It's on a little piece of a zone, so if you have that mountain top, just right there, you're going to be in a sound and strong position for Edgy and Acorn to be some of the last to jump on over. And we said we want to see
ăsta e ultimul meci și mai urmează mâine 6 meciuri.
So this might be their game, but first, Vino and Queasy have to show us why they're in the lead.
They don't really have to do anything here. Look at the loot right now.
Mamă, cu live-ul ăsta așa de la ora 2, îmi amintesc de când am făcut live la 4 dimineața. Când a fost concertul cu Travis Scott sau ceva. Sau nu mai știu, a fost ceva noaptea tot așa, unde am dat eu drumul live la 4. Și era și Zandy pe live atunci. Ce a fost, mă, ce a fost?
This half in, half out pull north.
Travis Scott? Că l-a fost așa noaptea?
When you are already positioned there, and this comes your way. Now they just have to worry about damage management and closing out this last game. But you can see Tripper and Thomas HD are there as well. They have that same story. They are very much close by. Here's our high ground king, Reek and Epic Whale, the 6X, and of course Reek, a multi-FNCS winner himself.
Cred că trebuie.
Going head-to-head against Refsguard right now. They're starting to crank up a Reek that's not wanting to give up. Not just yet. He jumps down. This is what he does best, is take those fights. But no, plays a little smarter. He has to play for the end game.
And I saw Pink and Anas go down to Pars. He's finally starting to heat up. TAYSON gets another one. Kanata as well. Refguard as a solo. Stole Hideaway from the TSM duo. That is absolutely insane right now.
Astralis, Thomas Hardy. Vreau și eu în Astralis, sincer. Dacă nu ești top 10, mai ai vreo șansă să câștigi mâine? Da, bineînțeles. Dacă câștigi mâine toate 6 meciuri, normal.
Vino with a huge tag there, shield crack there. That's going to go and get him a little excited, but Acorn and Edgy now reveal themselves to his layer.
Cine wager $1 million? Păi da, trimiți înainte $1 million, să fiu sigur că mi dai dacă pierzi.
Meanwhile, Refsguard on high ground by himself, just looking down here, enjoying the view, but 130 damage is what he needs. He gets 4 tags, that's great, but not enough. Here comes the big drop in, he hits it, okay. He saves the game.
Frumos, frumos, mi-a plăcut. Hai dau câte mai de asta, să ne mai dea la dormim.
But Queasy and Vino are trying
Iar
to go
mă copiii ăștia pe
up.
hai.
They're trying to take the game by storm, and they get it, Monster. They
Iar
got
la
the
hai mă
high
copiii
ground for
ăștia,
now.
mă. Incredibil, fucking incredibil. Iar au hai mă copiii ăștia, mă. Bă, nu mai pot mă cu ăștia.
high ground can get you one thing that we know for sure, and that's amazing placement if you can ride it out when you're a solo like that. That was an excellent attempt. But now, back into the heat of things. SETI, Cammy, 2 elims, another end game.
Asta e liniștit că la nu o să facem nebunii, o să 24 de ore, 12 ore, vloguri. Stai liniștit, puie. Stai liniștit. PAUL2M is coming back.
Ed's gonna get one. Queasy Vino trying to go ahead and put
Cammy
themselves
și SETI câștigă acum.
out so they continue
Nu
to
știu, cred că sunt că
solo stuck in the outside zone.
Veno și
The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, CLIX is still alive too, but here's Tayson. Tayson's gonna fall inside the storm.
Cred că tot ăștia, mă, cred că tot Queasy cred că câștigă meciul ăsta. Queasy și Venom. Dar să vedem dacă este high.
He is just exceptional, but we get to jump into Duke. 200 HP.
Nu prea au făcut nimic, nici CLIX.
Make it less than that. It's not looking good. From zero to hero, he's trying to claw his way into this. They find a player on the edge. No elim there. Duke has to fight back and down he goes.
Da, mă, Queasy și Venom pe high e meciul lor. E GG. GG pe chat, GG pe chat, e GG.
Who is setting up for a back-to-back.
E GG, e GG, e GG, băieți.
With all the confidence in the world to end day 1 and go into day 2. They have 10 eliminations onto Vico from the low ground. He's trying to have a comeback for the Aces to close out day number 1.
Termină pe 5 prima zi, probabil.
A huge amount of damage.
5,
He
6.
drops him down as well, but goes down altogether. Valiant effort by Vico.
It is a worst case scenario for Thomas HD because his biggest threat is on high ground. But
Queasy eliminat. Du-te, mă, l-a bătut pe Queasy. Tot așa că se schimbă total, se schimbă total, se schimbă total.
Trying to turn this into potentially a solo game.
Da, rămâne pe public level.
Thomas still alive, and Reed falls there in the end. Look at Thomas holding the low ground. Chicho's right next to him. Trulix hurts him too, but Vino has the grip of height. Acorn waiting on the side. Out of builds, he's gonna have to come down too. It's all over. The gas tank is empty. Down he goes. And now, off to SETI.
It's Cammy and SETI, the only two left, and they find another one. Vino trying to put wonders. 1v2 situation. What can he do here to take home the big prize and end with back-to-back victory royales to end the day? But a team looking to take first place back. Cammy and SETI, and they try to
Incredibil, primul și ultimul. Zandy pe 5, probabil.
And they get the first game. They get the last game of day 1. What a story for Cammy and SETI. But Common Legends must be so proud right now of these players. They put in the hard work, they put in the effort, and wait to watch it play off.
That is huge for them because they're not like a lot of these other teams who are consistently fighting to get to the top of the leaderboard. They play their play style through and through from the drop spot all the way to the end game. They're one of the few teams, time and time again, that has their own spot. They call it the Cammy split, and it works out every single season.
And now they get to take that victory lap to center stage, where they will be greeted by Adam Savage for a quick update. And Adam, please tell me how they do it. Right now,
m-am uitat la prima bătărie și m-am uitat la ultimul.
Give it up for Cammy and SETI! GG's, boys! 2 victory royales out of 6 games.
Deci am zis că ăsta seamănă cu Odegaard și ălalt seamănă cu Maguire.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It's really amazing. Talk us through, you saw there that we had Queasy and Vino on the high ground. We saw Queasy went down, Vino was solo. When you saw that happen, was there an opportunity for you guys?
Nu ăsta. Scuze, nu ăsta voiam să-l pun.
That's why we stayed there.
In terms of today and the 6 games, has it played out as you both thought coming into this, or have things been very different?
Nu mă așteptam să câștige copiii ăștia, sincer.
We died 2 games to Surge, like.
Pe cât e, mă, Zandy? Pe 4?
We planned everything differently, but it didn't went as we planned it.
We just adapted. I think we just adapted well, and going into tomorrow, we're gonna be more confident and more prepared. So yeah.
Talking of preparation for tomorrow, what do you do now? Do you go back and review VODs? Do you kind of work on strategy, or do you relax?
Ce culcă, ce să facă?
I think relax and VOD review.
Tomorrow, a big day, 6 more games. Could Cammy and SETI go all the way and win FNCS Invitational?
Of course.
Of course they could. Give it up for Cammy and SETI! Your game 6 winners!
Cred că e pe locul 1, nu?
And the gang.
I made this joke. Game 1 of the FNCS Invitational. Cammy and SETI are living their life on repeat right now. They've done this dance before, right? This happened at DreamHack. They win game 1, they win game 6, they stay on top. For Cammy and SETI, all of EU right now is thinking this is it. We are the best.
EU is on top right now, but Cammy and SETI, they're gonna have a stressful night. It ended on a high note. It started on a high note. But with the history of Cammy and SETI, having 2 back-to-back good days is a curse that we haven't seen too often. So I'd be really happy to see them continue this momentum forward from this last match into day 2.
Yeah, and SETI said it himself, right? They're really, really adaptable. They're adapting very, very well, and that's what I like to see from this team. What I've noticed about the way they play and the way they sort of carry themselves, they don't get down after a bad game. You know, we saw, as they said, 2 bad games. Surge wasn't quite looking too good for them, but
băieți, cam acesta a fost live-ul locul 5 după prima zi. Eu zic că e super, super bine. Super bine, bă, super bine după prima zi și vedeți voi ce jucători avem aici. Nebunie, mă, niște fai de capul meu. Bugha, CLIX, în general, știi, la turneu, MrSAVAGE. Deci Zandy se descurca mai bine decât absolut toți pe care i-am pus în titlu, în thumbnail. E super bine momentan și mâine, dacă are și experiență, se poate descurca și mai bine. Se poate duce spre top 3 și chiar spre top 1. Încă nu a câștigat Lores niciun ban, mâine se acordă bani. Se fac 6 meciuri într-o zi, 6 meciuri azi, de exemplu, 6 meciuri mâine și mâine se adună punctele cu astea de azi și se face un top și se dau banii. Wow! Live de 6 ore. E ora 2:30 și încă suntem 600 de pufuleți pe live. Hai să mergem și noi la somnic, dar ne vedem mâine pe live, ok? Ne vedem mâine, seară frumoasă. Îs cam obosit așa, nu prea mai am energie. Trebuia să mănânc mai bine. Hai! Vă țuc pe toți. Noapte bună. Somn ușor. PAUL2M pe shop ușor. Un DORMEO, să dormiți cu sănătate. DORMEO, noapte bună. Respect care ați reușit să stați până la finalul live-ului. Care a stat mai mult ca mine. Hai, vă pup. Ciao, ciao. Ne vedem mâine.